Welcome, dear friends, to a serene evening of enchanting tales designed to soothe and delight. We are truly grateful for your choice to share this peaceful moment with us. As the gentle whispers of spring wrap around us, we hope you have relished the beauty of the day now past. May these stories bring you comfort and warmth, setting the stage for a wonderful start to the day ahead. Story 1. In the village of Meadowhaven, where chimney smoke curled like silver ribbons into the twilight, strange happenings began to stir beneath the harvest moon. Each morning, Baker Finn would find his cinnamon jars rearranged in perfect spirals. Florist Brynn discovered her rainbow tulip beds shifted overnight into concentric circles. Even old Hemlock's prized sundial now pointed stubbornly northwest instead of true north. The villagers murmured over steaming mugs of honeyed chamomile tea, their breath forming little clouds in the crisp autumn air. "It's the whispering wind," said some. "No," argued others, "it's the work of mischievous moon mice." Only young Theo, with eyes like polished acorns and a patchwork satchel always slung over his shoulder, felt no fear, only a fizzy curiosity bubbling in his chest. One evening, Theo spread his grandmother's star-patterned quilt beneath the ancient wisdom oak, its gnarled branches heavy with amber leaves. He'd brought offerings, a thimble of cream, a sprig of lavender, and 3 hazelnuts cracked open to show their golden hearts. "Grandmother Oak," he whispered, tracing the bark's deep grooves, "who's rearranging our village?" The tree sighed and a single leaf drifted down, landing in his palm. Suddenly, a soft glow pulsed from within the hollow trunk. Out stepped Oliver, a hedgehog no larger than Theo's thumb, wearing tiny spectacles made of dewdrop lenses. "Troubles afoot, young scholar," he squeaked, adjusting his spectacles. "The Glimmerfolk are distressed. Their starlight compasses spin wildly since the last thunderstorm." Oliver explained that the Glimmerfolk, shy, luminous beings who tended the village's dream gardens, navigated by ancient starlight paths woven into Meadowhaven's soil. But now their compass stones vibrated with discordant hums, making them scatter objects in confusion. Theo's mind whirred like a wind-up toy. "The sundial's wrong, Finn's cinnamon spirals, Brynn's circles," he gasped. "They're trying to point to the source." Oliver's nose twitched approvingly. "Precisely, follow the patterns, child. Truth hides in plain sight." For 3 nights, Theo observed. He noted how Finn's cinnamon spirals always swirled clockwise. Brynn's tulip circles grew smaller toward the western meadows. Hemlock's sundial error. Exactly 11 degrees. Sketching furiously in his notebook by firefly light, Theo realized the disturbances formed arrows converging near the abandoned Starfall Bridge. There beneath mossy stones he discovered the cause, a fractured sky crystal humming with trapped lightning from the storm. This crystal once channeled starlight into the Glimmerfolk's compass network. Now its jagged edges scattered energy like broken mirrors scatter light. The solution came from an unexpected ally, Luna, a mournful badger whose burrow vibrated painfully near the damaged crystal. "It sings the song of splintered stars," she rumbled, her fur shimmering with sympathetic light. Theo remembered Oliver's lesson. Harmony requires both precision and kindness. Carefully he gathered spider silk, strong yet gentle, and moonpetal adhesive, sticky as kindness. With Luna's claws steadying the crystal and Oliver directing the alignment, Theo mended the fracture. As the last thread sealed, the crystal bloomed with soft radiance. A chorus of relieved tinkles filled the air as Glimmerfolk emerged, shimmering like captured constellations, and bowed their tiny heads. At dawn, Meadowhaven awoke to wonders. Finn's cinnamon jars held letters spelling "Thank you" in fragrant swirls. Brynn's tulips now bloomed in starburst patterns around a new pond, reflecting the Milky Way. And old Hemlock's sundial. It bore a tiny inscription, "True North lives in curious hearts." That evening, as villagers gathered at the crackling bonfire, Theo shared hazelnuts with Oliver perched on his shoulder and Luna curled at his feet. Above them, the Glimmerfolk danced in the branches, weaving trails of light that spelled out the night's final secret. The mended crystal now pulsed in sync with every heartbeat in Meadowhaven, a gentle reminder that even broken things, tended with patience and friendship, can guide us home. Story 2. The village of Willowbrook nestled in the valley like a contented cat, its thatched roofs dusted with the first silver frost of late autumn. Chimney smoke curled lazily into the crisp air, carrying the comforting sense of wood smoke and baking bread. In the heart of the village stood Mr. Thistlewood's workshop, a place usually filled with the rhythmic tap-tap-tap of his hammer, the sweet scent of pine resin, and the cheerful whirring of his collection of clever, automata tiny mechanical songbirds that trilled at noon, a clockwork squirrel that gathered fallen hazelnuts, and a dozen other enchanting creations. But lately a quiet strangeness had settled over the workshop. Little things, easily misplaced, were vanishing entirely. Not just misplaced, but gone. Mr. Thistlewood's favorite tiny screwdriver, polished smooth by years of use, vanished. A spool of particularly fine silver wire, nowhere to be found. Even the smooth river stone he used to polish his finished toys had disappeared from its usual spot on the window ledge. The workshop felt unsettled. The mechanical songbirds chirped a fraction off-key, and the clockwork squirrel seemed hesitant, its movements jerky. Leela, Mr. Thistlewood's young neighbor with eyes the color of moss after rain, noticed the change. She often visited after her lessons, captivated by the magic of gears and wood. Mr. Thistlewood, she asked one afternoon, her breath making little clouds in the chilly air of the workshop, why does the squirrel look so worried, and where is your polishing stone? The old toymaker sighed, wiping his spectacles on his worn leather apron. Ah, Leela, my dear, it seems we have a little mystery on our hands. Things keep disappearing. Small things, but important. It's as if a very tidy, very quiet thief has decided my workshop is their treasure trove. Leela's eyes widened. A thief in Willowbrook. Not a mean thief, I think, Mr. Thistlewood mused, looking around the cozy clutter. No broken locks, no mess, just absence, like whispers in the dust. He pointed to a workbench. See that empty space? That's where my miniature wrench rested just yesterday. Leela felt a shiver, not of fear, but of curiosity. A mystery. She looked carefully around the workshop, her gaze sweeping over the shelves crammed with jars of buttons and bolts, the baskets of wood shavings smelling sweetly of cedar, the warm glow of the lantern light reflecting on polished surfaces. She noticed something Mr. Thistlewood, in his frustration, had missed. Near the spot where the wrench had been, on the dusty floorboards, was the faintest impression, not a footprint, but a pattern. It looked like a tiny, intricate spiral, barely visible, as if drawn by a fingertip dipped in fine ash. Look, Mr. Thistlewood, she whispered, pointing. What is that? The old man knelt, peering closely. Well now, that's curious. I've never seen marks like that before. He stroked his beard thoughtfully. It seems our quiet visitor leaves a calling card. The next day, Leela arrived determined to help solve the mystery. She brought her keenest eyes and a small notebook. She decided to observe. She sat quietly in a corner, pretending to read a book about constellations, but her attention was fixed on the workshop. Hours passed. The mechanical songbirds sang their midday chorus. The clockwork squirrel ventured out, gathered a single hazelnut shell, and retreated. Nothing unusual. Just as Leela's eyelids began to feel heavy in the warm, resin-scented air, she saw it. A flicker of movement near the high shelf where Mr. Thistlewood stored his most delicate clockwork parts. Not a shadow, but a soft, silvery light, no bigger than a moth. It darted with impossible speed, hovering near a small brass gear left on the bench. Then it vanished, and the gear was gone. Leela gasped softly. "Mr. Thistlewood, did you see?" He turned from his workbench, where he was repairing a music box. "See what, my dear?" "A light, a tiny silver light. It was near your brass gears, and then the small one is missing." "Mr." Thistlewood hurried over. Sure enough, the tiny gear was gone. And on the bench, right where it had lain, was another faint, perfect spiral mark. "A light, you say, silver." His eyes, usually twinkling with merriment, grew serious. "That sounds familiar, like something old Nan spoke of once, long ago." Old Nan lived on the edge of Willowbrook, where the village met the Whispering Willow Woods. She knew the names of every wildflower and the language of the wind in the pines. Many whispered she spoke with the shy, magical creatures that dwelled just beyond the sight of most folk. After securing the workshop, just in case, Layla and Mr. Thistlewood bundled up against the chill and made their way down the cobbled lane to Nan's cottage, nestled beneath ancient, gnarled oaks. Smoke curled invitingly from her chimney, smelling of lavender and dried apples. Nan welcomed them in, her cottage a haven of dried herbs, knitted blankets, and the gentle bubbling of a kettle on the hearth. They told her of the disappearances, the spiral marks, and the silver light. Nan listened intently, her wrinkled face thoughtful as she stirred honey into their steaming mugs of chamomile tea. "Ah," she murmured, her voice like dry leaves rustling. "The Menders, I haven't heard tell of them visiting a workshop in many a year. Thought they might have moved deeper into the Glimmerwood." "Menders." Leela breathed, leaning forward. "Shy little things," Nan explained, warming her hands on her mug. "Smaller than your thumb, made of starlight and moonlight woven together. They rarely show themselves to human eyes. They have a deep compulsion. They see brokenness, you see, not broken things as we see them, cracked wood or snapped wire, but broken patterns. Things that aren't working as they should, where the little magic of function has faltered." Mr. Thistlewood's eyebrows shot up. "Broken patterns, but the things they took, my screwdriver, my wire, my stone, they weren't broken. They worked perfectly." "Ah, but were they part of something broken?" Nan asked gently. "Think, Thistlewood, where were these items when they vanished? What were they near?" Leela's mind raced. The screwdriver, it had been lying next to the music box Mr. Thistlewood had been struggling with for weeks, the one that played a beautiful, haunting melody, but always stuck on the third note. The silver wire, he'd been using it to try and repair the tiny, intricate mechanisms inside the music box just the day before it vanished. The polishing stone, it had been used to smooth a new part he'd whittled for the same stubborn mechanism. And the brass gear today, it was a spare part he'd set aside for the music box. "The music box," Leela exclaimed. "Everything taken was near the music box or used on it. Even the wrench yesterday was for tightening its little screws." Mr. Thistlewood slapped his knee. "By the Whispering Willows, you're right, Leela, the Menders, they weren't stealing, they were collecting. Collecting pieces they believed were needed to mend the broken pattern." Nan nodded, a smile crinkling her eyes. "They sense the flaw, the discord. They gather what they perceive as essential components, drawn by the call of the unfinished, the malfunctioning magic. Their spiral mark is their signature, their way of saying work in progress." "But," Leela asked, puzzled, "where do they take the things, and why haven't they fixed the music box?" "They work in their own way, in their own hidden spaces," Nan said. "Likely a tiny crevice in your workshop wall, thistlewood, or perhaps beneath the floorboards. They weave the gathered items with moonlight and intention, trying to restore the pattern. But without understanding the whole, without seeing the design, they might be gathering the right pieces but not knowing how they fit." Understanding dawned on Mr. Thistlewood's face. "So they see the broken melody in the music box. They sense the tools and materials I use trying to fix it, but they don't grasp the mechanism. They're trying to help, bless their little luminous hearts, but they're mending the wrong thing. Back in the workshop, bathed in the warm, golden light of late afternoon streaming through the window, Lila and Mr. Thistlewood had a plan. He carefully placed the stubborn music box, the source of the broken pattern, right in the center of his largest, clearest workbench. He laid out all the tools he thought he needed for its repair nearby, but made no move to touch it. Then they sat quietly, patiently, on the worn wooden stools. They didn't have to wait long. As the shadows lengthened, the soft, silver light flickered again near the high shelf. It zipped down hesitantly at first, then hovered near the music box. Then another light appeared, then another, until half a dozen tiny, shimmering menders, like captured moonbeams, were flitting around the workbench. They moved with incredible speed, a blur of silver light. Leela held her breath. One mender darted to the spot where the screwdriver had vanished and seemed to shimmer intensely. Then, impossibly, the tiny screwdriver reappeared on the bench near the music box. Another mender did the same near where the wire had gone missing, and the spool of silver wire materialized. One by one, the missing items, the wrench, the polishing stone, the tiny brass gear, reappeared exactly where they had been taken from, as if they had never left. Each time, a faint spiral mark briefly glowed on the bench where the item reappeared. The menders then hovered around the music box itself, their light pulsing softly. They seemed to be examining it, their tiny forms vibrating with focused energy. But after a moment they simply faded, winking out like distant stars, leaving the reappeared items and the still unfixed music box behind. The final spiral mark, larger and brighter, glowed on the bench beside the music box before slowly fading. They brought it all back. Leela whispered, amazed. They realized, Mr. Thistlewood said, his voice thick with wonder. They realized this was the source of the broken pattern, and that returning the pieces was part of mending it. But the fixing itself, that's still our job. They showed us what needed attention most. Mr. Thistlewood picked up his familiar tools, the ones the menders had returned. With renewed patience, guided by the mender's silent message, he set to work on the music box. Leela watched, fascinated, as he carefully adjusted the tiny gears and levers he'd struggled with before. This time, his hands moved with a quiet certainty. He didn't force anything. He listened to the mechanism, felt for the point of resistance. He used the returned brass gear in a way he hadn't considered before. Finally, with a gentle click and the softest sigh of releasing tension, the mechanism settled. Mr. Thistlewood carefully closed the lid and wound the tiny key. He lifted the lid. A melody poured forth, pure and sweet and perfect, filling the cozy workshop. It was the haunting tune, but now it flowed seamlessly, without the jarring skip. The notes danced in the air, clear and true. The mechanical songbirds on their perches fell silent, listening. The clockwork squirrel peeked out, its movements suddenly smooth and confident again. The workshop itself seemed to sigh, a sense of rightness settling over the tools, the wood, the very air. Leela clapped her hands softly. You fixed it. We fixed it, Mr. Thistlewood corrected, smiling warmly. With a little help from some very shy friends who showed us where to look. He looked around the workshop, now restored to its familiar, comforting order. They weren't thieves, Leela. They were tiny guardians of harmony, trying to mend a broken song. We just needed to understand their language, the language of absence and returning, of patience and seeing the whole pattern. From that day on, strange disappearances ceased in Mr. Thistlewood's workshop. But occasionally, when a particularly tricky repair was needed, Lila or the old toymaker might find a faint, perfect spiral mark etched in the dust near the troublesome mechanism. It was a silent reminder that help sometimes comes in the quietest, most unexpected forms, and that understanding, not accusation, often holds the key to solving the gentlest mysteries. And on quiet evenings, when the repaired music box played its flawless melody, Leela sometimes fancied she saw a soft, approving silver flicker out of the corner of her eye, like a tiny echo of moonlight, before it vanished into the cozy shadows of the enchanted workshop. The village of Willowbrook slept peacefully, wrapped in the comfort of mended things and unseen friends, under a sky dusted with a million quiet stars. Story 3. In the sleepy village of Glimmerbrook, where dandelion clocks chimed the hour and fireflies delivered mail, lived a hedgehog named Pip with quills that changed color with his mood. His best friend, Luna, was a cloud shepherd who carried a silver net to catch runaway cirrus fluffs before they tickled rooftops. Their peaceful days revolved around picnics with talking marmalade sandwiches and polishing the village's only rainbows to keep them shiny. But one misty morning, chaos arrived when the great Giggle River stopped burbling. Instead of cheerful gurgles, the river emitted flat, monotonous hums that made yawns contagious. Flowers drooped, bakers' cakes turned stubbornly savory, and even the hopscotch squares uncurled into straight lines. "Oh, crumbs," whispered Pip, his spines fading to worried gray. "Without giggles, Glimmerbrook's magic will unravel by sundown." Luna scooped a wisp of troubled fog into her net. "The gigglesmith who lives upstream must be in trouble. Last week he borrowed my cloud netting needle to stitch a thunder laugh. We must visit him." Their journey led them past meadows where grumpy buttercups refused to bloom yellow, settling for beige, and over bridges guarded by otters who'd forgotten their juggling routines. At the moss-draped cottage of Barnaby the Gigglesmith, they found the source of the calamity, Barnaby's prized giggle forge. A copper kettle that distilled joy into river sounds had clogged with a single, enormous sob. "Blubbering barnacles," wailed Barnaby, a round man with bellows for lungs and pockets full of whoopee cushions. A lonely hiccup wandered into the forge last night and cried itself into a melancholy boulder. Now it's too heavy to lift and too sad to giggle. Indeed, a bluish, tear-shaped stone sat wedged in the kettle, sniffing softly. Pip patted it gently, his quills blooming compassionate pink. "There, little hiccup, what's wrong?" "I lost my echo," it whimpered. "We were practicing harmonies in Crystal Canyon when I fell down a badger hole. Now I'm all alone." Luna twirled her net thoughtfully. "Echoes love high places. Pip, you climb canyon walls like a fuzzy spider. I'll use my clouds to make a megaphone." Their rescue mission soared over glittering quartz peaks, where whispers bounced like rubber balls. Pip scaled a lavender cliff, coaxing the hiccup's echo, a shimmering ripple named Tremolo, from a cave where it was hiding behind stalactites. Luna gathered cumulus fluffs into a giant funnel, aiming it toward the canyon. "Ready, 1, 2, 3, hello." Tremolo shot out joyfully. "Hello, LOLO," Pip slid down trailing a giggle vine, landing in Luna's cloud basket as Tremolo reunited with the hiccup in a chorus of yip-ee. The sob instantly shrank into a pebble, popping out of the giggle forge with a plink. But the twists weren't over. As Barnaby reignited the forge, the hiccup and echo's jubilant duet proved too powerful. The kettle erupted, showering Glimmerbrook not with giggles, but with fizzy, rainbow-tinted bubbles that carried tickles. Downstream, villagers shrieked with delight as bubbles bounced off noses and uncurled hopscotch squares into spirals. Grumpy buttercups bloomed polka-dotted. The otters resumed juggling with explosive sneezes. And Pip. A bubble landed on his snout, turning his spines into a disco ball of shimmering gold. Luna floated above, catching stray giggles in her net as they rose like balloons. That evening, the great Giggle River burbled louder than ever, now with occasional fizzy pops that made toes wiggle. Barnaby presented Pip and Luna with medals made of solidified laughter, which tasted like peppermint when licked. As the moon rose, Pip snuggled into a hammock woven from dandelion fluff, watching Luna herd giggle clouds across the stars. The hiccup and echo settled in Crystal Canyon as official harmony keepers, their duets keeping quartz crystals humming. And whenever a lonely sob threatened Glimmerbrook, Pip would simply tap it with his disco quills, Luna would aim a cloud megaphone, and together they'd whisper, "Find your echo, and the giggles will follow." In the hush of night, the river's fizzy murmurs lulled the village into dreams of bubble-flavored starlight, where even the raindrops chuckled as they fell. Story 4. The first whispers of autumn rustled through the village of Oakhaven, carrying the scent of wood smoke and ripening apples. In a cottage nestled beneath ancient oaks, young Evie traced the frost patterns blooming on her window pane. Outside, the whispering woods stretched like a rumpled velvet cloak under the moon. Most villagers avoided the woods after dusk, speaking of shifting paths and strange lights, but Evie felt a quiet pull in her bones, a sense of unfinished melody carried on the wind. One crisp evening, while searching for her wayward tabby cat, Marmalade, Evie ventured deeper than usual. The familiar oak and birch gave way to silver-trunked trees she'd never seen, their leaves shimmering like captured starlight. Beneath a gnarled hawthorn, she spotted a fallen nest cradling 3 iridescent eggs, each pulsing with a soft, amber glow. As she gently lifted the nest, a faint vibration hummed through her palms, and the largest egg cracked open. Not a bird, but a creature no larger than her thumb emerged, a being woven from dandelion fluff and moonlight, with wings like spun sugar and eyes like liquid topaz. It trembled, making a sound like wind chimes in distress. Lost, Evie breathed, understanding instinctively. Your family's lost. The creature, a glimmerwing she somehow knew, nodded, its wings drooping. It fluttered toward a cluster of glowing mushrooms, revealing a previously invisible archway woven from ivy and shadow. Beyond it, the air shimmered like heat haze over a summer road. The hidden veil. Heart-pounding, Evie stepped through. The world transformed. Luminescent moss carpeted the ground, painting her shoes with soft green light. Trees bore fruit like crystallized honey, and streams flowed with liquid silver. But the veil was wounded. Patches of moss had turned gray and brittle, the silver streams ran sluggish, and an unnatural silence hung heavy, broken only by the Glimmerwing's anxious chimes. They named themselves Pip. Pip led Evie to the Heartstone Grove, a circle of towering quartz crystals humming with power. At its center stood a pedestal holding the Vale's harmony stone, a sphere of swirling opal light. But the stone was dim, its light fractured, and a hairline crack marred its surface. Nearby, huddled beneath wilting moon petals, were Pip's family, 2 more Glimmerwings, their wings dull and movements sluggish. They chimed a sorrowful tale. The harmony stone's crack had appeared a moon cycle ago, leaking the Vale's vital magic. Without it, the hidden veil would fade into mere memory. The crack needs mending, Evie murmured, studying the stone. The vibration she'd felt from the egg resonated within her now, a faint, answering hum in her chest. But how? An elder Glimmerwing, wings edged with frost-like patterns, fluttered close. Only starlight dew, gathered at the peak of Shimmerfall Mountain before the blue moon rises, can heal the stone, its chimes translated in Evie's mind. But the path is perilous, and the moon rises tonight. Shimmerfall Mountain loomed in the distance, its peak wreathed in aurora-colored mist. The path there wound through the singing canyons and the weeping willows, places Pip's anxious chimes described as treacherous. Time was desperately short. Evie felt a flutter of fear, but looked at Pip trembling on her shoulder and the fading light of the veil. "We'll go," she said, her voice surprisingly steady. Together. Their journey began in the singing canyons. Towering walls of rose quartz hummed with every breeze, creating melodies that shifted from soothing lullabies to disorienting cacophonies. The sound waves were tangible, rippling the air, threatening to sweep them off the narrow path. Pip, sensitive to sound, grew frantic, wings buzzing erratically. Evie remembered the smooth, cold pebble she always carried in her pocket, a worry stone her grandmother had given her. She pressed it into Pip's tiny grasp. "Focus on this," she whispered. "One solid thing. Ignore the noise, listen only to my voice." She began humming a simple lullaby her grandmother sang, a steady anchor in the sonic storm. Pip clutched the pebble, his chimes syncing with Evie's hum, creating a small bubble of calm. Step by careful step, supporting each other through the dissonance, they navigated the canyons, the stones humming a gentler tune as they passed. Next came the grove of weeping willows. Their long, silver leaves didn't rustle. They sighed, releasing shimmering pollen that clouded the mind with visions. One moment Evie saw home, her warm bed, marmalade purring. The next she saw the vale crumbling to dust, Pip vanishing like smoke. Despair threatened to swallow her. Pip, less affected, fluttered around her head, chiming insistently. He landed on her nose, his tiny eyes wide with urgency, and blew a puff of glittering dust, glimmering pollen, pure and clarifying. The false visions dissolved like sugar in rain. Evie gasped, clarity returning. "You showed me what's real," she breathed, gratitude warming her. "Now I'll see us through." Hand outstretched, trusting Pip to guide her past the sighing illusions, she walked steadily through the grove, the willows' sighs fading into mere whispers. As twilight painted the sky in amethyst and indigo, they reached Shimmerfall Mountain. The final ascent was a sheer cliff face slick with luminous lichen. Exhaustion weighed on Evie, her arms ached, and Pip's wings were flagging. Halfway up, her foot slipped on the damp stone. She scrabbled for a hold, heart lurching, fingers grazing only smooth rock. A cry escaped her lips. Pip, with a desperate chime, dove beneath her falling hand. Instead of slipping, Evie's palm landed squarely on the Glimmerwing's back. An electric jolt of warmth surged through her, not pain, but pure, revitalizing energy. Pip's life force shared freely. Strength flooded Evie's limbs, and she found a hidden crevice, hauling herself up. Pip glowed faintly afterwards, weakened but resolute. They climbed the rest as one, Evie finding handholds with renewed determination, Pip lighting the way with his own soft glow. At the peak, beneath the vast indigo canvas where the blue moon was just cresting the horizon, lay a single, perfect blossom, a starlight lily. Nestled in its petals, glistening like captured galaxies, were 3 drops of starlight dew. Evie carefully collected them in a hollow acorn Pip had found. As the blue moon's light bathed the peak, the dew shimmered with intense, hopeful light. The journey back was a blur of urgency and fading strength. They retraced their path, the vale growing quieter, grayer, with every passing moment. The Heartstone Grove was shrouded in near darkness when they stumbled in, the Harmony Stone's light guttering like a dying candle. With trembling hands, Evie poured the starlight dew onto the crack. Pip and his family gathered around the pedestal, chiming a pure, high note that vibrated through the quartz. The dew seeped into the fracture, burning with cool, silver fire. The crack sealed with a sound like 1,000 tiny bells ringing in harmony. Light exploded from the stone, not a blinding flash, but a warm, opalescent wave that radiated outwards, washing over the grove, the trees, the streams. Gray moss blushed vibrant emerald. Silver water flowed swift and clear. Moon petals unfurled, glowing with renewed vigor. The vale breathed a sigh of relief, a chorus of rustling leaves and chiming glimmerwings filling the air. Evie stood bathed in the gentle light, Pip resting on her cupped hands, his family fluttering joyously around them. The humming in her chest was no longer faint, it was a deep, resonant chord of connection. She hadn't just saved the vale had changed her. She understood the forest's whispers now, the language of moss and moonlight. She felt courage not as the absence of fear, but as the choice to act despite it. She knew the strength found in trusting another, and the power of offering help freely, as Pip had done on the cliff. As the first rays of dawn painted the sky peach and gold, Pip led her back to the ivy archway. The vale shimmered, vibrant and safe. Pip chimed a melody of profound gratitude and farewell, his family joining in. He pressed something cool and smooth into Evie's palm, a tiny, perfect opal, mirroring the Harmony Stone's light. A piece of the veil, a reminder. Stepping back into the familiar whispering woods felt like returning from a dream, yet Evie knew it was profoundly real. The trees seemed to lean in, whispering secrets only she could hear. Marmalade wound around her legs, purring fiercely. Back in her cottage, Evie placed the opal on her windowsill. Moonlight streamed through it, casting dancing rainbows on the walls. She climbed into bed, the scent of autumn apples and wood smoke wrapping around her like a familiar blanket. Outside, the whispering woods rustled, no longer a place of unknown fear, but a cherished neighbor holding a wondrous secret. Evie closed her eyes, the hum of the vale a gentle lullaby within her. She had journeyed to a hidden world, faced whispering canyons and sighing willows, climbed a treacherous mountain, and found strength in the smallest of friends. She had learned that courage sings loudest when we listen to a friend's chime, that kindness shared creates light in the darkest places, and that the greatest transformations begin with a single, compassionate step into the unknown. Sleep came easily, deep and peaceful, filled with the soft chime of glimmerwings and the comforting, eternal glow of the little opal on her sill, a promise that magic, friendship, and harmony were always closer than they seemed, waiting just beyond the next archway of ivy and shadow, for those willing to listen and to care. Story 5. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where the mountains sighed with ancient secrets and the river hummed lullabies over smooth stones. Here every child discovered their unique gift by the time the first autumn leaves turned gold, a connection to nature that bloomed as naturally as wildflowers. All except for young Maris. While her friends whispered to bees or coaxed vines into intricate arches, Maris felt as ordinary as a pebble in the stream. Change frightened her, the way seasons shifted, the way friends grew into their magic while she remained unchanged. She clung to sameness, wearing the same moss-green cloak each day and tracing the same path through the whispering woods, hoping stillness might keep uncertainty at bay. One crisp morning, as mist curled like phantom cats around the tree trunks, Maris noticed the once familiar oak near her home had sprouted silver leaves overnight. Panic tightened her chest. It wasn't silver yesterday, she murmured, fingers trembling as she touched a leaf. It shimmered, cool and strange beneath her touch. Just then, a voice like rustling parchment spoke from behind a clump of ferns. Change is the earth's deepest magic, child. It roots even in the most reluctant hearts. Old Hemlock, the village gardener, emerged, his hands stained with soil, eyes crinkled with kindness. Beside him hopped Pip, a squirrel with fur the color of storm clouds and eyes that held starlight. The oak remembers your worry, Pip chittered softly. It mirrors what you hide inside. Hemlock invited Maris to his garden, a hidden sanctuary where roses sang in the breeze and fireflies wove constellations low to the ground. Tend to this wilting moonflower, he said, placing a pot in her hands. Its petals drooped, pale as lost hope. Whisper to it what you fear most. Maris hesitated, then confessed into the velvety bloom. I'm afraid of being left behind, of never finding where I belong. As she spoke, the flower trembled. But instead of perishing, a single drop of dew slid down its stem, and where it touched the soil, a tiny green shoot pushed through. Hemlock smiled. See, even fear can water courage. Over days that melted into weeks, Maris returned to the garden. Pip became her constant companion, burying acorns to make her laugh and chattering tales of forests that reshaped themselves with every rainfall. Hemlock taught her to listen, not just with ears, but with her pulse. "Feel how the soil breathes after rain," he'd say, guiding her palm to the earth. "It doesn't resist the storm, it transforms because of it." Slowly, Maris began noticing shifts within herself. When anxiety prickled her skin, the lavender bushes nearby would curl inward, petals shivering. When she managed a genuine laugh, sunflowers would turn their faces to her, warm as miniature suns. The magic wasn't in controlling nature, she realized, it was in harmony. Her inner landscape was reflected in the living world around her. Then came the first frost. Maris woke to find the garden glittering under a brittle, silver veil. Her heart sank. "The cold will kill everything," she whispered, tears hot on her cheeks. Pip nuzzled her hand. "Watch," he urged. Hemlock joined them, pointing to a chrysalis hanging from a barren cherry branch. "This little traveler knows a secret," he said gently. Inside, unseen, transformation was stirring. That night, as the village slept under quilts of snow, Maris sat vigil by the chrysalis, her breath puffing white in the air. She thought of her own journey, the resistance, the gentle guidance, the budding trust. Softly she hummed an old lullaby her mother used to sing, about roots dreaming of spring. At dawn, the frost retreated like a shy guest. The chrysalis split open and a butterfly emerged, wings patterned with stained glass hues of amethyst and topaz. It fluttered once, twice, then landed on Maris's open palm. Where its feet touched her skin, a warmth spread, not burning but blooming. Vines unfurled from the frozen earth around her, weaving through her fingers, blossoming with starry jasmine that perfumed the air with promises. Hemlock beamed. "Your gift was never about commanding growth, dear one. It's about nurturing it in the earth, in others, and most tenderly in yourself." Pip danced in a circle around her feet, tail flicking joyfully. From that day, Maris wore her moss-green cloak like a badge of honor, but now with sprigs of living ivy trailing from the hem. She tended gardens where flowers bloomed in hues that reflected villagers' moods, crimson for courage, soft blue for calm. Children gathered as she taught them that change wasn't something to outrun, but a dance to join, step by step. And every evening, as fireflies lit their lanterns, Maris would sit beneath the silver oak, now strong and radiant, and trace its leaves. They no longer seemed strange, but familiar as her own heartbeat. For she'd learned that personal growth was the quietest, most magical transformation of all, a seed of fear becoming a forest of resilience, watered by friendship and warmed by self-discovery. And in that knowing, she found a peace as deep and everlasting as the roots beneath Willowbrook, cradling her like a lullaby until dreams took her gently into the starlit night. Story 6. The forest edge where Clara lived had always held a quiet magic. Each evening, as twilight painted the sky in watercolor streaks of lilac and gold, she'd sit on her oakwood porch and listen. The wind carried secrets through the pines' rustling leaves that sounded like distant laughter, creaking branches, composing symphonies older than her grandmother's tales. But tonight an unnatural silence blanketed the whispering woods. No cricket songs, no owl hoots, only a heavy stillness that made Clara's skin prickle. Her grandmother noticed. With hands like knotted birch bark, she pressed something cold and smooth into Clara's palm. "This belonged to your grandfather," she murmured, her voice as soft as down feathers. He called it the moonlight compass. The silver disk glowed faintly in Clara's cupped hands, etched with constellations that seemed to swirl beneath her fingertips. Instead of a needle, a single beam of liquid moonlight pointed steadily toward the darkened woods. "It doesn't show north," her grandmother whispered. "It points toward what the heart seeks most." Clara's breath caught. The woods had always been her sanctuary, but now they felt like a question waiting to be answered. That night, while the village slept under a strangely dim moon, Clara slipped past the last fence post. The compass pulsed warmly against her chest, its light casting long shadows on gnarled roots that seemed to twist toward her like beckoning fingers. The deeper she walked, the more the air changed, thickening with the scent of damp earth and forgotten things, until the familiar trees gave way to luminous mushrooms pulsing like tiny violet hearts, and willows draped in curtains of glowing pollen. That's where she found the fox. He lay crumpled beneath a hawthorn tree, one russet leg bent unnaturally. His breathing came in shallow gasps, but his eyes, intelligent and gold as harvest moons, held no fear when they met Clara's. "Ember," he rasped when she knelt beside him. A talking fox. The realization should have terrified her, but the compass glowed brighter against her skin, warm as a purring cat. "The woods are fading," Ember whispered, as Clara gently splinted his leg with willow twigs and strips torn from her apron. "The moonstones that feed our magic, they're dimming without them." He gestured weakly at the silent trees. "The songs die, the paths forget themselves, the world shrinks." Clara understood then why the compass had led her here. Her heart sought to heal this broken rhythm. Their journey began at dawn. Ember limped gamely beside her, his fur catching the weak sunlight like banked coals. The compass guided them through landscapes that defied reason, across the glass marsh, where stepping stones were frozen tiers of stars that chimed underfoot, through the valley of whispers, where every gust of wind carried fragments of lost conversations Clara almost recognized. She shared her crust of bread with Ember, and he taught her to drink dewdrop nectar from trumpet-shaped blossoms. Friendship bloomed between them, quiet and sturdy as an old oak, a girl who spoke more to trees than people, and a creature who shouldn't speak at all. Challenges tested them. At the singing river, now silent and choked with gray silt, the compass dimmed. "It's lost the moonstone's song," Ember fretted. But Clara knelt, pressing her palms to the lifeless water. Remembering her grandmother's lullabies, she hummed low and resonant. The riverbed vibrated. One clear note answered, then another, until the waters swirled with renewed music, parting to reveal stepping stones of pure quartz. Ember nuzzled her hand. "You carry music inside," he said, wonder in his voice. Days blurred into nights lit by the compass's glow. They sheltered in hollow trees carpeted with warm moss, watching phosphorescent moths dance. Clara learned to read the forest's subtle language, the way fireflies clustered where paths were safe, how certain ferns curled inward when storms approached. Ember shared stories of the wood's history, how moonstones fell like silver rain during celestial alignments, nesting in ancient trees and feeding magic into roots that stretched across the world. "But something's blocking the sky song," he confided one evening as they warmed themselves by a sapphire amber droplets that burned slow and fragrant. "The stones are starving." The mystery deepened in the gnarled highlands. The air grew thin and cold, scoured by winds that howled with voices not their own. The compass beam splintered erratically. "We're close," Clara murmured, teeth chattering. Then they saw them, footprints larger than wagon wheels, pressed deep into frozen earth. Ember's hackles rose. "The ridgeback giant," he breathed. "Solitary, fierce. Legends say he hoards starlight." They found Tor, the giant, not in a mountain keep, but hunched in a cavernous ice hollow, his back turned to the entrance. Frost silvered his shaggy hair, and the rough bearskin draped over his shoulders. Before him, on a stone ledge, sat a cluster of dull gray rocks, but Clara recognized their shape from Ember's descriptions. Moonstones. Lifeless. Tor was singing to them, a rumbling, mournful melody that made the ice crystals shiver. In his massive hands he cradled one stone, blowing on it as if to kindle a flame. "He doesn't know," Clara realized, her fear melting into aching pity. The giant wasn't a thief. He was lonely, trying to warm treasures he didn't understand. Ember growled low. He took them. He's killing the woods. But look at him, Clara whispered back. He's trying to help. The compass pulsed against her chest, its light steady now, pointing not at the stones, but at the giant's sorrowful silhouette. Gathering her courage, Clara stepped into the open. Hello. Her voice was a mouse squeak in the vast space. Tor whirled, eyes wide and startled as winter lakes. He roared, a sound that shook ice from the ceiling. Clara stood her ground, the compass held high. Its beam brightened, bathing Tor in soft, silver light. He flinched, shielding his eyes, then stared, transfixed by the dancing constellations within the disk. I'm Clara, she said, pouring every ounce of her grandmother's gentle strength into her words. This is Ember, we've come about the stones. She pointed to the lifeless moonstones. Tor's massive shoulders slumped. He scooped the stones protectively against his chest. Mine, he rumbled, voice thick with grief. Tried to make them warm, tried to make them shine, like before. He gazed past them, toward the hidden woods below. Lights went out, up there. He pointed a thick finger toward the cavern roof, toward the sky beyond. Missed the songs, made these glow, to remember. He blew on a stone again, his breath frosting in the cold air. Understanding dawned on Clara. A great storm had shrouded the mountaintop in perpetual cloud, blocking the moonlight. Tor, lonely in his high prison, had seen the moonstones glowing faintly in the treetops below. Thinking them lost stars, he gathered them, trying to restore their light, unaware he was starving the very magic he missed. They need to go home, Tor, Clara explained gently, climbing onto a boulder to be closer to his downcast face. The stones drink moonlight from the sky, but they share it with the trees. The trees sing with it. That's the music you miss. She placed her small hand on his enormous, ice-cold finger. We can't help you hear it again. Ember limped forward, his earlier anger replaced by dawning comprehension. The clouds, he said. If we can clear them, the moon can reach your peak too. The stones could glow here, if they are under the open sky. Hope, fragile as a snowflake, flickered in Tor's eyes. Together, they devised a plan. Tor carried them to the mountain's summit, a desolate plateau choked with swirling gray mist. Using the compass, Clara found the densest cluster of clouds they pulsed with unnatural shadows. Something dark holds them here, Ember observed, sniffing the air. Old magic, stagnant. Clara closed her eyes. The compass warmed in her hands. She thought of the singing river, the dancing moths, her grandmother's voice. She poured that warmth, that music, that love for the living woods into the compass. The constellations within it blazed. Beams of pure moonlight shot upward, piercing the gloom. The mist recoiled, swirling violently. Tor took a deep, cavernous breath and blew a gust that smelled of pine and cold stone. Ember added his voice, a high, clear bark that echoed with the forest's hidden songs. Clara hummed the same river song, now filled with the wind through pines and the crackle of sapphire. The clouds trembled. Then, like ink dispersing in water, the darkness dissolved. Moonlight bright, silvery, and whole cascaded over the peak, washing the stones in Tor's hands with radiant light. They ignited like captured stars, bathing the giant's awestruck face in their glow. Down in the whispering woods, life surged back. Trees straightened, their leaves unfurling in emerald waves. Flowers burst open, exhaling perfumes that rode the suddenly musical wind. Crickets chirped, owls hooted, and the river's song rose clear and strong, carrying all the way to the mountain top. Tor listened, tears like melted ice tracing paths through his beard. The song, he whispered, wonder filling his voice. Clara and Ember returned the moonstones to their ancient grove's crystal-clear pools, cradled by roots as thick as houses. As each stone settled, the woods pulsed with renewed energy, vines curling protectively around them. Tor watched from the high ridge, his silhouette now a contented guardian against the moonlit sky. He promised to protect the summit, to keep the sky path clear. The journey back felt different. The woods welcomed them, branches dipped in blessing, fireflies lit their path, and the air hummed with gratitude. Ember's limp was gone, his fur now a vibrant cascade of reds and golds. "You healed more than my leg," he told Clara as they neared the forest edge. "You healed the wood's heart." On her porch, Clara's grandmother waited, her smile holding centuries of secrets. She asked no questions, only wrapped Clara in a quilt smelling of lavender and wood smoke. The moonlight compass rested on the windowsill, its constellations glowing with steady, contented light. It no longer pointed to the woods, but lay quiet, its purpose fulfilled. Clara still sat on the porch each twilight, but she listened differently now. She heard the layers, the cricket's song, the wind's whisper, and beneath it all, the deep, resonant hum of the moonstones, steady and alive. Sometimes a russet shadow would linger at the tree line, and a familiar bark would echo, a wild melody woven into the wood song. High on the mountain, if she squinted, she could see a large silhouette gazing at the stars, bathed in moonlight. And Clara knew, with a quiet certainty that warmed her more than any fire, that the greatest adventures weren't about how far you wandered, but how deeply you learned to listen to the world outside, and to the brave, kind song within your own heart. The woods whispered on, a lullaby of roots and stars, and Clara smiled, home in a way she'd never been before. Story 7. Leo always felt invisible in his bustling village. While other children chased fireflies or played stickball, he'd slip away to the whispering woods, where ancient oaks groaned secrets and ferns curled like sleeping cats. His grandmother called him her quiet moonbeam, but Leo longed to be a comet, bright and impossible to ignore. One drizzly afternoon, seeking shelter in Grand's dusty attic, he tripped over an old chest. Inside, wrapped in velvet as soft as moth wings, lay a compass unlike any other. Its brass casing was etched with constellations, and instead of north, its single arrow quivered toward something unseen. The needle glowed with a faint, buttery light that warmed Leo's palm. "Find what matters most," a voice seemed to sigh from the wood itself. That night the compass pulsed like a heartbeat beneath Leo's pillow. It pulled him from bed, out his window, and into the moon-silvered woods. The familiar path twisted strangely. Moss-covered stones rearranged themselves, and a hidden archway, woven from living ivy and shimmering spider silk, appeared where only brambles had been. The compass needle flared, pointing straight through the arch. Taking a breath smelling of damp earth and wild honeysuckle, Leo stepped through. Silence fell, a deep velvet hush. Moonlight here wasn't pale silver, but liquid gold, pooling on giant toadstools and dripping from luminous flowers shaped like tiny bells. Fireflies large as Leo's thumb and glowing sapphire blue drifted like slow stars. This was the Glimmerhold, a hidden heart within the woods. Yet something felt wrong. Patches of the glowing moss were gray and crumbling. Some bellflowers hung wilted, their chimes silent. The very air tasted thin, like fading perfume. The compass needle tugged urgently forward, its light flickering anxiously. Deep within a grove of weeping willows whose leaves chimed like glass, Leo found a clearing dominated by an enormous, ancient badger. His fur, normally a rich earthy brown, was streaked with unsettling silver gray. He was frantically digging at the base of a colossal crystal tree, its roots pulsing with a dim, rhythmic light. "Blasted thing," the badger grumbled, his voice a low rumble like distant thunder. "Won't budge." He startled, whirling around, amber eyes wide. "Human, what are you doing here? Can't you see the Glimmerhold is fading? Go back before the shadows take you too." Leo held up the compass, its light steadying as he spoke. This, it brought me. It wants to help. What's wrong? He pointed to the dying moss. The badger named Thorn snorted, but his gaze lingered on the compass's warm glow. That's the Heartstone compass, he rasped, awe softening his gruffness. Forgotten ages ago, it seeks true purpose, and you're its bearer. He sighed, the sound heavy with despair. The Heartstone tree, he gestured to the crystal giant, is sick. Its roots draw magic from the Glimmerhold's core, but something blocks the flow. Without its song everything fades, light, music, life itself. The compass needle now pointed directly at the clogged root Thorn had been digging at. Their unlikely partnership began. Thorn, initially prickly and dismissive, humans, all thumbs and no sense, possessed ancient knowledge of the Glimmerhold's paths and perils. Leo, small and observant, noticed things Thorn missed, a pattern in the fading moss pointing towards a hidden spring, the faint, discordant hum coming from a cluster of darkened crystals near the blockage. The compass guided them deeper, its light a comforting constant. To reach the clogged root, they had to navigate the singing caves. Not all songs were friendly. One cavern echoed with lullabies that threatened to pull them into enchanted sleep. Leo, remembering Gran's trick for staying awake during long sermons, pinched himself hard, while Thorn growled a rumbling, off-key marching song to disrupt the magic. Another cave floor was a mosaic of pressure-sensitive stones that chimed warnings if stepped on wrongly. Leo, lighter and nimbler, danced across the safe stones, guided by the compass's subtle vibrations, then guided Thorn's heavier steps. They faced the whispering willows, whose mournful sighs tried to fill their minds with doubts. "You're too small, Leo," the leaves hissed. "You'll fail. You're invisible, remember." Thorn snarled back, "Quiet, you gloomy twigs. The boy's got more grit than you've got leaves." But Leo faltered, the old feeling of insignificance washing over him. The compass grew warm in his hand, its light flaring bright. He focused on its steady pulse, on Thorn's gruff defense, on the memory of Gran's belief. "I am here," Leo whispered, his voice surprisingly firm in the oppressive gloom. "And I matter right now." The whispers faded, replaced by a single, clear chime of approval from the compass. Thorn gave him a slow, approving nod. Finally, they reached the Heartstone root. Not mud or rock blocked it, but a tangle of dark, thorny vines, shadow-bind, sucking the life from the crystal channel. Worse, guarding it was a creature of shifting gloom, a shade stalker. It had no true form, just swirling darkness and chilling cold that leached the warmth from the air. The compass light dimmed against its presence. Thorn bared his teeth, a low growl building. "Distract it, little moonbeam. I'll get those cursed vines." Leo's heart hammered. He was no warrior. But the compass pulsed, not with fear, but with purpose. Remembering the sapphire fireflies, Leo scooped a handful of the glowing moss nearby. He threw it, not at the stalker, but high above it. The moss burst like a tiny sun, its brilliant light causing the stalker to recoil and hiss, momentarily blinded. Thorn lunged, powerful claws tearing at the shadow bind. The vines fought back, whipping like serpents. One lashed Thorn's shoulder, drawing a pained yelp and leaving a streak of unnatural gray on his fur. Leo cried out. The compass suddenly felt heavy, its light flickering wildly. He looked from Thorn, bravely battling despite his wound, to the shadowbind strangling the root, to the stalker reforming. The compass needle wasn't pointing at the root anymore. It trembled, then spun firmly towards Thorn's injured shoulder. Find what matters most. Not just the tree, not just the Glimmerhold. Thorn. His prickly, brave, unexpected friend. Ignoring the looming stalker, Leo darted forward. He pressed the warm brass face of the compass directly against the gray stain spreading on Thorn's fur. The compass flared like a captured sunrise. Golden light, warm and pure, poured over Thorn's wound. The gray stain dissolved like smoke in sunlight. Thorn gasped, strength flooding back into his limbs. The light didn't stop. It flowed from the compass, down Leo's arm, and into the crystal root where Thorn was still clawing. Where the golden light touched the shadow bind, the thorns withered, the vines shriveled into dust. The shade-stalker let out a final, despairing wail and dissolved. A deep, resonant hum vibrated through the ground. It rose, becoming a clear, pure chime that echoed through the Glimmerhold. The heartstone tree blazed with inner light, its crystal branches singing. Light exploded outwards in a wave. Gray moss turned emerald green and began to glow. Wilted bellflowers straightened, their chimes ringing out joyous, crystalline notes. The air thickened with the scent of rain-washed earth and blooming, night-blooming jasmine. Fireflies danced in jubilant spirals. The Glimmerhold was alive, singing whole. Thorn stared at Leo, his gruffness utterly gone, replaced by stunned reverence. The compass, it didn't just find the problem, lad, it found the cure. You were the cure, your courage, your care. He gently nudged Leo with his nose. True purpose indeed. The journey back felt different. The woods welcomed them. Glowing paths illuminated their way. Creatures of the Glimmerhold, shy moss hares, iridescent beetles, a wise old owl with eyes like molten gold, peeked out, offering nods of gratitude. Thorn walked taller, his fur restored to a vibrant brown. You know, he rumbled, the Glimmerhold needed healing, but so did this grumpy old badger, forgotten how to hope I had. Leo, holding the now quiet but warmly humming compass, felt a change too. The old feeling of being invisible was gone, replaced by a deep, quiet certainty. He had faced shadows, helped a friend, saved something beautiful. He wasn't just Leo anymore, he was the compass bearer. As they reached the ivy archway, Thorn stopped. You'll come back, the Glimmerhold won't forget you, neither will I. Leo smiled, a real bright smile that felt new on his face. Always. Stepping back into the ordinary woods felt like surfacing from a dream. Dawn painted the sky peach and lavender. The compass in his pocket was cool brass again, the needle still. But Leo felt its warmth inside him. He slipped back into his room just as the village rooster crowed. Later, helping Gran in her sun-dappled kitchen, she paused, studying him. Her wise eyes crinkled. You seem taller, my moonbeam, brighter, like you found a bit of starlight. Leo just smiled, stirring the honey into her tea. That day, when the boisterous village children played their loud game near the wood's edge, Leo didn't slip away. He watched for a moment, then walked calmly towards them. One boy, known for his bluster, sneered, "Look, it's the quiet one. What do you want?" Leo met his gaze, not with fear, but with the calm certainty learned beneath crystal trees and facing shadows. "To play," he said, his voice clear and steady. "And maybe to tell you about the Glimmerhold someday." The boy blinked, surprised by the quiet strength. After a beat, he shrugged, a reluctant grin appearing. "All right then, but you're on my team." Leo joined the game. He wasn't the loudest, but he saw patterns others missed, moved with quiet purpose. He wasn't invisible. He was Leo, the boy who carried starlight in his pocket and the song of a hidden world in his heart. That night, as he lay in bed, the compass gave one soft, warm pulse against his chest, a gentle reminder of friendship, courage, and the extraordinary magic found when you seek what truly matters. The scent of night-blooming jasmine seemed to drift on the breeze, and the distant chime of crystal bells lulled him into dreams of golden light and a badger's rumbling chuckle, safe and deeply known. Story 8. The village of Willowvale nestled in a gentle curve of the Silver Thread River, where willow trees wept silver-green tears into the water and fireflies danced like scattered embers at dusk. It was a place of deep comfort, where the seasons turned with predictable grace, and the air always carried the scent of damp earth and honeysuckle. At the heart of this peace lived a young potter named Rowan, whose hands shaped clay into sturdy mugs and smooth bowls, but whose heart clung fiercely to the unchanging rhythm of home. Rowan loved the sameness of things, the way Mistress Gable's bread always emerged golden brown at noon, how Old Man Hemlock's stories by the hearth unfolded with familiar cadence, and how the summer sun warmed the clay in Rowan's workshop just so. But that year, autumn arrived with a whisper of unease. The leaves didn't merely turn gold, they blazed crimson and amber overnight, as if painted by an impatient artist. The river swelled, whispering secrets against its banks, and a peculiar chill hung in the air, sharper than any Rowan could remember. Worst of all, Rowan's hands, once steady as stone, began to tremble. The clay felt cold and stubborn, cracking under pressure, refusing to hold the shapes Rowan willed upon it. "Everything's shifting," Rowan murmured, staring at a lopsided vase, "and I can't make it stop." The change wasn't just outside. Rowan's dreams filled with tangled roots and falling stars, leaving a restless ache upon waking. One misty morning, while gathering smooth river stones for glaze, Rowan noticed something impossible, a cluster of frost-blue flowers blooming defiantly on the bank, untouched by the chill. As Rowan knelt, a voice, warm as honeyed tea, spoke from behind. "They're called heart's ease, dear, bloom only when the world feels a little lost." It was Thistle, the village herb woman, her face a map of wrinkles lit by kind eyes. She carried a basket overflowing with late-season herbs, their scents, peppermint, sage, and something earthy like turned soil, wrapping around Rowan like a comforting shawl. "Things change, Rowan," she said softly, plucking a single heart's ease. "Even the riverbed reshapes itself stone by stone. Resisting it is like trying to hold moonlight in your fists." She pressed the flower into Rowan's palm. Its petals shimmered faintly, mirroring the tremble in Rowan's fingers. "This little one, it thrives on uncertainty, feeds on the courage it takes to grow when the ground feels unsure." Rowan scoffed, pocketing the flower despite its strange warmth. "Courage feels like falling, Thistle. My hands won't obey, the clay fights me. Everything familiar feels like it's slipping away." Thistle simply smiled. "Come to my cottage tomorrow. Bring your trembling hands and your stubborn clay. We'll see what the earth has to say." The next day dawned crisp and bright. Thistle's cottage smelled of drying lavender and wood smoke. Sunlight streamed through bottles of colored water on the windowsill, casting dancing rainbows onto a worn wooden table. There, beside a lump of cool, gray clay, sat Pip, a young girl from the village with hair like spun sunshine and eyes that held the perpetual sparkle of discovery. Pip was bouncing on her toes, holding a smooth, river-polished stone that pulsed with a soft, internal light. "Look, Rowan, Thistle says it's a whisper stone. Found it near the big willow. It hums when you're sad. Wanna hear?" Before Rowan could protest, Pip pressed the stone into Rowan's trembling hand. A gentle vibration, like the purr of a contented cat, traveled up Rowan's arm, momentarily stilling the shake. It feels alive," Rowan breathed. Thistle chuckled, stirring a pot of fragrant tea. "Everything holds a bit of the valley's old magic, child, especially things shaped by time and water, or by hands willing to listen." She nudged the clay toward Rowan. "Try, don't force a shape. Just let your hands feel the clay like Pip feels the stone." Hesitantly, Rowan touched the clay. It felt cold, inert. The tremor returned. But Pip, humming a tuneless little song, placed her own small hand over Rowan's. "Like this," she whispered, her touch surprisingly steady. "The stone says to breathe deep, like smelling apple blossoms." Rowan inhaled, catching the scent of Thistle's chamomile tea and the sun-warmed wood of the table. Slowly, guided by Pip's unwavering presence and the stone's soothing hum, Rowan's fingers began to move. Not shaping, just feeling the cool, yielding smoothness. A tiny spark, like the first star at twilight, flickered deep within the gray clay. Over the next few weeks, Rowan returned to Thistle's cottage. Pip was always there, a constant source of bright chatter and unwavering belief. She brought Rowan smooth acorns that glowed faintly green when held with hope nuts, she declared, and feathers that shimmered with iridescence when spoken to kindly. Thistle, meanwhile, shared stories of the valley's deep magic, how the willows wept silver when someone needed comfort unseen, how the fireflies gathered brightest for those feeling alone. Magic isn't about control, Rowan, Thistle murmured one afternoon as they watched Pip try to coax a melody from a cluster of wind chimes made of dried reeds. It's about resonance. It answers what's true inside us, even the messy, changing parts. The lesson struck deep. Rowan realized the trembling hands weren't a flaw, but a reflection, a physical echo of the inner fear clinging to the past. The magical objects Pip found weren't tricks, they were mirrors. The whisper stone hummed for the sadness Rowan hid, the hope nut glowed for the buried spark of curiosity about what could be, not just what was. One bitterly cold afternoon, a storm howled down from the northern hills. It wasn't the gentle autumnal rains Willowvale knew, but a furious gale that rattled shutters and tore golden leaves prematurely from the trees. Seeking comfort, Rowan hurried to the workshop, only to find the kiln fire stubbornly refusing to catch. The damp wood hissed and spat, mirroring the frustration bubbling inside. The familiar shapes Rowan tried to form from clay collapsed into muddy heaps. Outside, the wind shrieked like a lost thing. Despair, cold and heavy, settled over Rowan. The changes felt too big, too violent. Then, a small, determined knock sounded at the door. Pip stood there soaked but beaming, clutching a large, moss-covered stone radiating a soft, golden warmth. For the kiln, she declared, pushing past the wind. Behind her stood Thistle, holding a sprig of heart's ease that glowed like captured moonlight. "Storm's singing a wild song tonight," Thistle said, her voice calm amidst the chaos. "But even chaos has its purpose. It clears the way for new growth." Pip placed the warm stone near the kiln's mouth. Immediately the damp wood caught, flaring into a strong, steady flame that bathed the workshop in a comforting amber light. Thistle placed the glowing heart's ease beside Rowan's wheel. "Now, child," she said, her eyes holding Rowan's storm-tossed gaze. "Don't make a thing, make what the storm feels like, make what change feels like." The words unlocked something. Rowan sat before the wheel, the kiln's warmth chasing the chill, the heart's ease pulsing its soft blue light onto the lump of clay. Pip's hand rested lightly on Rowan's shoulder, a tiny anchor. Instead of fighting the tremor, Rowan leaned into it. Instead of forcing symmetry, Rowan let the hands move with the memory of the wind's howl, the fear of the unknown, the surprising warmth of the stone, and the steadfast glow of friendship. The clay spun, yielding not to force but to feeling. It rose and fell, twisted and smoothed, forming not a vase or a bowl, but a swirling, asymmetrical vessel. It had ridges like wind-carved stone, deep curves like river eddies, and a wide, open mouth that seemed to breathe. As Rowan worked, the trembling didn't vanish. It became part of the motion, leaving subtle ripples in the clay's surface like water disturbed by a falling leaf. And deep within the gray, veins of shimmering azure began to pulse, mirroring the heart's ease's glow, born from the courage it took to embrace the storm. When the piece was fired in the kiln, fueled by Pip's magical stone, the transformation was breathtaking. The once gray clay emerged a deep, burnished umber, streaked with rivers of living, sapphire-blue light that flowed along the ridges and pooled in the curves. It wasn't perfect, it was wild, beautiful, and utterly unique. It hummed softly, a counterpoint to the whisper stone's purr, singing a song of resilience and discovery. The storm passed, leaving the valley washed clean and sparkling under a winter-bright sun. Rowan placed the vessel on a shelf in the workshop, where sunlight caught the blue veins, making them dance. Pip came often, tracing the swirling patterns with a reverent finger. "It's like the valley's heartbeat," she whispered. Old man Hemlock saw it and nodded sagely. "A song jar, rare things, hold the music of becoming." Rowan's hands no longer trembled with fear, but with the energy of creation. The clay felt alive, a partner now, not an adversary. Rowan still made sturdy mugs and smooth bowls, but also began crafting pieces that echoed the valley's magic bowls glazed with the deep green of willow shadows, cups that held the faint scent of frost blooms, and small sculptures shaped like hope nuts that glimmered faintly when held. The fear of change hadn't vanished, it had simply made room for wonder. Rowan understood now, deep in the quiet place where magic resonated, that personal growth wasn't about stopping the river, but learning to flow with it. It was the unexpected bloom in the frost, the warmth found in a storm, the strength drawn from a friend's steady hand, and the beautiful, imperfect shape created when one stopped fighting the tremble and started listening to its song. That winter, as snow blanketed Willowvale in hushed silence and the fire crackled in every hearth, Rowan's workshop became a haven. The song jar sat proudly, its soft hum a constant reminder that even in the deepest cold, beneath the frozen earth, magic and growth patiently waited for the courage to bloom. And Rowan, shaping a new piece of clay under the gentle watch of Pip's bright eyes and Thistle's quiet wisdom, knew the greatest transformation wasn't in the world outside, but in the warm, resilient landscape of a heart that had learned to embrace the beautiful, ever-changing dance of becoming. The air filled with the scent of wood smoke, warm clay, and the faint, sweet perfume of a single heart's ease blooming defiantly on the windowsill, its petals shimmering like captured starlight in the peaceful dark. Story 9. The old garden behind Granny Fern's cottage smelled of damp earth and secrets. 10-year-old Clara always felt it whispered to her when the evening mist curled between the rose bushes. Tonight, as fireflies blinked like scattered stars, she knelt beside the ancient stone well, the one Granny said was older than the village itself. Its mossy rim felt cool under her palms. Clara traced a crack in the stone, humming a tune Granny sang while baking honey cakes. Suddenly, her fingertips snagged. A loose stone shifted, revealing a hidden compartment cradling a small, iridescent seashell. It glowed with a soft blue light, pulsing like a heartbeat against the twilight. Clara gasped. Granny's stories rushed back, tales of the tide singers, ocean guardians who could weave starlight into liquid song. Could this be one of their lost treasures? As Clara lifted the shell, its light intensified, painting silver patterns on her skin. A low, melodic hum filled the air, vibrating in her bones. The well water shimmered, not reflecting the sky, but revealing a swirling vortex of sapphire and emerald currents below. Without warning, a gentle force tugged her forward. She tumbled into the water, but instead of cold wetness, she felt weightless, tumbling through liquid light. She landed softly on sand as white as powdered moonstone. Above, not a sky, but a vast, shimmering dome of water arched like a cathedral ceiling. Coral castles spiraled in hues of peach and amethyst, and fish darted like living jewels. This was the sunken kingdom of Aqualis, a place Granny's stories only hinted at. Before Clara could marvel further, a frantic voice piped up. "Human, you shouldn't be here, the dark drift is coming." A creature no taller than her niece scurried from behind a glowing anemone. He resembled a spiny lobster, but with enormous, anxious eyes like polished obsidian and claws that clicked nervously. "I'm Barnaby," he stammered, antennae twitching. "Guardian of the Eastern Reef, well, apprentice guardian, and you're trespassing." Clara held up the glowing shell. "I found this. It brought me here." Barnaby's eyes widened. The tide whisper, but it's been missing for centuries. It chooses its keeper. Only someone with a song pure enough can wake it. He scuttled closer, peering at the shell. Its light keeps the dark drift at bay, but its fading sea. He pointed a trembling claw toward the horizon. Beyond the vibrant coral, the water darkened into murky indigo. Strange, shadowy tendrils snaked through it, wilting the glowing seaweed and turning fish sluggish and gray. A cold dread seeped into Clara's heart. The drift feeds on fear and forgetting, Barnaby explained mournfully. When surface folk stopped believing in us, stopped singing to the sea, it grew stronger. The tide whisper's light weakens without a keeper's song. Clara's fingers tightened around the shell. Its pulse felt fainter now. What song? She asked. The song only you can sing, Barnaby said softly. The one that comes from your truest heart. Doubt prickled Clara. She loved Granny's songs, but her own voice felt small, ordinary. Yet looking at Barnaby's frightened eyes in the encroaching gloom, she whispered, I'll try. Their journey began at the Whispering Caves, where Barnaby believed an ancient star anemone held a map to the heart spring, Aqualise's source of light. The caves were treacherous, filled with echoing illusions that fed on doubt. Jagged crystals jutted from the walls, reflecting distorted versions of Clara, a clumsy girl, a forgetful friend, someone too insignificant to help. Ignore them, Barnaby urged, but Clara's heart pounded. A reflection sneered, you'll fail, like you failed your math test. Shame burned her cheeks. Then the tide whisper warmed in her hand. Remembering Granny's kindness when she'd struggled with sums, Clara took a shaky breath and hummed a note, a simple, steady sound of comfort. The reflection dissolved. Your song. Barnaby cheered. It's pushing the shadows back. Step by step, Clara hummed melodies of courage and kindness, dissolving the illusions. The caves brightened, revealing luminous pearls guiding their way to the star anemone, a creature like a living constellation, pulsing gently. The heartspring lies beyond the sorrowful trench, the anemone communicated through rippling light patterns. But the drift is thickest there, you must weave a song stronger than sorrow. The trench was a desolate canyon choked with drift tendrils. Ghostly shapes moaned within them, memories of lost ships, forgotten promises, abandoned dreams. The air grew thick with despair. Barnaby shivered, his claws clicking rapidly. It's hopeless, he whimpered, a drift tendril curling toward him. Clara felt the cold seep into her bones. She thought of Granny's hands, worn but gentle, of her father teaching her to ride a bike, his steady grip, of her little brother's laughter. These were not sorrows, but anchors of love. She lifted the tide whisper and sang. Not a perfect melody, but a raw, true song of messy kitchens and scraped knees, of bedtime stories and held hands. She sang of Granny's unwavering faith, of friendship found in unlikely places. Her voice, thin at first, grew stronger, weaving warmth into the gloom. The tide whisper blazed. Golden light streamed from it, striking the drift tendrils. They recoiled, hissing like steam. Where the light touched, color bled back into the grayed coral. A sluggish angelfish flickered silver again, darting away. Barnaby straightened, his eyes clearing. You're doing it, Clara. But the drift wasn't defeated. It coalesced into a towering wave of shadow, forming a monstrous, hollow-eyed face. Belief is fleeting, it boomed, its voice 1,000 forgotten whispers. You are alone. Fear threatened to choke Clara's song. Then a small claw grasped hers. Barnaby stood beside her, trembling but resolute. He began to click a rhythm, a fast, staccato beat like raindrops on a roof. It was clumsy, unmusical, but utterly brave. Clara's heart swelled. She wasn't alone. She wove Barnaby's rhythm into her melody, creating a defiant harmony. The tide whisper's light became a brilliant shield, pushing against the shadow wave. Beyond the trench, bathed in ethereal radiance, lay the heartspring, a fountain of liquid light bubbling from a bed of moon pearls. But it was dim, its flow choked by thick, tar-like drift clinging to its source. The final anchor, Barnaby said gravely. It feeds on the deepest doubt. As Clara approached, the drift formed shifting shapes. Granny's worried face when Clara got lost at the market, her best friend moving away without saying goodbye, the fear she'd never be brave enough. The heaviest shape was her own voice in her head. You're not special. The tide whisper flickered wildly. Clara sank to her knees, the song dying on her lips. Was this why the shell chose her? Because she understood doubt so well. Barnaby nudged her gently. Remember the whispering caves. You faced your small fears. This is just a bigger one. He placed a claw over her hand, holding the shell. Your song isn't about being perfect. It's about being true, even when it's hard. Clara looked into his earnest, shiny eyes. He'd faced his own terror beside her. She thought of the journey, the caves conquered, the trench crossed. Her voice wasn't magical, her courage was patchy. But she'd tried. She'd cared. Taking a shuddering breath, she didn't sing of fearlessness. She sang of being afraid and trying anyway. She sang of Barnaby's clicking courage, of the star anemone's hope, of Granny's unwavering love. She sang her imperfect heart out, pouring every scrap of belief, every flicker of kindness into the tide whisper. The shell erupted. Not just light, but cascades of liquid song, shimmering ribbons of gold, sapphire, and emerald, streamed towards the heartspring. They washed over the drift anchors, dissolving them like sugar in warm tea. The tar-like darkness shrieked and evaporated. The heartspring surged, a geyser of pure, radiant light exploding upwards, shattering the shadow wave behind them. Light flooded Aquales. Coral blazed with renewed color, fish danced in iridescent schools, and the water itself hummed with joyous energy. The dark drift vanished, leaving only clear, vibrant sea. Barnaby did a wobbly jig. You did it, Songweaver, you truly did it. Exhausted but radiant, Clara smiled. The tide whisper felt warm and content against her palm, its light now a steady, gentle glow. At the heartspring's edge, the star anemone pulsed brightly. The keeper's bond is forged, it communicated. Aquales remembers, the light will hold as long as kindness sings in your world. Clara understood. Belief wasn't grand gestures, it was small acts of love, whispered stories, holding onto hope. She hugged Barnaby goodbye, his spiny shell surprisingly warm. Thank you, friend, she whispered. He clicked softly. Thank you, Songweaver, remember us in your songs. The tide whisper glowed, and the water beneath Clara swirled gently. She felt the familiar tug, rising through liquid light. She found herself back at the well, dry and holding the now dormant, pearly seashell. Dawn tinged the sky peach and lavender. Granny Fern stood in the garden doorway, her shawl wrapped tight. Clara, you're up early, love. Clara ran to her, the shell warm in her pocket. She didn't tell Granny about Aquales, not yet. Instead, she hugged her tightly, breathing in the scent of lavender and flower. I just wanted to see the sunrise, Granny. It's beautiful. That evening, as Granny hummed her baking song, Clara joined in. Her voice was still small, still imperfect, but it carried a new depth, a quiet strength woven with the memory of coral castles and a brave lobster's click. She sang of the sea, of hidden light, of friendship found in the deep. And sometimes, if she held the tide whisper shell very still, she could almost hear a familiar, joyful clicking keeping rhythm far below, a reminder that even the smallest song could hold back the dark, and that courage bloomed brightest when shared with an unexpected friend. The garden, bathed in firelight and song, felt full of whispered secrets once more, secrets that hummed with the enduring magic of a kind heart. Story 10. The old oak tree stood sentinel at the edge of Whisperwood, its gnarled roots twisting into the earth like sleeping dragons. Every autumn, when the air turned crisp and carried the scent of wood smoke and decaying leaves, 10-year-old Lily felt drawn to it. She'd sit beneath its golden canopy, tracing the patterns in its bark, feeling a quiet ache in her chest. In her bustling family of 7, Lily often felt like a half-forgotten bookmark, present but unnoticed between louder chapters. Today, as amber light filtered through the branches, she pressed her palm against a peculiar knot in the trunk. To her astonishment, it shifted beneath her fingers with a soft click. A section of bark swung inward, revealing a passage glowing with ethereal moss. Heart pounding, Lily crawled through. The air changed instantly. Damp earth gave way to the sweetness of wild honey and bluebell pollen. She emerged into a sun-dappled glade where mushrooms pulsed with soft light, and brooks chuckled over stones that shimmered like crushed pearls. This was Verdantia, a hidden world folded within the forest's heart. Lily gasped. Before her, a hedgehog no larger than her hand blinked up with eyes like polished onyx. His spines were dusted with dewdrops, and he clutched a tiny satchel woven from spider silk. "You're early," he chirped, voice like rustling parchment. "The wishing hour isn't till moonrise." Lily stumbled backward. You talk." The hedgehog huffed. "Obviously, I'm Bramble and you're trespassing." He eyed her muddy boots disapprovingly. As Bramble turned to leave, Lily noticed a silvery locket half buried in clover where she'd emerged. Its surface swirled with constellations, only visible in Verdantia's twilight. When she clasped it, warmth spread through her bones, and Bramble's next words crystallized with startling clarity. Utterly hopeless, these surface dwellers, no sense of punctuality. Lily stared. "I understood that." Bramble froze. "Impossible unless you found the Heartwood locket. Oh dear." The locket, Bramble explained, was a relic of the Verdantia Guardians, beings who once bridged the human and hidden realms. It granted understanding across all languages, even the whispers of wind or the grievances of grumbling roots. "It's been lost for decades," Bramble murmured. "Since the blight began." He pointed a paw toward the glade's edge. There flowers wilted mid-bloom, their colors leaching into gray. Trees stood skeletal, their bark peeling like burnt paper. "It spreads each season," Bramble said, voice trembling. "Our world is fading." Lily's loneliness evaporated like morning mist. "How do we stop it?" Bramble hesitated. "The legends say the blight stems from a heart sorrow echoing from your world, but only a guardian could trace it, and they vanished when the locket did." Lily touched the silver pendant. "What if the locket chose me?" Bramble's spines quivered. "Ridiculous, you're a clumsy child." Yet hope flickered in his eyes. Their quest began at the crystal caves, where glowing geodes mapped Verdantia's energy flows. Bramble navigated tunnels alive with bioluminescent moths, while Lily's locket hummed near corrupted veins in the rock. The sorrow festers west, Bramble deduced, near the human boundary. As they journeyed, Lily discovered Bramble's satchel held enchanted seeds that bloomed into temporary bridges across ravines. In return, she shared stories of her world, of firefly jars and grandmother's gingerbread, making Bramble chuckle. "Surface dwellers have odd magic," he admitted, softening. Dangers tested their fledgling trust. In the murmuring marsh, will-o'-wisps lured them toward quicksand, with melodies mimicking their thoughts. "Your family doesn't need you," hissed a voice shaped like Lily's sister. Bramble nipped her ankle. "Don't listen, it's illusion." Later, when thornvines snatched Bramble midair, Lily hacked at them with a fallen branch, ignoring scratches. You defended me, Bramble panted, astonished. Even after I called you clumsy. Lily bandaged his paw with a leaf. Friends don't keep score. Westward, the blight worsened. They found the source at the Whispering Falls, where Verdantia's border thinned into the human world. Instead of cascading water, the falls oozed sludge that smelled of regret. Above it, on the human side, stood a dilapidated cottage Lily recognized, Old Man Hemlock's home. Townsfolk called him a hermit, but Lily remembered leaving him wildflower bouquets as a child. Bramble stiffened. His grief is poisoning the falls. Using Bramble's seeds, they grew a stairway of moonflowers to the cottage window. Inside, Mr. Hemlock sat hunched by a cold hearth, clutching a faded photograph. Lily's locket grew warm, translating his unspoken ache. 50 years ago, his wife had vanished in Whisperwood during a storm. He'd searched until his legs failed, blaming himself. The woods took her, he whispered to the empty room. I let her go. Suddenly the blight surged. Sludge thickened, engulfing the moonflowers. Bramble cried out as his paw grayed. His sorrow is consuming us. Lily acted on instinct. She pressed the locket to the cottage wall, channeling all the kindness she'd yearned to give. It wasn't your fault, she called through the stones. She loved you, let her rest. The locket blazed, projecting memories Lily didn't know she held. Mr. Hemlock teaching neighborhood children bird calls, his wife laughing as she planted daffodils. The images flowed into the cottage, wrapping the old man like a quilt. A sigh echoed through both worlds. In Verdantia, sludge retreated, revealing crystalline water. Color flooded back into the flowers, the trees, Bramble's paw. On the human side, Mr. Hemlock wept, but his shoulders relaxed as if unburdened. Thank you, he murmured to the air. At dawn, Lily and Bramble stood by the healed falls. You bridged the sorrow, Bramble said softly. Like a true guardian. Lily smiled. We did it together. As she returned through the oak, the locket faded to ordinary silver, its magic dormant but not gone. Back home, Lily's family marveled at her newfound confidence. She led her siblings on nature walks, pointing out Verdantia's hidden signs, a fox's knowing glance, mushrooms arranged in fairy rings. Some nights she'd find a dewy clover chain on her windowsill, Bramble's signature. Years later, when Lily brought her own children to the oak, her daughter pressed a small hand to the knot. What's in there, Mama? Lily clasped the locket beneath her scarf, its warmth a gentle pulse. Stories, she whispered, and friends waiting just beneath the surface. The oak rustled, its leaves shimmering with an otherworldly gold, as somewhere in the dappled shadows, a hedgehog smiled. Under starlight, the boundary between worlds felt softer, thinner. Lily knew Verdantia's magic hadn't just healed a land. It had woven threads of courage into her quiet heart, teaching her that even the smallest voice could mend the deepest sorrow, and that friendship, once rooted, could bloom across any divide. As the moon cast silver patterns on the forest floor, the wind carried a familiar, rustling chuckle, a promise that no one who listened would ever truly be alone. And in that certainty, Lily found a peace as deep and enduring as the ancient woods themselves. Story 11. The village of Willowvale nestled in a valley where twilight lingered longer than anywhere else. Chimneys puffed plumes of fragrant wood smoke that smelled faintly of cinnamon, and cobblestone paths wound between cottages with thatched roofs that glowed softly in the setting sun. In this snug haven, young Milo lived with his grandmother, Nana Fern, in a cottage where the fire always crackled cheerfully, and the scent of lavender sachets filled the air. Willowvale was a place of quiet magic. Fireflies carried messages, the bakery oven hummed lullabies, and the old willow tree by the stream sighed with ancient wisdom. But lately, a gentle mystery had begun to stir. Small things, cherished things, were vanishing without a trace. Not stolen, it seemed, for nothing of great value was taken, but simply gone. Mrs. Pottle's favorite thimble, the one with the tiny painted robin, disappeared from her windowsill. Old Mr. Grimble couldn't find his lucky, smooth river stone he kept by his front door. Even Milo's best skipping stone, perfectly flat and striped like a badger, vanished from his pocket while he was helping Nonna Fern gather moonbloom herbs at dusk. There were no signs of struggle, no muddy footprints, just an absence where something beloved had been. The village hummed with soft concern. Whispers floated on the evening breeze like dandelion seeds. Perhaps it's the shy shimmer, someone suggested, speaking of the harmless, translucent creatures that reflected moonlight. Or maybe the borrowing badgers are feeling particularly industrious, offered another. But no one had seen anything. The disappearances were quiet, puzzling, and cast a faint shadow over Willowvale's usual serenity. Milo, with his observant eyes and a heart full of curiosity, decided to investigate. He didn't seek grand adventures, just answers to restore the village's peaceful hum. He started by visiting the places where things had gone missing. Kneeling by Mrs. Pottle's windowsill, he noticed something tiny and glinting caught in the rough wood, a single, impossibly fine strand of silver thread, thinner than spider silk and cool to the touch. Near Mr. Grimble's doorstep, almost hidden in the moss, was a single, perfectly round dewdrop that held a miniature rainbow inside, even when the sun wasn't shining directly on it. And where his skipping stone had been, nestled in the soft earth, Milo found 3 minuscule, perfectly heart-shaped leaves, glowing with a soft internal light. Puzzled, Milo took his findings to the wisest being he knew, Thistlewick, the ancient moon hare who lived in a burrow beneath the sighing willow. Thistlewick wasn't just large for a hare. His fur shimmered like polished moonlight, and his eyes held the deep, knowing calm of countless starry nights. He listened intently as Milo described the missing objects and showed him the delicate clues. "Ah," Thistlewick murmured, his voice like wind rustling through dry reeds. "Silver thread captured rainbows and heart leaves. These are not the signs of mischief, young Milo, but of industry, and perhaps a touch of forgetfulness." He twitched his long, luminous ears thoughtfully. "Tell me, where were the objects taken from?" "Windowsills, doorsteps, pockets, mostly places near the ground outside," Milo realized. "Places easily seen by someone small," Thistlewick mused. "And the objects themselves, small, smooth, often shiny or colorful, perfect for lining a nest, wouldn't you say? Especially a nest meant for something very precious." Milo's eyes widened. "A nest, but who? Borrowing badgers take things for their tunnels, but they leave muddy prints and bits of root behind. This is different." "Indeed," agreed Thistlewick. "This speaks of a gentler touch, a need for beauty and softness. I believe our mysterious collectors are the Glimmerkin." "Glimmerkin," Milo breathed. He'd heard whispers of them, tiny, shy creatures born from starlight and dew, so small and quick they were rarely seen, only glimpsed as a fleeting sparkle out of the corner of one's eye. "They are preparing," Thistlewick explained. "Deep within the heart-root of the old willow tree, beneath where my burrow winds, they build their nursery each season. They line it with things they find beautiful, soft, and comforting for their newborns. Usually they take fallen petals, shed feathers, or drops of resin. But this season, perhaps they saw the bright thimble, the smooth stone, your skipping pebble, and found them irresistible. Their need makes them bold, but also a little careless, leaving behind traces of their own magic." Milo felt a surge of understanding, replacing the worry. "So they're not stealing, they're just borrowing beautiful things for their babies." "Precisely," Thistlewick nodded. "They mean no harm, they simply forget that the things they borrow are cherished by others. Their hearts are full of love for their own little ones, not malice." "But what about Mrs. Pottle's thimble, Mr. Grimble's stone, my skipping stone?" Milo asked, though the sting of loss was fading. Perhaps, Thistlewick suggested gently, his whiskers twitching, if someone were to leave a gift near the old willow's roots, something beautiful, but meant for them, they might understand the gesture. A trade of sorts. Glimmer can appreciate kindness. Milo hurried home, his mind buzzing. He told Nana Fern everything. Her kind eyes crinkled at the corners. "Well then," she said, stirring a pot of starberry jam that filled the cottage with a sweet, tangy warmth, "we must help the little parents, mustn't we, and perhaps get our treasures back gently." Word spread quietly through Willowvale. Instead of fear, a soft excitement bloomed. Mrs. Pottle carefully polished a small, smooth button shaped like a daisy. Mr. Grimble found a piece of amber with a tiny, perfect fossilized fern inside. Milo searched his collection and found a smooth, iridescent piece of sea glass the color of a summer sky, washed up from a distant river long ago. Others added offerings, a tiny polished acorn cap, a scrap of soft, sky-blue velvet, a single pearl bead. As the moon rose, full and silver, bathing Willowvale in an ethereal glow, Milo, Nana Fern, and a few other villagers quietly approached the ancient willow. The air hummed with a barely perceptible energy, like the vibration of a dragonfly's wing. Fireflies gathered, forming a soft, guiding light. Near the gnarled roots, where the earth felt warm and alive, they placed their small treasures on a large, flat mushroom cap. They stepped back into the shadows, holding their breath. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the air around the willow roots seemed to shimmer, like heat rising from sun-baked stone. Tiny points of light, gold and silver and sapphire blue, began to dance and swirl. They moved with impossible speed, flitting down to the mushroom cap. Milo watched awestruck as the small offerings, the button, the amber, the sea glass, the velvet, the bead seemed to dissolve into the shimmering light and vanish. Then, just as quickly, the dancing lights darted away from the mushroom cap and towards the villagers. Milo felt a gentle weight land softly in his outstretched hand. He looked down. There was his skipping stone, cool and familiar. Beside him, Mrs. Pottle gasped softly, clutching her robin-painted thimble. Mr. Grimble chuckled, his lucky river stone resting securely in his palm. One by one, the missing treasures were returned, deposited with featherlight touches by unseen hands. Along with each returned item came a tiny, perfect gift, a minuscule, impossibly intricate flower woven from starlight for Milo, a dewdrop that chimed like a tiny bell for Mrs. Pottle, a polished sliver of moonstone for Mr. Grimble. The shimmering lights gathered once more near the willow roots, pulsing softly like contented fireflies. Then, with a final, gentle sigh of the willow branches overhead, they vanished, leaving behind only the scent of night-blooming jasmine and a profound sense of peace. The mystery was solved. The strange occurrences were simply the quiet work of loving parents, preparing a beautiful welcome for their newborns. The clever observation of clues, guided by the wisdom of Thistlewick, had led not to blame, but to understanding and kindness. The villagers walked back to their cottages, their returned treasures warm in their hands, their hearts full of wonder. They knew now that beneath the sighing willow, nestled in a nursery lined with a daisy button, a piece of amber, and a shard of sea glass, tiny Glimmerkin babies slept, surrounded by beauty borrowed and returned, a testament to the quiet magic and gentle connections that made Willowvale truly special. And as Milo climbed into his bed, the starlight flower glowing softly on his bedside table, he felt the deep comfort of a mystery gently resolved, a world where kindness was always the answer, and the night held only sweet dreams. The fire crackled low, Nana Fern hummed a lullaby, and the scent of lavender wrapped around him like a warm blanket, promising a peaceful sleep in their cozy, magical corner of the world. Story 12. Story 13. The rain whispered secrets against the window pane of a small, cluttered cottage. Inside, curled beneath a patchwork quilt, lived a quiet child named Eris. Eris loved the quiet corners, the dust motes dancing in sunbeams, and the forgotten things tucked away in drawers. Their favorite place was the old garden shed, a leaning structure smelling of damp earth, rust, and possibility. One misty morning, while searching for a misplaced trowel, Eris's fingers brushed against something cold and smooth hidden beneath a sack of dried peas. It wasn't the trowel. It was a key. Not a grand, ornate key, but a small, simple thing made of tarnished brass, shaped like a slender leaf. It felt strangely warm in Eris's palm, humming with a faint vibration, like a sleeping bee. Intrigued, Eris examined every lock in the cottage, the front door, the back door, the dusty trunk in the attic, even the little music box shaped like a robin. None accepted the leaf key. Disappointment threatened, but the key pulsed gently, a soft, insistent warmth. It seemed to pull Eris back towards the garden shed, towards the gnarled roots of the ancient, sprawling oak tree that stood sentinel beside it. There, half buried in moss and fallen acorns, Eris spotted it, a keyhole, perfectly leaf-shaped, carved seamlessly into the rough bark, almost invisible unless you were looking for it. Heart pounding with a quiet thrill, Eris inserted the brass leaf key. It slid in smoothly. With a soft click that sounded like a seed pod bursting, a section of the bark shimmered and dissolved, revealing not wood, but a doorway filled with swirling, golden mist. Taking a deep breath of damp earth and the sweet scent of unseen blossoms, Eris stepped through. The world on the other side stole Eris's breath. They stood in a hidden garden bathed in perpetual twilight, lit by glowing moths with wings like stained glass and fireflies that pulsed like tiny, friendly stars. Flowers bloomed in impossible hues, velvety indigo roses, silver moon lilies that chimed softly in the breeze, and luminous puffballs that drifted like dandelion wishes. The air hummed with a gentle, musical energy. Their journey had barely begun. The key pulsed again, warmer now, pulling Eris deeper into the garden, along a path of luminous, moss-covered stones. But almost immediately, a challenge arose. A murmuring brook blocked the path, its water sparkling like liquid sapphire but flowing too swiftly and deep to cross. Eris looked around helplessly. "Stuck are we," chirped a voice like dry leaves rustling. From beneath a giant, luminous mushroom stepped a hedgehog. But this was no ordinary hedgehog. Its spines were tiny, perfectly formed oak leaves, and its eyes gleamed with ancient wisdom. "Name's Thistle," it said, blinking slowly. "This brook has a temper, tries to rush everyone off their feet." "How do I cross?" Eris asked, kneeling to be at Thistle's level. "Force won't work," Thistle rumbled. "The brook respects stillness. Listen to its song, find the pattern." Eris sat by the bank, ignoring the urgency of the key's pulse. They closed their eyes and truly listened. Beneath the rush, they heard a melody, a soft, rhythmic gurgle that repeated every few seconds. It was a lullaby sung by the stones beneath the water. "Ah, you hear it," chirped a new voice, bright and quick. A starling with feathers the color of twilight sky and speckled with tiny, glowing stars landed on Eris's shoulder. "I'm Pip, Thistle's right, watch the rhythm." Pip fluttered ahead, hovering over a specific spot in the brook. "When the song dips low, now." Following Pip's cue and the rhythm Thistle had helped them discern, Eris stepped onto a flat stone just as the water calmed over it for a brief moment. Step by rhythmic step, guided by the brook's hidden song and Pip's cheerful calls, Eris crossed safely to the other side. Wisdom and a keen ear. Thistle nodded approvingly, having somehow crossed on an unseen path beneath the water. Good start. The garden path wound through whispering willow groves and past crystal-clear ponds where fish made of light darted. The leaf key pulsed warmly, leading them onward. But soon they faced a towering wall of thick, thorny vines, covered in enormous, tightly closed buds. The path ended abruptly before it. The air here felt heavy and still, devoid of the garden's gentle music. "Oh dear, the thorn gate," sighed Pip, flitting nervously. "It's been closed for ages. Feels sad." "Sad?" Eris asked, touching a cool, smooth bud. It flinched slightly. "Used to bloom," Thistle murmured, nudging a root with his leaf-spined nose. Magnificent flowers that sang the dawn, but something silenced them. Anger, perhaps, fear. The garden feels the weight. The key pulsed insistently, but the wall was impassable. Trying to push through the thorns only resulted in sharp pricks. Eris remembered Thistle's earlier lesson. Force wouldn't work. They sat down before the wall of thorns, feeling the profound sadness radiating from the closed buds. What could soothe such sorrow? Music, Pip suggested hopefully, singing a sweet, twittering tune. The buds remained tightly shut. Thistle tried a low, rumbling hum. Nothing. Eris thought of the brook's lullaby, of the quiet comfort of their own cottage during a storm. They didn't have music, but they had words. Stories. Quietly, gently, Eris began to speak. They described the glowing moths, the chiming moon lilies, the friendly fireflies, the wise old oak tree back home, the comforting smell of the garden shed. They spoke of crossing the brook with Thistle and Pip's help, of the feeling of wonder that filled their heart. They spoke softly, painting pictures with words, weaving a story of the hidden garden's own beauty back to it. As Eris spoke, a remarkable thing happened. The largest bud nearest to them trembled. Then with a soft sigh like wind through reeds, it began to unfurl. One petal then another, revealing not just a flower, but a face gentle, luminous, and etched with ancient lines. It was the spirit of the thorn gate. "Your words," the flower spirit whispered, her voice like petals brushing together, "they remember. They remind us of the joy, the light, the song we have forgotten." Tears like liquid pearl glistened in her luminous eyes. "The sadness feels heavy," Eris said softly. "What happened?" "Long ago," the spirit sighed, "strangers came. Loud, frightened, they tore at the blooms, silenced our song with their harsh noises. We closed ourselves away for protection. We grew thorns instead of petals. We forgot how to sing, how to open, how to trust." Eris understood. The challenge wasn't to force the gate open, but to heal the fear that kept it closed. "Not everyone is loud or frightening," Eris offered gently. "Some just want to see the beauty, like me, like Thistle and Pip. We mean no harm." The spirit gazed at Eris, then at the kindly hedgehog and the bright starling. Slowly, the heavy sadness in the air began to lift, replaced by a fragile hope. One by one, the other buds started to tremble. Eris continued their gentle story, speaking of friendship, of quiet helpers, of the courage it takes to open up again. Thistle hummed a grounding note, and Pip sang a soft counterpoint. As hope blossomed, the thorny vines began to soften and retract. The tightly closed buds unfurled into breathtaking flowers, luminous, trumpet-shaped blooms that shimmered with inner light. And as they opened, they began to sing. Not a loud song, but a gentle, harmonious hum that resonated through the garden, weaving with Pip's chirps and Thistle's rumble. It was the sound of healing, of trust regained. The wall dissolved, revealing the path forward, bathed in the flowers' soft, singing light. "You have brought back our song with your quiet wisdom and kind heart," the flower spirit said, her own voice now clear and musical. "The garden remembers its joy. Thank you, little listener." The leaf key pulsed one last time, not with insistence, but with a warm, satisfied glow. It led Eris a little further, to the very heart of the hidden garden. There, beneath the gentle glow of the singing flowers, stood a small, perfectly formed pedestal made of living crystal. On it rested a single perfect seed, glowing with a soft, golden light, the heartseed, the source of the garden's magic. The key lifted gently from Eris's hand, floated to the pedestal and transformed. It melted into liquid light, swirling around the heartseed before sinking into the crystal pedestal itself. A pulse of warm, golden energy radiated outwards, strengthening the glow of the moths, deepening the colors of the flowers, and making the brook's song even sweeter. The garden sighed, a sound of profound contentment. "The key wasn't just for entering," Thistle said softly, understanding dawning in his old eyes. "It was a safeguard, a test. Only one who approached with quiet wonder, listened deeply, offered kindness instead of force, and helped heal rather than take. Only such a heart could return the key to its source and renew the garden's magic." Pip chirped happily, doing a loop-the-loop in the air. "And you did it, Aris. You passed the test." The journey back through the garden felt different. The singing flowers nodded as Aris passed, their light illuminating the path. The brook chuckled warmly. The journey hadn't just changed the garden, it had changed Aris. They carried the quiet wisdom of Thistle, the bright hope of Pip, and the profound understanding that true strength lay in listening, in empathy, and in the gentle courage to heal. They understood now that magic wasn't about grand spells, but about the extraordinary secrets held in ordinary things: a listening ear, a kind word, a forgotten key. Stepping back through the shimmering doorway in the old oak tree, Aris found themselves back in the familiar shed. The brass leaf key was gone, returned to where it belonged. But in their pocket they found a small, smooth acorn, warm to the touch, and humming with a faint, familiar melody, the echo of the singing flowers. It wasn't the heartseed, but a tiny piece of its magic, a reminder. That night, as rain once more tapped its gentle rhythm on the window, Aris curled beneath the quilt, the warm acorn held close. They thought of the luminous moths, the wise hedgehog, the cheerful starling, and the singing flowers. They thought of the brook's lullaby and the thorn gate's healing. The ordinary shed outside no longer felt just like wood and rust. It felt like a threshold, a guardian of quiet wonders. And Aris knew, with a peaceful certainty that settled deep in their bones like the warmth of the acorn, that the world was full of hidden gardens waiting for a kind heart and a listening ear to discover them. The gentle hum of the acorn was a lullaby of its own, whispering of secrets kept, friendships forged, and the quiet, extraordinary magic that blooms when we approach the world with wonder and kindness. And with that comforting warmth nestled in their hand, Aris drifted into dreams filled with chiming lilies and starlight wings, knowing the greatest adventures often began with the smallest, most ordinary discoveries. Story 14. The soft hum of the Viridian Nebula painted the cargo hold of the Stardust Drifter in shifting hues of emerald and sapphire. Outside the viewport, swirling cosmic dust danced like fireflies caught in a gentle breeze. Inside, two figures sat in wary silence, separated by more than just the cold metal deck plating. Kale, from the crystalline world of Thrillies, resembled a cluster of polished geodes fused into a vaguely humanoid shape. His surface shimmered with internal light, refracting the nebula's glow into intricate patterns on the walls. His thoughts were sharp, logical, and often cold as the void itself. He processed data, not emotions. Opposite him, curled into a ball of russet fur on a discarded thermal blanket, was Wren. A native of the perpetually twilight forests of Lumara, she was covered in thick, velvety fur that rippled with subtle emotions, standing on end with fear, lying flat with contentment, or shimmering with anxious energy. Her large, luminous eyes, the color of molten amber, darted nervously around the hold. She communicated in soft chirps, purrs, and complex scent markers utterly lost on Kale. They were unlikely passengers, both rescued from drifting escape pods after a catastrophic ion storm shredded their respective vessels. Captain Boren, a gruff but kind-hearted Rigelian, had offered them passage to the nearest star base. "Keep each other company," he'd rumbled, sealing the hold door. "Journey's a few cycles yet." The silence stretched, thick with unspoken misunderstanding. Kale observed Wren's trembling form, analyzing the biological signs. Elevated respiration. Pupil dilation. Scent markers indicate distress. Organic unit designated Wren. His voice was a resonant chime like struck crystal. Your physiological parameters suggest inefficiency. State your malfunction. Wren flinched, her fur puffing out defensively. She emitted a low, worried warble, followed by a complex scent damp earth and crushed moon petals meant to signal non-aggression and confusion. To Kale, it was merely an olfactory anomaly. Irrational biological response, possibly indicative of system decay. He shifted slightly, facets clicking. Clarify, are you experiencing critical failure? My internal sensors detect no immediate environmental threats within acceptable parameters. Wren, sensing only cold interrogation, buried her snout deeper into her fur, emitting a soft, mournful keen. She missed the rustling canopy of Lumara, the comforting scent of her family den, the soft glow of bioluminescent fungi. This hard, humming place and its unfeeling crystal companion felt utterly alien and terrifying. Why doesn't it understand? The misunderstanding deepened over the cycles. Kale attempted efficiency protocols, analyzing the hold's temperature controls and optimizing light levels based on Thrillian preferences' bright, sterile illumination. Wren, accustomed to soft gloom, whimpered and hid her eyes. When Wren tried to share a piece of dried Lumaran fruit, offering it with a hopeful chirp, Kale scanned it suspiciously. Organic matter, potential contamination vector, consumption inadvisable. He pushed it away with a crystalline finger. Wren's fur drooped, the scent of crushed moon petals fading into something bitter, like burnt spice. It rejects my peace offering. The turning point came not from understanding, but from shared peril. Without warning, the Stardust Drifter shuddered violently. Alarms blared a harsh, discordant sound that sent Wren scrambling under the thermal blanket, trembling uncontrollably. Emergency lights bathed the hold in a stark, pulsing red. Captain Boren's voice crackled over the intercom, strained. Micrometeoroid shower, minor hull breach in Section Gamma, sealing bulkheads, sit tight. Section Gamma was adjacent to their hold. They heard the terrifying hiss of escaping atmosphere from the corridor beyond their sealed door. The ship lurched again. A support beam groaned overhead, and a shower of sparks erupted from a damaged conduit near Kale. Kale's internal processors whirred, calculating trajectories, structural integrity percentages. Probability of secondary collapse, 42.8%. Atmospheric loss imminent if bulkhead seal fails. Logic dictated conserving energy and awaiting rescue protocols. Then he saw Wren. She wasn't hiding anymore. She was staring at the sparking conduit, her large amber eyes wide with terror, but also determination. The bitter scent had vanished, replaced by something sharp and electric, like ozone after rain, the scent of raw courage. With a desperate chirp, she lunged forward, not away from the danger, but towards the discarded thermal blanket. Ignoring the sparks raining down perilously close, she grabbed the thick fabric and, with surprising strength for her small frame, hurled it over the sputtering conduit, smothering the immediate shower of sparks. Irrational. Kale's logic screamed. Direct exposure to energy discharge. High risk. Yet her action had prevented a potential fire, a far greater immediate threat than the sparks themselves. He witnessed something his databases couldn't quantify, self-sacrifice born not from calculation, but from an instinct to protect the whole, including him. In that moment, a circuit connected in Kale's crystalline mind, bypassing pure logic. He processed not just the data, but the intent, the raw, illogical courage. He moved. Organic unit Wren, his chime was softer, less resonant. Your action was inefficiently brave. However, the primary atmospheric threat remains the compromised bulkhead seal. He pointed a shimmering limb towards the door, where the hissing sound was growing louder. Structural analysis indicates potential for seal reinforcement using available materials. He gestured towards stacked cargo crates and spare metal plating secured nearby. Wren, panting, her fur singed but eyes blazing, understood the gesture, not the words. She saw Kale move towards the heavy crates, his crystalline form straining with unfamiliar effort. He wasn't conserving energy, he was acting. He was trying to help them. A new scent bloomed around Wren, warm, like sun-baked stone and sweet nectar. Understanding. Trust. She chirped urgently and scrambled towards the metal plating. It was too heavy for her alone, but together, Kale positioned his strong, angular body to leverage the weight, while Wren, using her agility and surprising grip strength, guided the plating towards the groaning bulkhead door. They worked in silent, desperate harmony. Kale calculated angles and pressure points with lightning speed, directing Wren's placement with precise gestures. Wren, responding instantly, used her keen senses to listen for shifts in the hissing air, guiding their efforts where they were most needed. It was exhausting. Kale's internal lights flickered with strain. Wren's fur was matted with sweat and soot. But piece by piece, crate and plate, they shored up the bulkhead. The terrifying hiss diminished to a faint sigh. When Captain Brynn finally managed to override the emergency seals and open the main hold door hours later, he found them slumped together against their makeshift barricade. Wren was curled against Kale's surprisingly warm crystalline side, her rhythmic purrs vibrating softly through him. Kale's internal light pulsed in a slow, steady rhythm, mirroring the purr's cadence. The air around them held the mingled scents of ozone, warm stone, and the faint, sweet fragrance of lumaran, moon petals, a unique blend born of shared struggle. The journey resumed. The misunderstandings didn't vanish overnight, but they transformed. Kale learned to interpret the subtle shifts in Wren's fur, the nuances of her chirps and purrs. He discovered her lumaran fruit wasn't a contaminant, but a burst of tart sweetness he found surprisingly pleasing. He began dimming the lights without being asked, finding the softer glow oddly calming. He even attempted to replicate her purr, a sound like tiny wind chimes tumbling, which made Wren chitter with delighted amusement. Wren, in turn, learned that Kale's precise questions weren't coldness, but his way of caring. His constant environmental scans ensured she was comfortable. His logical explanations of the stars outside, the workings of the ship, opened up the vast universe to her in a new way. She started leaving small, smooth stones she'd found tucked in her fur near him, lumaran tokens of deep affection. He didn't understand the cultural significance, but he kept them arranged neatly beside him, their presence registering as positive. Their greatest challenge came as the Stardust Drifter approached the bustling starbase Theta. Captain Brynn delivered the news, their paths diverged here. Kale's crystalline kin had been located on a mining colony nearby. Wren's lumaran pod mates were heading towards a biodome on the other side of the sector. The cozy understanding they'd built in the cargo hold suddenly felt fragile. The thought of separation filled the hold with Wren's scent of damp earth and loneliness, a scent Kale now recognized with a strange pang in his core, a sensation his diagnostics labeled inefficient energy fluctuation. On their final night aboard, as the ship orbited the glittering star base, Wren sat by the viewport, her fur flat with sadness. Kale approached, his facets reflecting the myriad lights below. He held out one of the smooth lumaran stones she'd given him. Organic Unit Wren, he chimed softly. Analysis of separation protocols indicates significant negative emotional resonance for both units. He paused, his internal lights swirling thoughtfully. This mineral specimen, it possesses no logical function, yet its presence correlates with a positive data stream within my core matrix. I hypothesize this is analogous to your concept of friendship. Wren looked up, her amber eyes shimmering. She gently placed her small, furred paw on the cool crystal of Kale's hand. She didn't chirp or purr. Instead, she leaned her head against his crystalline arm, radiating warmth and a scent like sun-warmed honey, pure, deep affection. Kale didn't pull away. He adjusted his internal temperature slightly, creating a gentle warmth where her fur touched him. The data stream is significant, he resonated quietly. It transcends efficiency parameters. It is valuable. They spent their last hours together not speaking much, but simply being. Wren pointed out constellations she imagined looked like forest creatures. Kale calculated their exact stellar coordinates and chemical compositions, his voice a soothing background hum. They shared the last of the Lumaran fruit. When the time came to disembark, the parting wasn't easy. Wren rubbed her head against Kale's side, leaving traces of her scent, a permanent marker of her presence. Kale carefully detached a small, flawless crystal shard from his own structure, a piece of Thrilly's itself, and placed it gently in Wren's paw. "Unit Wren," he chimed, the resonance carrying an unfamiliar warmth. "This shard contains a unique resonance frequency. My systems will perpetually monitor for its signature. Distance is a spatial coordinate. Friendship," he paused, searching his vast databases for the right word, "is a constant." Wren clutched the crystal shard, warm from Kale's core. She looked into his glowing facets, seeing not just logic, but the reflection of starlight and something profoundly new. She chirped, a sound soft as stardust, carrying all the words she didn't have. They walked down separate gangways into the bustling chaos of Starbase Theta. Wren, heading towards the lush biodomes, glanced back once. Across the crowded docking bay, amidst the throng of diverse species, she saw a familiar crystalline shimmer reflecting the station lights. Kale stood watching, a single point of stillness. He raised a crystalline hand in a gesture neither Thrillian nor Lumaran, but uniquely theirs. A gesture of acknowledgement, of connection. Wren touched the warm crystal shard at her chest and purred, a deep, resonant sound that vibrated with comfort. Kale, light years away on a mining asteroid months later, would feel a faint, familiar resonance through the shard he carried, a purr echoing across the void, a constant, warm reminder that friendship wasn't about understanding every word, but about sharing the silence, the struggle, and the starlight. It was the bravest, most illogical, and most valuable thing in all the vast and wondrous universe. And in the quiet moments under unfamiliar stars, both knew they were never truly alone. The memory of shared warmth, the echo of a purr, the gleam of a crystal shard, these were the true constellations guiding them home. Story 15. Oliver lived in the little village of Willowbrook, where chimney smoke curled like gray cats stretching in the cold air, and the cobblestone streets glistened after rain. His favorite place was his grandfather's dusty attic, filled with globes that spun silent galaxies and trunks holding velvet-lined secrets. But the greatest treasure was an old brass pocket watch. It didn't merely tick, it hummed, a soft golden light pulsing beneath its cracked glass face. Grandfather called it the heartbeat chronometer. "It doesn't just measure minutes, Oliver," he'd whispered. "It measures moments, the ones that linger in your soul." One blustery autumn afternoon, as Oliver traced the watch's intricate vines and stars, it slipped from his fingers. The glass shattered, and the gentle hum died. A single sorrowful chime echoed before silence swallowed it whole. Outside, the wind howled through the whispering woods, a forest villagers avoided, saying time danced strangely there. Desperate, Oliver packed the broken watch, a jam sandwich, and his woolen scarf. He'd find the hidden world grandfather hinted at, where time's secrets were woven into the roots of ancient trees. The moment Oliver stepped beneath the gnarled canopy, the air changed. Sunlight filtered not in beams but in liquid pools of amber, and the path shifted like a living serpent. He walked for hours, yet his shadow never lengthened. Just as doubt chilled his bones, a small creature tumbled from a maple leaf larger than a sail. It had fur like dandelion fluff, moth-wing ears, and eyes like polished river stones. Lost, it chirped, tilting its head. Or found. "I'm Oliver," he stammered. "I broke my grandfather's watch. I need to fix it." The creature, Pip, buzzed with excitement. The keeper of moments mends broken time, but her glade lies beyond the hourglass rapids and the memory meadows. Many try, few remember the way. Pip agreed to guide him not for payment, but because Oliver's worry smelled like rain on dry soil, sad but full of promise. Their journey began in the memory meadows. Flowers bloomed in swirling colors, each petal holding a shimmering scene. A child's first step, a shared laugh, a tear kissed away. Oliver reached for one, but Pip stopped him. "Touch only with your heart," it warned. "Pluck one, and you'll forget your own name." As they walked, Oliver noticed wilting patches where flowers turned to ash. "Neglected moments," Pip murmured. "Forgotten kindnesses, unspoken apologies. They starve without love." Next came the hourglass rapids, a river not of water, but cascading golden sand. Stones rose like stepping stones, but each shifted faster than a heartbeat. "Time rushes here," Pip said. "Hesitate and you'll be swept away." Oliver's boots skidded on the slick sand. Panic clawed at his throat until Pip fluttered beside him. "Don't chase the stones, feel their rhythm, like the watch's hum, remember." Oliver closed his eyes, recalling the chronometer's gentle pulse. When he opened them, the stones glowed softly, their movement a dance he could anticipate. Step by patient step they crossed. Deeper in the woods they met the weeping willows, trees with bark like wrinkled parchment, their branches heavy with teardrop-shaped fruits that chimed like distant bells. "These are moments of sorrow," Pip explained. One fruit fell, and Oliver caught it. Instantly he felt a boy's grief over a lost toy, sharp and raw. "Sorrow must be felt," a voice sighed. An ancient willow spirit emerged, her hair silver moss. "But hoarded it drowns the heart, share it, child." Oliver spoke of his guilt over the watch, his fear of disappointing grandfather. As his words flowed, the fruit in his hand lightened, becoming clear as dew. The spirit smiled. "Carry this lesson, not the weight." At last they reached the glade of echoes. Moonlight drenched the clearing, and fireflies wove constellations above a pool of liquid starlight. There sat the keeper, a woman woven from twilight and tree roots, her hands busy threading silver threads onto a loom that shimmered with half-formed memories. "Ah," she said, her voice like wind through reeds. "The heartbeat chronometer's bearer, and its breaker." Oliver presented the watch, his throat tight. "Can it be mended?" The keeper examined it. "Its magic is empathy. It syncs with the heart's rhythm, turning feelings into time's fabric. You dropped it not from clumsiness, but from rushing, your mind already leaping to fixing it, not feeling its worth." She handed him a needle of moonlight. "Mend the glass, but the true repair lies within you." As Oliver carefully set the new glass, scenes flashed in the pool. Grandfather teaching him to whittle, their hands steady together. Oliver impatiently tapping his foot while grandfather told slow, meandering stories, the watch cradled in reverent palms versus gripped in haste. He understood now. The chronometer hadn't broken because he dropped it. It broke because he'd stopped listening, to its hum, to grandfather's wisdom, to the quiet moments stitching life together. "I see," Oliver whispered. "Time isn't a race, it's a tapestry." The keeper nodded. And every thread matters, even the sorrows, even the pauses. She placed the watch in his palm. Wind it not with gears alone, but with gratitude. The watch word to life, its hum deeper now, resonant with the glade's stillness. Light bloomed, golden, warm, and infinitely patient. Pip nuzzled Oliver's cheek. Told you she'd help. The journey back felt different. Oliver lingered in the memory meadows, watering a wilting flower with a whispered thank you to a friend he'd neglected. He crossed the rapids with calm certainty. At the forest's edge, Pip chirped, "Visit, bring jam sandwiches." Oliver promised, hugging the tiny creature. As he stepped into Willowbrook's twilight, the village clock struck 7. Only minutes had passed. Grandfather waited on the porch, worry lining his face. Oliver placed the watch in his hands. The old man gasped as the warm light pulsed against his skin. "You fixed it." Oliver shook his head. "We fixed it together. I learned that moments aren't just counted, they're cherished." He described the meadows, the rapids, the sorrow fruits, and Pip's fluffy kindness. Grandfather's eyes grew bright. "You found the hidden world and brought its wisdom home." That night, Oliver didn't rush through bedtime. He watched the chronometer's light paint gold patterns on the ceiling, its hum a lullaby. He thought of Pip among the moonlit ferns, the keeper weaving starlight, and the willow's tear fruits turning clear. Time wasn't a river to outrun, but a garden to tend, one patient moment, one act of kindness, one shared story at a time. As sleep gathered him close, the watch's gentle glow filled the room, a promise that some things, once mended with love, shine brighter than before. And in the whispering woods, if you listen very closely on a quiet night, you might hear two friends laughing, one voice human, one like chiming dandelions, sharing tales under a sky stitched with timeless light. Story 16. The endless dunes of Sylvanus Prime shimmered under its twin moons, casting long, violet shadows that danced like silent giants. Inside a small, domed habitat perched precariously on a rocky outcrop, 10-year-old Kale sighed, tracing patterns in the condensation on the thick plastiglass window. His parents, xenobotanists, were weeks overdue from their deep desert survey, and the automated systems hummed a lonely tune. Kale felt the vastness of the alien planet press in, a solitude deeper than the Sylvanian night. Suddenly, proximity alarms blared a harsh, discordant shriek, shattering the quiet. Kale scrambled to the console. The external sensors showed a small, unidentified vessel tumbling erratically before crash landing in a plume of iridescent sand half a kilometer away. His heart hammered against his ribs. Pirates. Raiders. The frontier worlds whispered terrifying stories. Curiosity warred with fear. Armed only with a Lumo torch and his father's emergency kit, Kale ventured out. The air was crisp, smelling of ozone and the peculiar, spicy scent of night-blooming silica moss. He found the vessel a sleek obsidian pod, cracked open like an egg, and beside it, a figure. It wasn't human. Roughly Kale's size, it possessed 6 slender limbs covered in overlapping, iridescent scales that shimmered like oil on water, even in the dim moonlight. Its large, multifaceted eyes reflected Kale's Lumo torch beam like fractured jewels. It shivered, one limb bent at an unnatural angle, emitting soft, distressed clicks and whistles that sounded like broken wind chimes. Kale froze. Alien. Fear prickled his skin. But seeing the creature's obvious pain, the way it huddled protectively around its injured limb, something shifted. He remembered his parents' words, curiosity, not fear, Kale. Understanding builds bridges slowly, deliberately. He lowered the torch, showing his empty hands. "Hello," Kale whispered, his voice thin in the vastness. "Are you hurt?" The creature flinched, its scales flashing a sudden, warning crimson. it hissed, a sound like sandpaper on stone. Kale jumped back. Misunderstanding number 1. He tried again, gesturing slowly towards its injured limb. Hurt, can I help? The alien stared, its multifaceted eyes seeming to absorb every detail of Kale. It pointed a trembling limb towards the cracked pod, then back to its injury, emitting a series of rapid, high-pitched whistles. Kale understood nothing except the distress. He cautiously opened his father's kit, pulling out a basic med scanner and a roll of biogel bandage. He mimed scanning himself, then pointed to the alien's injury. The creature watched, wary scales flickering uncertainly between crimson and a softer, nervous blue. Tentatively, it extended its injured limb. Kale gently scanned it. The readout showed a simple fracture. He carefully applied the cooling biogel and secured the bandage. The alien flinched initially but then relaxed slightly, its scales settling into a calmer, shimmering teal. It made a soft, warbling sound. Gratitude. Kale gestured towards his habitat. Shelter, warm. He rubbed his arms, miming cold. The alien tilted its head, then slowly, painfully, nodded. Kale helped it limp back to the dome. He called it Zur, a name that popped into his head, and the alien seemed to accept it, clicking softly when addressed. Inside, the differences became starkly apparent. Zur found the artificial light painfully bright, so Kale dimmed it, relying on the soft glow of the habitat's control panels and the moonlight. Zur recoiled from the synthesized nutrient paste Kale offered, instead producing a small, crystalline cube from a pouch on its carapace, nibbling it cautiously. Its attempts at communication were sonic clicks, whistles, hums utterly alien to Kale's ears. Misunderstanding number 2, language. They resorted to gestures, drawings on a datapad, and pointing. Kale learned Zur came from a gas giant's floating cities, Cirrus 7. Zur was a youngling, a sky singer, separated from its migratory family pod during a solar storm. It understood Kale was alone too. A fragile truce formed, built on shared loneliness and necessity. Days passed. Kale tried teaching Zur basic standard words. Zur attempted to teach Kale its complex tonal language. Progress was slow, frustrating. Kale grew impatient when Zur couldn't grasp water, while Zur became visibly agitated, scales flashing orange, when Kale misinterpreted a specific sequence of clicks meaning danger. They bickered silently, through gestures and glares. Misunderstanding number 3, communication fatigue. Then the storm hit. Not a sandstorm, but an electromagnetic pulse storm, a terrifying phenomenon unique to Sylvanus Prime. The sky ignited with violent auroras greens, purples, and blinding whites. The habitat lights flickered wildly, consoles sparked, and the comforting hum of life support stuttered. The air grew thin and cold. Panic seized Kale. The backup generators were failing. Zur reacted instantly. It scrambled towards the main power conduit, its 6 limbs moving with surprising dexterity despite its injury. It pointed frantically at the flickering console, then at its own chest, making urgent, high-frequency chirps. Kale understood the fear, but not the solution. Zur pulled Kale towards the pod's wreckage they'd salvaged. Inside was a small, spherical device covered in unfamiliar glyphs. Zur held it up, humming a complex, resonant tone directly into it. The sphere glowed faintly. Zur gestured wildly towards the failing generator. Shared challenge, survival. Kale, trusting Zur's urgency, helped drag the sphere to the generator. Zur placed its auditory organs, not ears, Kale realized, but delicate sensory membranes on its neck against the generator casing, listening intently. It then adjusted the sphere, humming different frequencies. Suddenly the generator's sputtering deepened, then stabilized into a low, steady thrum. Light steadied. Air hissed reassuringly through the vents. The M interference was being counteracted by Zer's sonic device. Kale stared in awe. "You fixed it," he breathed. Zer turned, its multifaceted eyes meeting Kale's. It didn't need words. The frantic orange flashes were gone, replaced by a steady, warm gold shimmer across its scales. It warbled softly, a sound Kale now recognized as relief mixed with pride. In that moment, the frustration, the misunderstandings, melted away. They hadn't just survived the storm, they'd survived it together. Kale threw his arms around Zer in a spontaneous hug. Zer stiffened initially, then relaxed, its carapace vibrating with a soft, contented purr. Mutual support. The shared ordeal forged a deeper bond. Kale learned Zer communicated emotion through scale color and sonic resonance more than words. Gold meant contentment and safety, soft blue curiosity, a slow ripple of violet, deep friendship. Zer learned Kale's smiles, his sighs, the way his eyes lit up when he solved a puzzle. They found common ground in stargazing. Kale pointed out constellations, telling myths of heroes and bears. Zer hummed intricate melodies, explaining how its people navigated by the harmonic resonance of distant pulsars, songs of the stars. One evening, as the twin moons cast double silver paths across the dunes, Kale was trying to repair a malfunctioning comms unit, desperately hoping to signal his parents or anyone. He was failing, frustration building. Zer watched, then gently nudged Kale aside. It examined the unit, its delicate limbs probing circuits. It emitted a series of precise, high-pitched tones directly into a component. The unit flickered, then a weak but clear signal light blinked on. Kale gasped. "How?" Zer pointed to its own head, then to the unit, then made a weaving motion with its limbs. Understanding. It wasn't just sound, it was resonance, attuning to the machine's hidden frequencies, just like it navigated the stars. Kale hadn't needed complex words. Zer understood his need through his actions, his worry. Moment of mutual understanding. Weeks turned into a month. They shared rations. Kale found a Surin nutrient cube surprisingly sweet. Zer acquired a cautious taste for synth paste, explored the safe perimeter of the habitat, and spent hours communicating through gesture, sound, and shared silence. Kale learned Zer's family pod would be searching the stellar currents near Sylvanus Prime soon. Hope flickered for both of them. Then one dawn, scanners picked up a large vessel entering orbit, not pirates, but a Surin sky barge, its hull shimmering like mother of pearl. Rescue. Joy exploded in Kale, quickly followed by a pang of profound sadness. Zer vibrated with excited gold flashes, clicking rapidly. Its family had found it. The reunion was swift. Graceful beings like Zer, but larger, descended from the barge. Their sonic language filled the air, a beautiful, complex symphony. Zer rushed to them, clicks and whistles flowing like water. Kale stood back, a lump in his throat. He'd been so lonely, and now his only companion was leaving. Zer turned. It looked at Kale, then back at its family. It approached Kale slowly. It reached out one slender limb, not for a handshake, but to gently touch Kale's cheek. Its scales pulsed a deep, radiant violet, the color Kale now knew meant the deepest bond of friendship. It hummed a single, pure note, a note Kale felt resonate in his own chest, warm and comforting. Then Zer produced a small, smooth stone it had found weeks ago, polished by the desert wind. It pressed it into Kale's hand. A farewell gift. Zer's parent figure, a being with scales like dark nebulas, approached Kale. It bowed its head slightly and emitted a complex series of tones. A small translator device on Kale's wrist crackled to life, sky singers or tells of the human Kale, friend, protector, bridge builder, gratitude echoes in our song. You are remembered in the sky cities of Cirrus. As the sky barge ascended, leaving a trail of shimmering light, Cale stood on the dune, clutching the smooth stone. He wasn't alone anymore, not truly. He understood now. Friendship wasn't about speaking the same language perfectly. It wasn't about looking the same or coming from the same world. It was forged in shared silence under alien stars, in the warmth offered during a storm, in the patient effort to understand a hum or a flickering scale. It was the resonance of kindness finding its match in another soul, however different. Zur the Sky Singer had taught him the universe's most beautiful song wasn't one of words, but of connection. Back in the quiet habitat, the hum of the generators felt different. Warmer. Cale placed Zur's stone on the windowsill where it caught the moonlight. He looked out at the vast, starlit desert of Sylvanus Prime, no longer a place of loneliness, but a place where an impossible friendship had blossomed. He knew deep in his heart that somewhere out there, under the same stars, a sky singer hummed a quiet tune of remembrance, its scales shimmering violet. And in that shared silence across the light years, the true meaning of friendship glowed, steady and comforting as a beacon in the dark. Sleep came easily that night, wrapped in the profound peace of a connection that transcended worlds. Story 17. The hum of the Stardust Weaver, a small, boxy freighter, was the only sound in the vast velvet silence between the spirals of the Andromeda expanse. Inside, bathed in the soft blue glow of navigation panels, sat two beings who couldn't be more different, bound together by circumstance and the shared, slightly dented hull of their ship. Zyra was from Glimmerfall, a world where mountains were made of living crystal that refracted starlight into symphonies of color. Her form resembled a cluster of delicate, interconnected quartz shards, constantly shifting and catching the ship's internal light. Her voice was a soft chime, a cascade of musical notes translated by the ship's comm system. She perceived the universe through subtle shifts in light and vibration. Her unlikely companion was Cale, hailing from the deep oceans of Thalasha Prime. Enclosed in a flexible, self-contained hydrosuit that mimicked his home's crushing pressures and nutrient-rich waters, he resembled a large, sleek seal with large, luminous eyes the color of twilight kelp forests. He communicated through complex patterns of sonar pulses, also rendered into speech by the Weaver's systems. His world was one of sound, pressure, and currents. Their current cargo run transporting rare, volatile star moss spores from Glimmerfall to a Thalashan research station was supposed to be straightforward. Yet 3 days into their journey, a tense silence had settled over the cockpit. It had started small. Zyra had rearranged the ship's internal lighting to a soothing, pulsing violet frequency she found calming. To Cale, the constant shift felt like jarring pressure waves, giving him a persistent headache he described as sonic sandpaper. He'd retaliated by subtly adjusting the environmental controls, making the air slightly denser and more humid, mimicking Thalashan comfort. To Zyra, this felt thick, sluggish, and dimmed her internal light, making her feel heavy and slow. "This humidity, it clouds the resonance," Zyra chimed softly, her crystalline facets flickering with a faint, frustrated orange. "I cannot calibrate the long-range sensors accurately." "And your light show," Cale's translated voice was a low rumble, bubbles swirling within his helmet's visor. "It scrambles my sonar mapping. I nearly plotted a course through an asteroid cluster." Each saw the other's needs as an irritating obstacle, a deliberate disregard for their fundamental ways of being. They worked around each other, communicating only through clipped status reports, the cozy cockpit feeling suddenly cold and cavernous despite its small size. The misunderstanding deepened when they approached the treacherous Silk Nebula, a swirling cloud of ionized gas and cosmic dust known for scrambling sensors and swallowing ships whole. Zyra, relying on light-based readings, saw a relatively clear, albeit shimmering, path. Trajectory optimal, she announced, her chimes confident. Proceeding. Kale, however, was receiving a cacophony of distorted sonar returns. His sensitive ears detected dangerous gravitational eddies and dense particle pockets invisible to light sensors. Halt path unstable, gravitational shear detected. He pulsed urgently, his hydrosuit lights flashing crimson. Zyra, interpreting his caution as overreaction born of unfamiliarity with light-based navigation, pushed forward. My readings are precise. Your sonar is compromised by nebula interference. The Weaver shuddered violently as it hit the first unseen gravity eddy. Alarms blared a harsh, discordant sound that made both beings wince. Control panels flickered erratically. Zyra's light sensors flared with blinding static. Kale's sonar returns became a deafening roar of meaningless noise. Panic, cold and sharp, filled the cockpit. Navigation offline. Zyra's chimes were sharp with alarm, her crystalline body vibrating. We are blind. Engines destabilizing. Kale pulsed, wrestling with the controls, his movements sluggish in the unfamiliar atmosphere Zyra found comfortable. Structural integrity failing. The ship bucked like a wild creature, tossed by invisible currents within the nebula's colorful embrace. A support strut near Kale groaned ominously. Dust motes, illuminated by the flashing emergency lights, danced like frantic fireflies in the suddenly chaotic space. In that shared moment of terrifying helplessness, something shifted. Zyra, amidst the blinding light static, noticed a subtle, rhythmic vibration beneath the chaos. It wasn't sound as Kale knew it, but a pattern Kale's frantic attempts to stabilize the engines translated into a unique vibration through the ship's frame. It was a desperate plea she could feel. Kale, deafened by the sonar roar, caught a flicker of intense, focused light from Zyra. She wasn't just panicking, she was directing beams of coherent light onto the flickering navigation console, trying to bypass fried circuits, her facets blazing with concentration. It was a silent struggle he could see. Their eyes, Zyra's multifaceted lenses, and Kale's large, luminous orbs met across the shuddering cockpit. In that gaze, amplified by shared peril, the misunderstandings dissolved. They weren't obstacles, they were different languages, different maps of the same reality. Kale wasn't trying to drown her, he was seeking equilibrium. Zyra wasn't trying to blind him, she was seeking clarity. Kale. Zyra chimed, the sound cutting through the din, clear and purposeful. The vibration, your engine pulse, guide me. I cannot see the currents, but I can feel your adjustments. Kale understood instantly. He focused, sending stronger, more deliberate pulses through the ship systems, not just commands, but information. Hard thrust port side. Stabilize dorsal thrusters. Ease power core. Each pulse translated into a distinct vibration Zyra could interpret. Got it, she chimed. Feeding coordinates via light pulse to the auxiliary nav. Follow the blue frequency. Zyra began emitting rapid, complex patterns of blue light onto a secondary console Kale could clearly see. It wasn't a visual map, it was a direct translation of the safe path she could now sense through Kale's vibrational guidance. He watched the dance of light, interpreting its tempo and intensity as steering commands. Together, blind to their own senses but perfectly attuned to the other's language, they navigated. Zyra felt the ship's response to Kale's vibrations, adjusting her light pulses. Kale watched Zyra's light patterns, translating them into precise thruster bursts. The Weaver ceased its violent bucking, moving with a tentative, then increasingly confident, grace through the nebula's hidden currents. The groaning strut quieted. The alarms silenced one by one. Emerging from the nebula's swirling embrace into the calm starlight felt like surfacing after a deep dive. the Weaver sailed smoothly once more. The cockpit, bathed in the soft, steady glow of operational lights and the gentle hum of functioning systems, was profoundly quiet, but the silence now was warm, filled with shared relief and a dawning understanding. Zyra dimmed her internal light to a soothing, pale gold. The resonance, it is calm now. Your guidance, it was like feeling the harmony of Glimmerfall's crystal peaks. Kale adjusted his hydrosuit controls, reducing the humidity slightly. And your light, it was like the bioluminescent paths of the Thalashan deep trenches, clear, guiding. He pulsed softly, a sound akin to gentle waves lapping ashore. I misjudged your light, it is not just sight, it is feeling, like pressure. And I misunderstood your sound, Zyra chimed gently. It is not just noise, it is shape, like light given form. The remaining journey to the Thalashan research station was different. Zyra kept the lighting in a soft, steady azure that felt soothing to Kale's senses. Kale maintained the atmosphere at a comfortable median. They talked, truly talked, not just about systems and coordinates, but about Glimmerfall's singing mountains and Thalash's whispering abyssal plains. Zyra described the feeling of different starlights. Kale explained the songs of deep-sea currents. They learned that friendship wasn't about being the same, but about learning to speak the other's soul language. When they delivered the star moss spores, the Thalashan scientists were impressed not just by the intact cargo, but by the quiet, palpable bond between the crystalline navigator and the aquatic engineer. As they prepared the Stardust Weaver for its next journey, Zyra and Kale stood by the large viewport, watching the alien ocean world below and the infinite stars above. The nebula, Zyra chimed softly, her facets reflecting the distant sun. It was beautiful in its chaos, like us. Kale pulsed a warm, affirmative sound, his luminous eyes reflecting the starlight. Different currents, different lights, but one ship. He nudged a control gently, adjusting the viewport filter to show a spectrum Zyra found particularly pleasing. Where to next, partner? Zyra emitted a soft, harmonious chime, a sound of pure contentment. Anywhere, as long as the resonance is clear. And as the Stardust Weaver gently pushed away from the station, its engines humming a steady, unified song, the two unlikely companions charted their course not just through the stars, but through the warm, comforting depths of a friendship forged in understanding, respect, and the quiet certainty that even in the vast, silent expanse of the universe, no one is truly alone when they learn to truly listen and see with their whole being. The ship sailed on, a tiny beacon of warmth and companionship in the infinite night, carrying its precious cargo of spores and the even more precious, newly discovered treasure of connection. The gentle thrum of the engines became a lullaby, promising safe passage and shared dreams under the watchful gaze of a million distant suns. Story 18. The distant stars glittered like scattered sugar crystals across the velvet-black sky above the silent moon of Veridian 7. Below, in a crater strewn with luminescent blue moss, two small figures huddled against the biting wind. One was a young Terran boy named Kip, wrapped in a thermal blanket that crinkled with every shiver. His companion was a being from the crystalline planet of Xylos, a delicate creature named Zara, whose body shimmered with internal light like a lantern made of frosted glass. They hadn't chosen to be together. Kip's exploration pod had crash-landed during a meteor shower, while Zara's light-sail skiff had been blown off course by solar winds. When they first spotted each other, fear had flared. Kip saw only jagged, moving crystals and thought of mining drones. Zara saw a clumsy, fleshy creature and recalled Xylian legends of shadow beasts that cracked crystal forests. For 3 chilly rotations, they'd kept to opposite ends of the crater, communicating only through wary stares and flinching movements. The misunderstanding deepened when Zara approached Kip's makeshift camp. Her natural bioluminescence pulsed in soft amethyst patterns, a Xylian greeting of shared warmth. But Kip, trembling, held up his broken scanner like a shield. "Stay back," he rasped, voice raw from thirst. Zara flared crimson in alarm, the color of Xylian danger, making Kip scramble backward into a thorny patch of moon vines. Thorns pricked his hands, and he cried out. Instantly, Zara dimmed her lights, radiating gentle gold ripples. Hesitantly, she extended a slender, crystalline limb and carefully plucked the thorns from his palm. Kip froze, feeling not pain from her touch, but a surprising warmth like sunlight on stone. Their first shared challenge came that night. A geothermal quake split the crater floor, swallowing Kip's supply pack. As noxious green gas hissed from the fissure, Zara glowed urgent sapphire streaks her people's storm warning. She nudged Kip toward higher ground, her light creating a path through the swirling vapors. Coughing, Kip followed, noticing how Zara's glow dimmed whenever the gas thickened, as if it drained her energy. When they reached a sheltered overhang, Kip wordlessly offered half his water ration. Zara couldn't drink it, but she pulsed soft pink Xylian gratitude and pressed her warm surface against his shoulder, sharing heat as the moon's temperature plummeted. The true test arrived with the ice haze of Veridian 7 phenomenon, where frozen mist descended, capable of encasing anything in diamond-hard frost. Kip's teeth chattered violently, even his thermal blanket stiffened. Zara's light flickered weakly, her crystalline form growing cloudy at the edges. She tried to glow brighter, but the cold was sapping her core energy. "You're fading," Kip whispered in panic. Remembering his survival training, he gathered moon vines and the flexible inner bark of singing trees. With numb fingers, he wove a crude dome around Zara, trapping her fading warmth. Then, shivering uncontrollably, he curled beside her shelter. Zara, sensing his sacrifice, focused her remaining energy into one spot, a small, intense circle of amber light on the frosty ground. Kip pressed his near-frozen hands against it. The warmth seeped into his bones, gentle as a held breath. As they endured the long night, they learned each other's ways. Kip hummed Terran lullabies, and Zara responded with harmonic light sequences that danced across the ice walls. When Kip tearfully spoke of missing his family's holivid nights, Zara projected soothing patterns, mimicking a Xylian memory crystal ceremony. When Zara dimmed in sorrow, remembering her shattered light sail, Kip used scanner fragments to reflect her glow into dazzling new constellations on the cave roof. They shared silence too, the comfortable kind, filled only by the soft crackle of settling frost and the hum of Zara's core. Rescue came at dawn. A combined Terran-Xylian search vessel found them nestled together, Kip's head resting gently against Zara's warm, pulsing light, her crystalline arms curled protectively around his shoulders. Back on the ship, amidst the warm air and friendly faces, they faced their final misunderstanding. The crew assumed they'd want separate quarters. Kip looked at Zara, now glowing a steady, contented turquoise. "Could she stay near me? Her light helps me sleep." Zara chimed a soft, clear note her people's sound for home, and drifted closer to Kip's side. Years later, Ambassador Kip would often stand on the observation deck of the Unity station, watching Xylos spin like a jewel below. Beside him, Zara would shimmer, projecting holograms of Veridian 7's blue moss onto the stars. They'd weathered political storms and cultural clashes, but always remembered that crater. How fear had melted when warmth was offered, how survival became possible when burdens were shared, and how friendship wasn't about speaking the same language, but listening with the same heart. On quiet nights, Kip would still hum those old lullabies, and Zara would wrap him in a gentle, golden light, a silent promise that across all the cold vastness of space, some lights never go out. They simply learn to shine together. Story 19. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where the seasons painted the world with slow, deliberate strokes. Mist clung to the cobblestone streets in the mornings, smelling of damp earth and waking flowers. Sunlight, when it finally broke through, felt like warm honey poured over rooftops. And in the heart of this peaceful place lived a young man named Oliver, whose heart felt perpetually tangled, like a skein of yarn dropped by a careless kitten. Oliver loved the comforting sameness of Willowbrook. He knew the precise creak of the third step on the bakery stairs, the exact pattern the starlings made at dusk, the unchanging rhythm of the blacksmith's hammer. Change, even the gentle turning of the seasons, filled him with a quiet dread. When autumn leaves began their fiery descent, Oliver felt a pang of loss. When spring buds pushed through the frost, the sheer newness of it unsettled him. He longed for the world to hold its breath, perfectly still. His unease manifested in a peculiar way. Oliver's garden refused to grow. While his neighbors' plots burst with plump tomatoes, fragrant herbs, and blossoms that danced in the breeze, Oliver's patch of earth remained stubbornly barren. Seeds planted with hope simply vanished. Seedlings withered overnight. It was as if the very soil sensed his resistance to the fundamental magic of life, growth, and change. This deepened his sadness, a quiet ache he carried like a smooth, cold stone in his pocket. His closest friends noticed. There was Maeve, the baker, whose laugh was as warm as the oven-fresh bread she sold. Her hands were always dusted with flour, and her eyes sparkled with an understanding that needed few words. And then there was Silas, the elderly gardener whose knotted hands seemed to whisper secrets to the earth. Silas moved slowly, like the sun crossing the sky, and possessed a deep, quiet wisdom that felt as solid as the ancient oak by the village well. One crisp morning, as Oliver stared dejectedly at his patch of bare earth, Silas shuffled over, leaning on his gnarled walking stick. He didn't speak at first, simply stood beside Oliver, breathing in the cool air. A sparrow chirped from a nearby lilac bush. "Stubborn patch, this one," Silas finally murmured, his voice like dry leaves rustling. "It hates me," Oliver sighed, kicking a small clod of dirt that crumbled instantly. Silas chuckled softly. "Earth doesn't hate, lad, it listens, it feels." He bent slowly, scooping up a handful of the dark soil. "See this? It's rich, full of promise, but it needs something specific, something you have even if you don't see it yet." Oliver frowned. "I water it, I weed it, what else can I do?" "Ah," Silas said, his eyes twinkling. "It's not about the doing, not yet, it's about the allowing. This garden, it's a bit special. Folks in Willowbrook call them heart gardens. What grows here reflects what's growing here." He tapped his own chest gently. "Your fear of change, Oliver, it's like a frost settling on your seeds before they can even dream of sprouting." Oliver felt a flush creep up his neck. "I don't mean to be afraid, I just like things as they are." "And the world turns," Silas said gently. "Even the oldest oak sheds its leaves and grows new ones. Change isn't the enemy, lad, it's the dance." He patted Oliver's shoulder. "Try something different, don't fight the soil, listen to it, talk to it, tell it your worries even, and plant something unexpected, something that wants to change." Later that day, Maeve found Oliver sitting on the worn bench outside her bakery, his brow furrowed. She placed a steaming mug of spiced cider beside him, the scent of cinnamon and apple curling into the air. "Sela's been sharing his garden wisdom?" she asked, her voice warm. Oliver nodded, wrapping his hands around the mug. "He says my garden reflects me, that my fear is freezing it." Maeve sat down, the scent of yeast and sugar clinging to her apron. "He's wise, that one. Think of my sourdough starter, Oliver. Every day it changes. It grows, it bubbles, it needs feeding. If I tried to keep it exactly the same, day after day, it would die. It wouldn't make beautiful bread. The change is the magic." She nudged him playfully. "What did he tell you to plant?" "Something unexpected," Oliver mumbled. But what? Maeve's eyes lit up. I have just the thing. She disappeared into the bakery and returned holding a small, velvety pouch. Inside were seeds unlike any Oliver had seen, tiny, iridescent, shimmering with faint hues of blue and purple. Moonbeam lilies, she whispered. They're shy things, rare. They don't just grow towards the sun, they shift and turn with the moon. They change their shape, their glow, every single night. They need someone gentle, someone willing to watch them unfold without forcing them. Oliver held the pouch, the seeds cool against his palm. They felt alive. And the thought of planting something so inherently changeable both terrified and intrigued him. What if I kill them too? Then you learn, Maeve said simply. And you try again. That's growth too, Oliver. Taking a deep breath, Oliver returned to his patch of earth. Instead of mechanically digging and planting, he knelt. He pressed his palms flat against the cool soil. He closed his eyes, feeling the slight give of the earth beneath him, the faint hum of hidden life. He thought about his fear, the cold stone in his pocket. He whispered to the soil, his voice barely a breath. I'm scared of things being different, scared of things ending, scared of not knowing what comes next. He paused, the vulnerability feeling raw. But I want to try for these seeds. He planted the moonbeam lilies with infinite care, tucking each shimmering seed into a small hollow and covering it with a whisper of soil. He didn't water aggressively, he sprinkled water like morning dew. He didn't demand growth, he simply sat nearby each day, sometimes reading, sometimes just watching the patch of bare earth. Days turned into weeks. Oliver watched the vibrant gardens around him flourish, a riot of color and life. His patch remained stubbornly bare. Doubt crept in, colder than before. Had he failed again? Was Sila's wrong? He confided in Maeve and Sila's over shared cider and warm bread beneath the ancient oak. They didn't offer solutions, only quiet presence and gentle reminders. Patience, lad, Sila's would murmur. Magic takes its own time. Watch, Maeve would encourage. Just watch. One evening, as the first stars began to prick the twilight sky and the moon rose, fat and silver, Oliver made his nightly visit. He gasped. Tiny, fragile shoots, no thicker than threads, had pushed through the soil. They glowed with a soft, ethereal blue light, pulsing gently like captured moonlight. They were barely there, yet they radiated a profound sense of becoming. Tears pricked Oliver's eyes. Something deep within him, the cold stone of fear, cracked. Not shattered, but cracked, letting in a sliver of warm, golden light, the light of wonder. He sat on the cool grass, mesmerized, watching the tiny shoots. As the moon climbed higher, they seemed to stretch, ever so slightly, turning their minuscule leaves towards its silvery radiance. They changed before his very eyes, minute shiftings in their luminescence and posture. He began tending them not out of duty, but with a newfound reverence. He learned their subtle language when they thirsted for the gentlest sprinkle, when they needed the shade of his hand during the hottest part of the day. He watched, breath held, as they grew taller, forming slender stalks crowned by tightly furled buds that shone with a stronger, deeper indigo light. The fear didn't vanish, but it was joined now by anticipation, by curiosity. He started noticing other changes, the way the light fell differently on the village green as summer deepened, the new melody a blackbird sang, the comforting evolution of his own routines, now enriched by the quiet ritual of watching his lilies. Silas and Maeve often joined him in the evenings, sitting in companionable silence as the lilies performed their nightly dance. See how they embrace the night. Silas whispered one evening, pointing as the buds slowly began to unfurl under the moon's full gaze. They don't fight the darkness, they find their light within it, they transform it. One magnificent night, under a sky dusted with diamonds, the moonbeam lilies bloomed. It wasn't a sudden explosion, but a slow, breathtaking unfurling. Petals like spun moonlight opened wide. They weren't blue or purple, but a swirling, shimmering cascade of colors: silver, lavender, deep violet, and streaks of luminous white. They emitted a soft, bell-like chime that seemed to resonate in the still air, and a fragrance like cool water and starlight. The entire garden patch was bathed in their ethereal glow, transforming Oliver's once barren earth into a piece of the night sky brought down to rest on the ground. Oliver stood amidst his blooming heart garden, tears streaming freely down his cheeks, but they were tears of profound joy and release. He wasn't just seeing the flowers, he was feeling them. He felt their resilience, their quiet courage in unfurling in the dark, their constant, graceful dance with change. The cold stone of fear in his pocket dissolved completely, replaced by a warm, steady thrum of wonder and acceptance. He understood now. The magic wasn't just in the lilies, it was in the journey. His resistance had been the frost. His willingness to listen, to feel vulnerable, to plant the unexpected seed, and to patiently nurture it through its own transformations that had been the sunlight and rain his inner garden needed. The lilies mirrored his own inner shift. The fear hadn't been conquered but transformed into courage. The resistance had softened into acceptance, and the dread of change had blossomed into awe at its quiet, persistent beauty. Word spread through Willowbrook about the glowing lilies. Children came to gaze in wonder, their faces lit by the soft radiance. Elders smiled, recognizing the deep magic of a heart garden coming into its own. Oliver began helping Silas in the community gardens, his touch now gentle and knowing. He found joy in the constant, small changes: the ripening of fruit, the unfurling of a new fern, the shifting patterns of clouds. He even helped Maeve experiment with a new bread recipe, laughing when the first batch was hilariously lopsided, understanding now that the trying was part of the sweetness. On quiet evenings, Oliver still sat beside his moonbeam lilies. He watched them shift and glow, chime softly, and turn their luminous faces to follow the moon's path across the sky. The cool night air carried their starlight fragrance and the comforting scent of damp earth. The gentle hum of crickets provided a soothing chorus. He no longer saw an unchanging world, but a world alive with a million tiny, beautiful transformations, each one a note in the peaceful song of existence. He touched a glowing petal, cool and silken, and a deep sense of contentment settled over him, warm as Maeve's hearth and as enduring as Silas's wisdom. He had learned the garden's secret, whispered on the night breeze. Growth is not a storm to be weathered, but a quiet, luminous unfurling, best tended with patience, kindness, and an open heart ready to embrace the ever-turning page. And in that understanding, Oliver Bloomfield found his deepest peace, sitting under the moon, surrounded by the gentle, ever-changing light of his own hard-won magic. The fire within him, once banked by fear, now glowed steadily, as warm and comforting as the hearths of Willowbrook, a quiet testament to the beautiful, ongoing transformation of the soul. Story 20. The stone cottage at the edge of Willowbrook had always been a place of quiet rhythm. Its caretaker, Silas, found deep comfort in routine. Each dawn he'd rise with the first blush of pink in the sky, brew a pot of chamomile tea that filled the kitchen with a honeyed, floral scent, and tend to his extraordinary garden. This wasn't just any garden, it was the Whispering Glade, a place where plants shimmered with faint inner light and bloomed in impossible colors, responding to the tender care Silas poured into them. He knew every root, every leaf, every sigh of the wind through the silver willow trees that bordered the glade. Change, however, was a visitor Silas kept firmly at the garden gate. Lately, though, a different kind of change stirred within Silas himself. A restlessness, a feeling like a seed pushing against hard earth inside his chest. He felt out of tune. The vibrant moon petals, usually a cascade of cool blue luminescence, seemed dimmer. The giggling snapdragons remained stubbornly silent. Even the sturdy sunroot vines felt listless under his touch. The magic of the glade, once effortless, felt like trying to grasp mist. "It's just the turning of the season, Silas," he murmured to himself one crisp autumn morning, his breath making little clouds in the air as he carefully pruned a drooping starflower. But deep down he knew it wasn't. The unease wasn't in the air, it was within him. He felt awkward, clumsy, as if his hands had forgotten their purpose. The familiar rhythms of planting, watering, and whispering encouragement felt forced, and the glade reflected his inner turmoil. Patches of vibrant green moss turned brittle and brown. Flowers that once sang softly now curled their petals inward, shy and sad. His closest neighbor, Alara, whose own cottage windows overflowed with cheerful, albeit ordinary, geraniums, noticed the shift. She often brought Silas jars of her famous blackberry jam, her kind eyes missing nothing. One afternoon, watching Silas frown at a stubbornly gray patch of glow moss, she settled onto the sun-warmed garden bench beside him. The scent of damp earth and fading lavender hung sweetly in the air. "The glade feels a little quiet today, Silas," she said gently, her voice as warm as the jam she offered. "Is everything all right?" Silas sighed, the sound heavy as a fallen log. "I don't know, Alara. It's as if the magic doesn't recognize me anymore. I do the same things, but nothing responds. It feels like I'm tending a memory instead of a living garden." He plucked a withered leaf from a moon-petal stem. "Change has never been welcome here. We had a perfect rhythm." Alara patted his weathered hand. "Perhaps the garden isn't the only thing needing tending, my friend. Even the sturdiest oak sheds its leaves to grow new ones. Maybe something inside you is asking to unfurl, and the glade is simply mirroring that stirring." Silas frowned. "Unfurl, I'm Silas. I tend the garden. That's who I am." The thought of being anything else felt unsettling, like a path disappearing into fog. The next day, the feeling intensified. While trying to coax a melody from the snapdragons with his usual gentle hum, a wave of unfamiliar frustration washed over him. He hadn't meant to push, but a small surge of anxious energy escaped his fingertips. Instead of a giggle, the snapdragon let out a startled squeak, and its petals snapped shut with a finality that echoed in the quiet glade. Silas stumbled back, horrified. He'd never forced the magic before. Feeling like a stranger in his own sanctuary, he retreated to his cottage, leaving the garden untended. As dusk painted the sky in bruised purples and oranges, he watched from his window. The garden seemed to sigh, its collective light dimming further. It was then he noticed a small, determined figure moving through the twilight. It was Bramble, a stout, elderly badger who lived in a cozy set beneath the oldest silver willow. Bramble was a creature of deep, quiet wisdom, respected by all in Willowbrook. Silas often left out extra berries for him. Now Bramble was slowly, methodically, nudging fallen twigs into a neat pile near the gray moss patch. He wasn't using magic, he was simply tending with patient, earthy care. Curiosity overcoming his gloom, Silas ventured out. The air was cool and carried the scent of wood smoke from distant chimneys. "Bramble, what are you doing?" The badger paused, his dark eyes glinting in the fading light. "Tidying, Silas. Place feels heavy." His voice was a low rumble, like stones shifting in a stream. "The moss misses your song, but the twigs are my doing. Wind blew them down last night." He nudged another twig. "Change comes, Silas, like the wind. You can't stop it. You can only learn to bend with it or build something new from what it leaves behind." Silas knelt beside the badger, the damp earth cool beneath his knees. "But what if the change is me? What if I don't know who I am anymore in this garden?" Bramble sniffed the air thoughtfully. "Garden knows you, always has. Maybe it's waiting for you to know you again, or perhaps for the first time." He nudged Silas's boot gently with his snout. Listen, not just with ears. That night, Silas didn't sleep well. Bramble's words echoed. He thought about the frustration, the restlessness, the feeling of being out of step. Maybe Alara was right. Maybe something was trying to unfurl within him. He'd always defined himself solely as the glade's tender. But was that all he was? Had he ever truly explored the other seeds within his own heart? The next morning, instead of forcing his routine, Silas sat on the dew-dampened bench. He closed his eyes and breathed deeply. He smelled the rich loam, the faint sweetness of late-blooming frost blossoms, the sharp tang of pine from the distant woods. He felt the cool morning air on his skin and the solid wood of the bench beneath him. He listened past the silence to the distant chirp of a wren, the rustle of a vole in the undergrowth, the soft sigh of the wind through the silver willows. He listened inwardly. He felt the restlessness again, not as an enemy, but as a presence. It felt energetic, creative, like a tightly coiled spring. He'd always channeled his energy into the garden, but what if this feeling wanted expression through him in a different way? Tentatively, driven by an impulse he didn't fully understand, Silas stood. He didn't reach for his trowel or watering can. He walked slowly to the gray moss patch Bramble had tidied. He remembered the frustration, the surge of energy that had startled the snapdragon. Instead of suppressing it, he acknowledged it. "I see you," he whispered to the restless feeling inside. "You feel strange, but you are part of me." He held his hands over the moss, not to force magic, but simply to feel. He imagined not the moss turning green, but the energy within him, that restless, sparking feeling flowing gently down his arms, warm and tingling, like sunlight held in his palms. He didn't command, he offered. He visualized the energy not as a command, but as a gift, like warm rain. A soft gasp escaped him. The gray moss didn't instantly turn green. Instead, tiny, intricate patterns began to emerge across its surface, delicate swirls of silver and pale blue, like frost on a window pane. It wasn't the vibrant green he expected. It was something entirely new, breathtakingly beautiful and uniquely his. The patterns shimmered faintly with their own soft inner light. Alara, arriving with fresh bread, stopped in her tracks. "Silas, what is that? It's exquisite." Silas looked at his hands, then at the transformed moss, wonder blooming in his chest like a rare night-blooming cereus. I don't know, I just listened, and this came out." He touched the moss gently. It felt cool and velvety, the patterns slightly raised. It felt like I wasn't forcing the garden to be what it was, but letting something new be born. Wordlessly, Alara sat beside him on the bench, the warm, yeasty smell of her bread mingling with the garden scents. Silas felt a profound shift. The fear of change began to soften, replaced by a dawning curiosity. He tentatively approached the silent snapdragons. Instead of his usual hum, he thought of the intricate patterns on the moss, the swirls, the unexpected beauty born from his restless energy. He pictured that energy flowing gently, playfully. One snapdragon slowly unfurled its petals. It didn't giggle, it let out a soft, melodious chime, like a tiny crystal bell. The sound was pure, clear, and utterly new to the whispering glade. Silas laughed, a sound of pure delight that startled a nearby butterfly into flight. "It's different," he breathed. "But it's still magic, my magic." His journey wasn't instant. There were days the old frustration returned, days the patterns on the moss seemed faint, days the glade felt quiet again. But Silas learned. He learned to sit with his discomfort, to listen to the whispers of his own heart, the restlessness, the sparks of new ideas, the moments of quiet contentment. He learned that tending the garden wasn't just about maintaining its old magic, but co-creating with it, allowing his own inner landscape to influence its beauty. He discovered a love for intricate patterns. He found himself sketching swirls and spirals in the soft earth, which the glowworms seemed to trace with their light at night. He experimented with directing his energy not forcefully, but with focused intention, and watched as vines grew in graceful, swirling arches instead of straight lines, and flowers bloomed with petals patterned like stained glass. Bramble became his quiet confidant, often simply sitting nearby while Silas worked, his presence a grounding comfort. Alara brought her paints one day, captivated by the new patterns, and together they created vibrant illustrations of the glade's evolving beauty, their shared laughter becoming part of the garden's new song. The lesson wasn't shouted, it was whispered by the wind, hummed by the transformed snapdragons, and woven into the very fabric of the glade. Silas learned that personal growth wasn't about becoming someone entirely different. It was about uncovering layers of oneself that had always been there, waiting for the right conditions to emerge. It was about embracing the seasons within, trusting that even the most unsettling change could lead to breathtaking new forms of beauty. The magic wasn't leaving him, it was transforming with him, becoming richer, deeper, and more uniquely resonant. One evening, as the first stars pricked the velvety twilight sky and fireflies danced like living embers among the patterned moss and swirling vines, Silas stood with Alara and Bramble. The whispering glade shimmered with a complex, harmonious light, the familiar blues and greens mingling with swirls of silver, chimes blending with soft rustles, and the comforting rumble of the badger's breathing. The scent of night-blooming jasmine hung heavy and sweet. Alara sighed contentedly. It feels more alive than ever, Silas, fuller. Bramble nodded, his eyes reflecting the starlight. Told you wind changes, garden changes, keeper changes, still home. Silas placed a hand on the trunk of the ancient silver willow, feeling its steady, deep pulse through the bark. He looked at his friends, then at the garden, a testament to inner transformation mirrored in the outer world. The restlessness was still there, but it was no longer a storm. It was a current, a source of creative energy he was learning to navigate. He felt a profound sense of peace, deeper than any routine had ever offered. He wasn't just the glade's tender anymore. He was its co-creator, its evolving heart. Yes, he whispered, his voice filled with quiet wonder and newfound acceptance. It's still home, and the best tending, he added, looking inward with gentle understanding, starts with tending your own roots. He smiled, the warmth radiating outwards, making the nearest starflowers pulse with a soft, golden light. The crackling fire of contentment burned steadily within him, casting a peaceful glow over the transformed garden and the friends who had witnessed his gentle, magical becoming. The night settled around them not as an end, but as a soft blanket under an infinite sky, wrapping the whispering glade and its keeper in the deep, comforting peace of true self-discovery. Story 21. Leo had always felt a soft whisper in the wind whenever autumn painted the mountains around his village in shades of copper and gold. It was a gentle tug, like the flutter of moth wings against glass, that led him to his grandmother's attic one crisp afternoon. Dust motes danced in the slanted sunlight as he unearthed an old wooden chest beneath a tapestry of woven starlight patterns. Inside lay a velvet pouch, heavy with secrets, and inside that, a locket shaped like an acorn, its bronze surface etched with spirals that seemed to shift in the light. "Ah," murmured grandmother, appearing in the doorway with a tray of spiced cider. "The Heartwood locket, it's been waiting for you." She explained that their family were keepers, guardians of an ancient forest legacy forgotten by time. The locket, she said, was but the first key. Its twin spirals pointed to the whispering woods, where their ancestors had woven magic into the roots of the world. "Seek the stone of stories," she advised, her voice like rustling leaves. "Listen to what the trees remember." With the locket warm against his chest, Leo ventured into the woods the next dawn. Mist clung to mossy stones, and the air hummed with the scent of damp earth and pine. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in liquid gold, illuminating a path only he could see, a trail of glowing mushrooms pulsing softly. Deeper he wandered until a colossal oak, its bark carved with the same spirals as his locket, barred his way. At its base sat a badger with wise, amber eyes. "You've come for the stone," it rasped kindly. "But first understand why it sleeps." The badger, Eldon, revealed he was the forest's memory keeper. He guided Leo to a hidden grove where moonlight pooled like silver water, even in daylight. There, embedded in a moss-covered altar, lay the Stone of Stories, a smooth river rock etched with constellations. When Leo touched it, visions bloomed, ancestors tending saplings with songs that made them grow strong, weaving bridges from living vines and calming storms with whispered harmonies. He saw droughts where they shared water with parched animals, and winters where they sheltered travelers in hollowed trees. Their magic wasn't force but kinship, listening to the land's needs, nurturing balance. "The legacy isn't power," Eldon murmured. "It's responsibility, to protect, not dominate." But the stone dimmed, its light fading. Eldon sighed. The forest suffers, the village forgets its old ways, clearing too much land, silencing the songs. Leo's heart ached. He remembered his neighbors grumbling about useless thickets and the silence where birds once chorused. The ancestors' lesson echoed, true strength lay in unity with all living things. For days, Leo sat with the stone, learning its quiet language. He practiced humming to wilting flowers, watching them perk up. He mended a robin's wing with gentle hands and woven grasses, feeling the locket pulse warmly. One evening, he found villagers arguing over felling an ancient maple for firewood. Drawing courage from the stone's memory, Leo stepped forward. "This tree shelters owls and holds the soil," he said softly, placing his palm on the trunk. To everyone's awe, the maple's leaves shimmered with sudden, golden light, the locket's magic resonating with its roots. Shamed, the villagers relented. Slowly, Leo shared the keeper's wisdom, planting hedgerows for wildlife, reviving old songs at harvest, leaving wild patches where earth could breathe. The locket glowed brighter with each act, its spirals now gleaming like captured starlight. On the solstice, he led the village to the Stone of Stories. As they sang ancestral harmonies, the grove burst into life, fireflies swirling like constellations, flowers blooming in frost, and the stone radiating a soft, blue light that touched every heart. Years later, Leo stands at the forest's edge, watching children weave crowns of ivy and chant to saplings. His own locket now hangs around his daughter's neck, its bronze warm and bright. The whispering woods thrive, a tapestry of green and gold stretching to the mountains. The legacy lives not in grand spells, but in tended gardens, rescued fledglings, and stories told under moonlit oaks. As fireflies blink like tiny lanterns in the twilight, Leo smiles. The past had whispered and he'd listened, not to reclaim glory, but to find his place in the world's quiet, enduring song. And in that belonging there was peace as deep and comforting as the roots beneath his feet. Story 22. The old oak tree outside Leela's window sighed in the evening breeze, its leaves whispering secrets only the night could understand. Inside her cozy room, filled with the scent of lavender and worn books, Leela felt a familiar restlessness. The world outside seemed too big, too loud sometimes, and she longed for a place that felt just right. Little did she know the answer lay not beyond her window, but within a forgotten corner of her own home. Tucked beneath the sloped ceiling of the attic, a place thick with dust motes dancing in slanting afternoon light, Leela discovered it. She wasn't searching for anything specific, just exploring the kingdom of trunks and shrouded furniture, a land ruled by memories. Her fingers brushed against a small, smooth wooden box tucked behind a stack of yellowed National Geographics. It felt warm, unlike the cool air of the attic. Inside, nestled on faded velvet, lay a single seed. It wasn't like any seed Leela had ever seen. It shimmered with a soft internal light like captured moonlight, and its surface seemed to shift with faint, swirling patterns of silver and deep, forest green. Tucked beside it was a tiny, folded note in her grandmother's elegant script, for the quiet heart that listens. Holding the seed felt like holding a tiny, sleeping heartbeat. That night, unable to sleep, Leela cradled it in her palm by the moonlight streaming through her window. As she traced the swirling patterns, a soft chime like distant wind bells resonated in her mind. A feeling warm and insistent tugged at her, a silent invitation. It wasn't words but an image, the ancient, gnarled oak in the overgrown thicket at the very edge of the whispering woods, a place children were warned not to venture too deeply. The next morning, with the seed safely tucked in a small velvet pouch around her neck, Leela felt a courage she didn't know she possessed. The warnings about the whispering woods seemed less daunting, replaced by the gentle, persistent pull of the seed. Stepping beneath the canopy felt like entering another world. Sunlight filtered through leaves in dappled patterns, painting the forest floor gold and emerald. The air hummed thick with the scent of damp earth, decaying leaves, and something else, something sweet and ancient, like crushed pine needles and wild honey. The usual forest sounds, bird calls, rustling leaves, seemed amplified, layered with whispers she couldn't quite decipher. The seed against her chest pulsed warmly. The thicket was dense, vines snaking across the path like sleeping serpents. The ancient oak stood sentinel, its bark deeply furrowed, resembling a wise, weathered face. As Leela approached, the seed pulsed brighter, its light leaking through the velvet. Hesitantly, she placed her palm against the cool, rough bark. The swirling patterns on the seed flared, and a low, resonant hum vibrated through the tree and into her bones. With a sound like shifting stone and groaning wood, a section of the massive trunk shimmered, becoming insubstantial as mist. Beyond it lay not more forest, but a hidden grove bathed in perpetual twilight. Stepping through felt like sinking into a pool of cool, grain light. Luminescent moss carpeted the ground, glowing softly like emerald stars. Trees with bark like polished obsidian stretched towards a sky that wasn't sky, but a swirling canopy of shimmering, bioluminescent leaves in shades of violet, sapphire, and deep jade. Giant luminous mushrooms like glowing toadstools dotted the landscape. The air thrummed with a deep, peaceful energy. This was the Heartwood Grove, a sanctuary whispered about in old tales, hidden deep within the whispering woods. The seed's light dimmed to a contented glow. But the grove was not as vibrant as the legends suggested. The glowing moss was patchy, its light flickering weakly in places. Some of the luminous leaves hung limp, their colors faded. A palpable sense of melancholy hung in the cool air, a quiet sorrow. The seed pulsed again, a faint, worried rhythm against Layla's skin. Her journey hadn't ended, it had just begun. She needed to understand what ailed this hidden world. Her exploration was cautious. She found a small, clear pool fed by a trickle of water that seemed to weep from the roots of a colossal, silver-barked tree at the grove's center, the heartwood tree itself. But the water looked thin, lacking its usual pearlescent sheen. As she knelt by the pool, a soft whimper startled her. Tucked beneath the massive roots, half hidden by drooping ferns, was a creature. It was small, about the size of a large rabbit, but unlike any animal Leela knew. Its body seemed woven from living moss and soft bark, with large, luminous eyes the color of deep amber, currently wide with fear. Twigs like delicate antlers sprouted from its head, and its tiny paws were like gnarled roots. It trembled violently, trying to make itself smaller. Leela froze. This was a guardian spirit, a groveling. Her grandmother's stories had mentioned them shy, gentle creatures deeply connected to the grove's health. But this one radiated pure terror. She remembered the note, for the quiet heart that listens, she didn't speak. Instead, she sat down slowly a few feet away, making herself small and non-threatening. She hummed a tuneless, soothing melody her grandmother used to sing. Minutes stretched, filled only by the trickle of the sad spring and Leela's soft hum. Slowly, the trembling subsided. One large amber eye peeked out from behind a fern frond. "Hello," Leela whispered, her voice barely disturbing the air. "I'm Leela. I didn't mean to scare you." The creature flinched but didn't retreat further. It tilted its head, studying her with unnerving intelligence. A soft chime, similar to the seeds but higher pitched, echoed in Leela's mind. It wasn't words but feelings, cold, thirsty, alone, scared. "The grove is sick," Leela asked softly, understanding dawning. The creature, she decided to call it Mossbud, chimed again, a mournful sound. Images flickered in Leila's mind, the clear spring once flowing strong and bright, nourishing everything. Then a deep rumbling, a shifting deep below, the spring's flow weakening, turning thin and lifeless, the grove's light dimming, its spirit fading. Mossbud's fear wasn't just of Leila, but of the grove's slow fading, and the loneliness of watching it happen. The seed pulsed warmly against Leila's chest. She carefully drew it out. The swirling patterns flared softly as she held it towards Mossbud. The groveling's eyes widened further, not with fear now, but with awe and a flicker of desperate hope. It chimed, a questioning tone. "Help." Leila looked from the fading grove to the frightened guardian, then to the glowing seed in her palm. "I think this is meant to help," she said, more to herself than Mossbud. "But I don't know how." The journey to understand became a journey of patient friendship. Leela visited the grove daily, always sitting quietly near Mossbud at first, humming, sometimes sketching the luminous plants. Slowly, Mossbud's fear melted into wary curiosity, then into a tentative trust. It would inch closer, its mossy fur brushing Leela's hand as it investigated her drawings. Leela learned to listen not just with her ears, but with her heart, interpreting Mossbud's chimes and the subtle shifts in the grove's energy. She learned the grove's sickness stemmed from a blockage deep within the earth, choking the heartwood spring. The spring wasn't just water, it was liquid light, the grove's lifeblood. Mossbud showed her the source, a crack in the earth near the heartwood tree's roots, where the spring once surged. Now, only a feeble trickle emerged. The blockage was too deep, too powerful for the small groveling to clear. One afternoon, as Leela shared a simple oat cake, Mossbud nibbled on a corner with surprising delicacy. The seed flared brightly. Mossbud chimed urgently, nudging Leela's hand, holding the seed towards the crack where the spring wept. Leila knelt, the seed's light casting dancing patterns on the damp earth. Remembering the note for the quiet heart that listens, she closed her eyes. She didn't force anything. She simply held the seed near the crack and poured her feelings into it, her love for the grove's quiet beauty, her compassion for Mossbud's loneliness and fear, her deep wish to see the spring flow strong again, to see the moss glow bright and the leaves shimmer with full color. She thought of her grandmother, who must have known this place, and the kindness that led her to leave the seed. The seed grew warm, then hot in her palm. The swirling silver and green patterns blazed like captured stars. With a sound like a deep, resonant gong echoing from the earth itself, the seed dissolved. It didn't vanish, it flowed like liquid light from Leila's hand, pouring into the crack in the earth. It seeped deep, deep into the darkness where the blockage lay. For a moment, nothing happened. Mossbud whimpered, pressing close to Leila's leg. Then a tremor ran through the ground, gentle but profound. From deep below came a sound like ice cracking, followed by a rush, like a great sigh of relief. The thin trickle of water surged. It bubbled up clear and bright, but now shimmering with an internal, pearlescent light. It wasn't just water, it was pure, liquid luminescence. It flowed over the edges of the crack, spreading across the moss, which instantly responded. Where the glowing liquid light touched, the moss flared brighter, its emerald glow intensifying, spreading outwards in ripples of renewed life. The effect was instantaneous and magical. The drooping luminous leaves on the surrounding trees perked up, their colors deepening, glowing with renewed vigor. Violets became royal purples, sapphires shone like deep ocean gems, jade glowed with the intensity of sunlight through leaves. The giant mushrooms pulsed with stronger light. The very air seemed to sigh, the melancholy lifting, replaced by a vibrant hum of restored energy. The Heartwood Grove awoke. Mossbud let out a series of joyous, chiming trills, leaping and dancing on its root-like paws, its amber eyes shining with tears of pure relief. It twirled around Leela, brushing against her, chiming pure, unadulterated gratitude and happiness. Safe. Home. Light. Friend. The words resonated clearly in her heart now. The groveling wasn't just thanking her, it was welcoming her. Leela watched, awestruck, as the grove transformed. The luminescent river spread, nourishing every root, every blade of moss, every leaf. The canopy above blazed with renewed celestial fire. The sense of peace and vibrant life was overwhelming. She hadn't forced the seed to act, she had offered it her quiet heart, her genuine wish to heal, and it had responded. The magic wasn't in commanding, but in listening, understanding, and caring deeply. Her journey hadn't just changed the grove, it had changed her. The restless feeling that had driven her to the attic was gone, replaced by a profound sense of peace and connection. She had faced the unknown woods, befriended a creature utterly different from herself, discovered a hidden world, and learned that true strength lay in quiet empathy and the courage to offer kindness. She understood now why her grandmother left the seed. It wasn't just a key, it was a mirror, reflecting the quiet magic within a listening heart. As twilight deepened in the world outside, casting long shadows in Leela's room, she knew her time in the grove for the day was ending. Mossbud nuzzled her hand, its chiming soft and content. Leela understood. The grove was healed, but the connection remained. She could return. With a final look at the vibrant, luminous sanctuary, she stepped back through the shimmering trunk of the ancient oak, which solidified behind her with a soft thud. Back in her familiar attic, the air smelled only of dust and old paper. But Leela felt different. She looked at the empty wooden box. Where the seed had lain, a tiny sprout had pushed through the faded velvet. It was a delicate shoot, glowing with the same soft silver-green light as the seed, its first tiny leaves unfurling with the same swirling patterns. A living reminder. She carefully carried the box downstairs to her windowsill, placing it where moonlight could touch it. Lying in bed that night, watching the oak tree sigh in the breeze, Leela felt a deep contentment. She wasn't restless anymore. She had found her place, not by escaping the world, but by discovering a deeper connection within it. She had learned that magic wasn't about grand gestures, but about the quiet courage to listen, the patience to understand, and the kindness offered to a trembling creature in the shadows. She had found a hidden world, and in doing so, had uncovered hidden depths within herself. The tiny sprout on her sill pulsed softly, a beacon of gentle light, a promise of growth, and a testament to the enduring power of a quiet heart that truly listens. As sleep finally claimed her, she fancied she could hear, carried on the night wind, the faint, joyful chime of a moss-covered friend, safe and sound in a grove restored to light. The world was vast, yes, but it was also full of hidden wonders and quiet friendships waiting to be found, one listening heart at a time. And that knowledge, warm and comforting as a blanket woven from moonlight, lulled her into the deepest, most peaceful sleep she had ever known. Story 23. The village of Oakhaven nestled between rolling hills, where chimney smoke curled like sleepy cats into the twilight. Young Milo, whose freckles seemed to hold stardust, often gazed beyond the meadow where the old stone wall marked the edge of the known. Beyond lies the whispering woods, grandmother would say, her knitting needles clicking like crickets, where moonlight weaves bridges and shadows sing. One autumn evening, as the harvest moon swelled golden and heavy, Milo found the wall's ancient gate, rusted shut for generations, swung open like an invitation. Curiosity fluttering in his chest like a trapped moth, Milo stepped through. Instantly, the air changed. It tasted of honeycomb and damp earth, and the trees weren't trees at all, but towering pillars of amethyst crystal, humming softly. Their facets caught the moonlight, scattering liquid silver across a path of velvety moss that glowed with its own soft green light. This was the Glimmerwood, where every step crunched faintly like stepping on sugar-frosted petals. Milo hadn't walked far when a whimper rustled from a thicket of ferns. There, tangled in brambles woven with tiny, blinking blue flowers, trembled a creature no larger than his hand. It had the delicate wings of a dragonfly, shimmering like oil on water, and the furry body of a dormouse with eyes like melted amber. "Oh," breathed Milo, "you're stuck." The creature, a glimmerwing, nudged a thorn-pierced wing sadly. Milo's fingers, small and careful, worked gently. "Thorns only bite if you rush," he whispered, recalling grandmother mending torn lace. One by one he freed the barbs, his touch feather-light. With a joyful hum, the glimmerwing zipped into the air, showering Milo in iridescent dust that smelled of rain-kissed lilacs. It circled his head once, then darted deeper into the woods. Milo followed, the dust warming his cheeks like gratitude. The crystal trees thinned, revealing a meadow where the grass grew in spirals of emerald and topaz. Here Milo encountered his second wonder, stones that moved. Not stones, turtles. Their shells were mosaics of lichen and polished river pebbles, moss spilling over their edges like green velvet cloaks. They moved with dreamy slowness toward a pond, shimmering with opal light at the meadow's heart. The moon-petal pond chirped a tiny voice. Milo looked down to see a ladybug perched on a blade of grass, its shell gleaming like a polished ruby. The mossbacks must sip before dawn, or their gardens fade. But the eldest turtle sighed, a sound like wind through reeds. "The star blooms bloom tonight, we are too slow." Milo saw them then, silver flowers unfurling on the pond's surface, glowing like captured starlight. They wilted at first touch of sunlight. An idea sparked. Gathering fallen crystal leaves as wide as dinner plates, Milo slid them beneath the turtles. "Hold on," he urged. Pushing with all his might, he sent the leaves gliding like sleds across the slick grass. Laughter, soft as dandelion fluff, rose as the mossback skimmed joyfully to the pond, sipping starbloom nectar just as the petals began to shimmer and fade. Their shells blazed with renewed colors, painting the air with drifting motes of jade and sapphire. Beyond the meadow, the path dipped into a valley veiled in mist. Here the air grew damp and the ground squelched underfoot. A great willow tree stood weeping, its silver leaves dripping steady tears that had turned the valley into a shallow marsh. Curled at its roots, half submerged, was a creature like a water vole sculpted from living river reeds, shivering. "The weepwood is sad," it murmured, its voice the gurgle of a brook. A lost lullaby echoes in its roots, and its tears drown the firefly nests. Milo waded into the cool water, the glowing moss on his path reflecting like drowned stars. He pressed his palm against the willow's trunk. It pulsed, slow and sorrowful. Then he remembered, the glimmerwing's dust still tingled on his skin. Humming the lullaby grandmother sang when storms rattled the shutters, He traced patterns in the bark with dust-coated fingers. The tree shuddered. From within its heartwood a forgotten melody resonated, a tune of rustling leaves and distant owl hoots. The weeping slowed. The tears became dewdrops. As the mist cleared, thousands of emerald fireflies rose from nests now safe on dry land, swirling around Milo in a constellation of living light. The reed vole nudged his ankle, leaving a tiny, perfect seashell in the moss. For listening, it burbled before diving happily into the now clear stream. Dawn's first blush painted the sky peach and lavender as Milo retraced his steps. The glimmerwood seemed to sigh contentedly around him. At the stone gate he paused. The glimmerwing zoomed down, dropping a single, luminous blue flower from the brambles into his palm. The mossbacks lined the path, their shells glowing a farewell. Fireflies winked like green stars in the receding mist. Stepping back into Oakhaven's meadow, the gate closed silently behind him. In his pocket the seashell hummed with the willow's song, the flower glowed softly, and his heart felt curiously large and warm. That night, as grandmother tucked him in, Milo placed the glowing flower on the windowsill. "The Whispering Woods," he whispered, "is full of friends who just needed a little help finding their way." Grandmother smiled, her eyes crinkling like well-worn maps. "And so did you, my brave explorer," she murmured, smoothing his hair. Outside, the harvest moon watched over the village, its light gentle as a promise. Milo drifted to sleep, the scent of honeycomb and damp earth lingering like a secret, knowing that courage wasn't about facing darkness. It was about sharing your light, one kind act at a time, and that the most enchanting places are often found by helping others find their way home. Story 24. Leo had always been curious about the rustling woods behind his grandmother's cottage, but tonight felt different. As twilight painted the sky in lavender and peach, a new path unfurled before him, one woven with silver cobwebs and lined with moon-pale mushrooms that pulsed like sleepy hearts. Without a second thought, Leo stepped onto the glowing trail, his worn boots whispering through dewy ferns. The path spiraled downward into a valley bathed in eternal dusk. Above, willow trees dripped strands of liquid amber light, casting dancing shadows on velvet moss. Fireflies here weren't mere insects but tiny lantern-bearers, their bodies etched with runes that hummed lullabies. Leo's breath caught as he spotted the first wonder, a stream flowing uphill, its waters shimmering with submerged stars that giggled when they bubbled to the surface. "Lost little wanderer," chirped a voice like wind chimes. Perched on a toadstool was a creature no taller than Leo's thumb, with wings of dandelion fluff and eyes like polished obsidian. "I'm Pip," it trilled, adjusting its acorn cap hat. "You found the Valley of Whispers, where courage paints the path forward." Leo explained he wasn't lost, just exploring. Pip fluttered to his shoulder. "Then you must meet the Glimmerfolk, but mind the bramble hollow, it tangles feet and spirits alike." True to Pip's warning, the valley soon narrowed into a thicket of thorny vines that swayed like serpents. Each step stirred whispers, "Turn back, too dark, too unknown." Leo's pulse quickened, but Pip nuzzled his ear. "Sing to them, fear shrinks from kindness." So Leo sang his grandmother's lullaby, voice trembling at first, then swelling clear and warm. The thorns shivered, softening into flowering tendrils that parted like curtains, revealing a meadow. There the Glimmerfolk drifted, ethereal beings with bodies of woven starlight, tending to glowing orbs that bloomed like water lilies on a pond of liquid night. Their elder, a figure robed in comet dust, floated forward. "You carry a brave song, child," it murmured, voice like a distant waterfall. "But our oldest light fountain is dimming. Without its glow, the valley's dreams will fade." Leo followed its gaze to a stone basin where the light sputtered weakly, choked by creeping shadows. Pip shivered. "The shadows feed on doubt. Only pure-hearted wonder can lift them. Leo knelt, recalling how he'd calmed the thorns. Gently, he cupped his hands around the fading light. Instead of pushing the shadows away, he whispered stories of sunlit meadows, grandmother's honey cakes, and the first time he'd rescued a fallen bird. With each memory, the shadows thinned, melting like frost under dawn's touch. The fountain blazed anew, painting the Glimmerfolk in hues of topaz and rose. The elder bowed, placing a cool, smooth pebble in Leo's palm. It glowed with captured starlight. "Courage isn't the absence of fear," it said softly. "It's the choice to wonder anyway. Keep this, so you'll always remember the valley's song." As Leo retraced his steps, the silver path guided him home. Pip rode atop his curls, promising to visit when fireflies danced in his garden. Back at the cottage, Leo tucked the pebble under his pillow. Its gentle radiance warmed his dreams, where uphill streams carried laughter and thorny paths bloomed at the sound of a kind voice. And though the valley remained hidden by day, Leo knew, in the quiet spaces between heartbeats, that curiosity and kindness could turn any unknown into a doorway, waiting to be opened with a brave, soft song. Story 25. Leela always felt the forest breathed differently at twilight. As the last amber streaks faded behind Whispering Pines Ridge, a hush would settle over Mosswood Hollow, a silence so deep it hummed against her skin. Tonight, as fireflies blinked their first hesitant greetings, she traced the familiar path to Grandmother Rowan's cottage. Her fingers brushed the velvety moss coating the old stone wall when something glimmered in the ferns. Not a firefly. A lantern no larger than her palm, wrought of silver so thin it seemed spun from moonlight. Its surface swirled with patterns like wind-kissed ripples on a pond. When she lifted it, warmth bloomed against her palm, and the forest shadows shifted. Trees bent into archways she'd never seen. Ferns parted to reveal a cobbled path glowing with dew light. The air smelled of crushed pine needles and something sweeter, like promises whispered at dawn. "Curious paths open to curious hearts," murmured a voice like rustling birch leaves. A creature perched on a toadstool, knee-high, with moth-wing ears and eyes like liquid obsidian. "I'm Flicker, you found the gleam lantern. It reveals the veiled veil." Flicker's twiggy fingers gestured toward the archway. "But be warned, lanterns show truths, not always kindness." Leela hesitated only a breath. Loneliness had carved hollows in her since Mother's illness began. This shimmering path felt like an answered sigh. She stepped through. The veiled veil unfolded like a living tapestry. Trees wore bark inlaid with mother of pearl, their canopies dripping vines that chimed like glass chimes. Rivers flowed liquid starlight over stones that sang bassoon-deep notes when touched. Yet beneath the beauty hummed unease. Flowers snapped shut as they passed, their petals edged in frost despite the balmy air. "The veil is fading," Flicker confessed, guiding her across a bridge of woven light. "Cold shadows creep from the blighted brambles. Our heartstone, a crystal that pulses with the veil's joy, is dimming." Flicker's wings drooped. Even Queen Mira's song can't revive it. Leela's lantern flared, casting light on a nearby pool. Instead of her reflection, it showed Grandmother Rowan placing a cool cloth on Mother's fevered brow. Leela's throat tightened. Can the Heartstone heal people? Hope was a fragile bird in her chest. "All life is connected here," Flicker said softly. "But the Heartstone needs laughter to thrive. Shadows feast on sorrow." They reached the crystal glade, where the Heartstone hung suspended in a net of roots. Once radiant as captured sunrise, it now flickered weakly, veins of obsidian threading its core. Around it Vale folk huddled, willowy dryads with bark skin, pebblekin with gemstone eyes, all radiating weary fear. Queen Mira, her antlers twined with glowing lichen, approached. Human child, she intoned, her voice like wind through reeds. Shadows whisper you bring the blight. Suspicion hardened the air. Pebblekin clattered nervously, dryads drew back, leaves shivering. Flicker bristled. Leela bears the gleam lantern. She seeks help for her ailing mother. The lantern pulsed in Layla's hand, its light washing over the queen. Instead of regal certainty, Leela saw exhaustion etched in the grooves of Mira's bark-like skin, fear shadowing her eyes. The truth unveiled, Mira blamed herself for the fading veil, her guilt a fertile ground for shadows. "You're afraid," Leela whispered, "but not of me. You fear failing them." She gestured to the trembling creatures. Mira flinched as if struck. Silence stretched, brittle as thin ice. Then a pebblekin piped up. Queen sang my hatch song, made my pebbles warm. Another added, she mended the rainbow falls when shadows cracked it. One by one small voices rose, weaving a tapestry of Mira's unnoticed kindnesses, mending wings, settling disputes, singing lullabies to saplings. As memories bloomed, the obsidian veins in the heartstone shrank infinitesimally. Leela understood. The shadows feed on forgotten joy. She raised the lantern high. Let's remind the veil of its light. Thus began their pilgrimage. At the sighing caves, where echoes of lost hopes lingered, Leela played hopscotch with pebblekin on resonant stones, their giggles shaking loose stalactites of gloom. In the mournful marshes, Flicker led a chorus of croaking frogs in silly songs, while Leela danced with will-o'-wisps, her laughter scattering marsh mist into sparkling confetti. With every shared smile, the lantern's glow intensified, pushing back the creeping chill. Yet the deepest shadows clung to the blighted brambles, a thorny tangle where the veil's pain festered. There the gleam lantern revealed the source, not an external evil, but a fractured dryad named Thorn. Once a guardian of the brambles, he'd absorbed too much sorrow when a rockslide crushed his sapling grove. Now, half consumed by bitterness, he radiated cold. "Leave," he rasped, thorns lengthening. "Joy is a lie." Leela stepped forward, lantern held like a shield. Its light fell on Thorn, showing not a monster, but a figure hunched in grief, roots withered by loneliness. She saw his reflection, a memory of him tenderly pruning young brambles, humming as buds unfurled. "You loved them," she said softly. "They'd want you to remember the sunshine, not just the storm." Thorn recoiled. "They're gone. But the veil isn't." Flicker landed on Leela's shoulder. "We lost our glow, Thorn. Help us find it again." Tentatively, Mira began the grove's old growing song, her voice cracking. Pebblekin chimed in, patting Thorn's twisted roots. Layla hummed Mother's lullaby, the one that eased fever dreams. The lantern blazed, its warmth melting the frost from Thorn's branches. A single tear, clear as dewdrop, rolled down his bark. Where it fell, a tiny, brave sprout pushed through the blight. As dawn tinged the vale's sky with peach and lavender, they returned to the heartstone. Mira placed her hand upon it, Thorn's gnarled roots touching its base, pebblekin piling their warmest stones around it. Leela lifted the gleam lantern. "For laughter," she whispered, recalling Flicker's upside-down flight through a waterfall. "For kindness," she added, seeing Mira gently untangle a butterfly. "For second chances," she finished, watching Thorn's sprout unfurl its first leaf. She poured every ounce of newfound courage, every spark of shared joy into the light. The heartstone ignited. Not a flicker, but a supernova of gold and emerald light that pulsed through the veil like a heartbeat. Frost vanished, flowers unfurled in rainbow bursts, the rivers sang in perfect harmony. The obsidian veins dissolved, leaving the crystal radiant, humming with pure, undiluted life. Flicker pressed a smooth, warm pebble into Leela's hand, a fragment of the heartstone. "For your mother," they whispered. "Carry the veil's light to her. The path home reappeared, arching through the awakening forest. At the cottage door, Grandmother Rowan gasped as Leela placed the pebble on Mother's chest. It glowed softly, warmth spreading through the room like sunlight through honey. Mother's labored breathing eased. Color returned to her cheeks as the lingering fever broke. Outside, the first true birdsong of dawn echoed the vale's renewed melody. Leela kept the gleam lantern on her windowsill. Some nights its light dances across the ceiling, showing glimpses, flicker leading a moonlit parade of fireflies, Mira singing to the whispering pines, Thorn nurturing a grove of luminous saplings. And Leela knows, deep as roots, bright as starlight, that courage is a lantern we carry into dark places, friendship a bridge across impossible divides, and that even the smallest spark of remembered joy can banish the deepest cold. As sleep claims her, the vale's song weaves through her dreams, a lullaby of resilience, a promise that no heart is ever truly alone in the vast, whispering dark. Story 26. The little town of Bramblebrook nestled in a valley where mist clung to the meadows like cobwebs every morning. In a cottage with ivy climbing its stone walls lived a quiet boy named Leo. Leo noticed things others didn't, the precise pattern of frost on a window pane, the secret language of birdsong at dawn, and the way ordinary objects seemed to hum with hidden stories, especially those belonging to his wise grandmother. Grandmother Alara had a special treasure, a chipped, sky-blue teacup. It wasn't fancy, but she used it every single day. "This cup," she'd murmur, tracing the fine crack running down its side, "holds more than tea, Leo. It holds memories." Leo loved watching her pour the steaming amber liquid. Sometimes he swore he saw tiny, shimmering shapes swirling in the steam-fleeting images of mountains, oceans, or a laughing face he didn't recognize. He thought it was just his imagination, until the day Grandmother Alara fell ill. Her usual warmth faded, replaced by a quiet weariness. Worry settled over the cottage like a heavy blanket. One evening, as Leo carefully washed the blue teacup, a single tear escaped and landed right where the crack began. To his astonishment, the tear didn't slide off. It sank into the crack, glowing faintly for a moment. Then a tiny wisp of steam, brighter than any he'd seen before, curled up. Instead of vanishing, it formed the distinct shape of a weeping willow tree beside a riverbank Leo didn't know. Beneath it, the steam shimmered with a single word, Heartwood. Leo gasped. The cup was magical. It wasn't just showing memories, it was showing a need. Grandmother Alara needed something from Heartwood. But where was it? And how could a small, quiet boy find it? His journey began not with grand strides, but with hesitant steps into the moonlit garden. He held the teacup carefully, its warmth a small comfort against the cool night air. As he stepped beyond the gate, a small voice piped up from the lavender bushes. "Lost your way, tea-bearer." A tiny field mouse, her fur the color of dusk, peered up with bright, curious eyes. "That cup smells of old magic and new worry." Startled, Leo knelt. "I need to find Heartwood. My grandmother is ill, and the cup showed me a willow tree there. Do you know it?" The mouse, whose name was Pip, twitched her whiskers thoughtfully. "Heartwood, that's deep in the whispering woods, near the singing stone. It's a long way for little feet. But," she added, seeing Leo's dismay, "I know the paths under the ferns. I can guide you if you share a drop of that magical steam. It smells like sunshine on time." Leo nodded gratefully. He warmed the cup slightly with his hands, and a tiny, fragrant wisp drifted towards Pip. She inhaled deeply, her eyes shining. "Ah, courage, follow me." Pip led Leo through tunnels woven through roots and under carpets of moss. The forest at night was alive with soft sounds, the rustle of unseen creatures, the sigh of wind in the high branches, the distant hoot of an owl. It was both beautiful and a little frightening. Leo clutched the teacup, its gentle warmth a constant reminder of his grandmother. After what felt like hours, they reached a clearing bathed in silver moonlight. In its center stood a large, smooth stone, humming softly. Perched atop it, silhouetted against the moon, sat a sleek black cat with eyes like polished emeralds. "Halt, travelers," the cat purred, her voice low and melodious. "What brings you to the domain of the singing stone, and why does that small vessel weep?" Leo explained again about his grandmother and the heartwood willow. The cat, named Nyx, tilted her head. "Heartwood's guardian is ancient and slumbers deeply. Only a pure need, voiced with true feeling, will wake her, but the path is guarded by the bramble of bewilderment. Its thorns don't cut skin, they tangle thoughts, making you forget why you came." Pip squeaked nervously. "Oh dear, tangled thoughts sound dreadful." Nyx leapt down gracefully. "Fear tangles thoughts faster than any bramble. Your magic cup steams with love, boy. Hold on to that. Hold it tight. I will walk beside you and remind you of your purpose if the thorns try to steal it." She nudged Pip gently with her nose, "And you, little one, watch for the safe paths under the worst tangles." The bramble of bewilderment was a wall of dark, knotted vines, thick with cruel-looking thorns that seemed to pulse faintly. As they approached, Leo felt a strange fog creeping into his mind. Why was he here? Wasn't he supposed to be gathering firewood? Or was it berries? He stumbled, confusion clouding his eyes. Grandmother Alara. Nyx's voice cut through the fog, sharp and clear. The blue cup, heartwood. Leo blinked, gripping the warm teacup. Instantly, the image of his grandmother's kind, tired face filled his mind, clearing the confusion. "Grandmother," he whispered fiercely. The steam curled from the cup, forming her smiling face for a fleeting second. Pip, darting low, found a narrow tunnel beneath the thickest brambles. Here, quickly. Crawling through the earthy passage, guided by Pip and guarded by Nyx's sharp reminders, whenever the mental fog threatened, Leo emerged into a tranquil grove. Moonlight streamed onto a vast, ancient willow tree, whose branches wept right down to the edge of a still, dark pool. This was heartwood, but it felt asleep, silent and still. Nyx nudged him towards the water's edge. "Speak your need, Leo. Speak it to the water, to the tree. Speak it with your heart." Leo knelt on the soft moss, the blue teacup cradled in his hands. He thought of his grandmother's stories, her laughter, the way her hands felt warm on his forehead when he was sick. He thought of the tear that had activated the cup's magic, and the love that tear held. He poured all his worry, all his hope, all his quiet love into his words, whispering them not just with his voice, but with his whole being. "Please, Heartwood, my grandmother is ill. She needs strength, she needs healing. She loves this world so much. Please help her." He dipped the chipped rim of the blue cup into the still pool. The water shimmered where it touched the porcelain. As he lifted it, the cup wasn't filled with water, but with liquid moonlight, cool, silvery, and glowing softly. 3 perfect, heart-shaped leaves floated on its surface. A deep, resonant sigh echoed through the grove. The willow's branches stirred gently, not from wind, but as if awakening. A sense of profound peace washed over Leo, Pip, and Nyx. "The water of remembrance," Nyx murmured, her green eyes wide with awe. "And leaves of returning strength. You spoke not just of sickness, Leo, but of love. That is the purest need." The journey back felt lighter, guided by the gentle glow of the moonlit water in the cup. Pip chattered excitedly about the adventure, and Nyx walked close, her presence reassuring. Dawn was painting the sky peach and lavender when Leo slipped back into his grandmother's room. Her eyes fluttered open as he approached. With trembling hands, Leo carefully helped her sip the cool, silvery water. She drank slowly, the glow seeming to seep into her pale skin. Then she ate the 3 heart-shaped leaves. A soft warmth spread through the room. Color returned to grandmother Alara's cheeks, and the deep weariness in her eyes lifted, replaced by a familiar twinkle. "Oh, Leo," she breathed, her voice stronger. She touched the blue cup in his hands. "You found heartwood, you found the willow's heart." She looked at him, seeing not just her quiet grandson, but the brave, wise soul who had journeyed through the night guided by love. "The greatest magic," she whispered, pulling him close, "isn't in the cup, my dear. It's in the kindness that seeks it, the courage that finds the way, and the friends who lend their light." Leo smiled, the warmth of the cup in his hands mingling with the warmth in his heart. Pip snuggled into a soft blanket nearby, already dreaming of time-scented sunshine, and Nix curled up at the foot of the bed, a soft purr rumbling like distant thunder. Outside, the first rays of sun touched the mist in the meadow, turning it to gold. The ordinary world held extraordinary secrets, yes, but the most extraordinary secret of all, Leo knew as he drifted off to sleep beside his grandmother, was the quiet magic of a loving heart, shining brightly enough to light the darkest path and mend the deepest crack. And that magic, warm and safe, filled the little cottage like the comforting steam from a beloved blue cup. Story 27. The village of Wickerbrook nestled in a valley where sunbeams danced like liquid gold on the river each morning. Its cobblestone streets smelled perpetually of baking bread and damp earth after rain. In this quiet place lived a young baker named Anya, whose hands were always dusted with flour and whose heart held a quiet yearning for something she couldn't name. Her days were filled with the warm rhythm of kneading dough, the sweet scent of cinnamon rolls, and the cheerful clang of the bell above her shop door, Anya's hearthstone loaves. One crisp autumn morning, while clearing out a dusty, forgotten corner of her attic, a place filled with cobwebs and the ghosts of old furniture, Anya discovered a small, unassuming wooden box tucked behind a broken rocking chair. It wasn't locked, just held shut with a simple brass clasp. Inside, nestled in faded blue velvet, lay a teacup. It wasn't made of fine porcelain, but of smooth, dark clay, glazed a deep, comforting brown. It felt surprisingly warm to the touch, even in the chilly attic air. Carved delicately around its rim were tiny, intricate patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer when she tilted it in the weak sunlight filtering through the grimy window. They looked like swirling leaves, then like tiny stars, then like ripples on water. Curious, Anya took the cup downstairs to her cozy kitchen. She absent-mindedly filled it with cool water from the pump, intending to wash it. But as she held it, the water inside began to glow with a soft, amber light. It pulsed gently like a heartbeat, and tiny, perfect steam shapes began to rise from its surface. Not random wisps, but distinct figures, a tiny galloping horse, a fluttering butterfly, a miniature ship with billowing sails. Anya gasped, nearly dropping the cup. She stared mesmerized as the steam shapes told a silent, swirling story above the rim. When the water cooled, the glow faded and the steam vanished. The cup held magic, a quiet, storytelling magic. Anya felt a thrill unlike any she'd known. She experimented. Milk produced steam shapes of sleepy kittens and contented cows. Hot apple cider conjured dancing fairies made of vapor and spice-scented clouds. Tea brewed from chamomile blossoms made the steam bloom into fields of miniature golden flowers. The cup revealed tiny, beautiful narratives drawn from the essence of whatever filled it. Anya treasured it, using it only for herself in quiet moments, a secret source of wonder in her practical life. Yet a small, insistent feeling grew within her. The cup felt incomplete, like a story missing its final chapter. It seemed to hum faintly, a vibration against her palm, whenever she held it empty. One blustery evening, as Anya sat by her own hearth, the cup filled with warm milk, the steam formed not a comforting shape, but a frantic, swirling vortex. Within the vortex, faint but clear, emerged the image of the old, gnarled willow heart tree that stood alone in the whisperwood, on the far side of the valley. The tree looked sickly, its leaves drooping, its bark cracked and weeping dark sap. The steam pulsed with a sense of deep sorrow. Then the image shifted to show the cup itself, nestled amongst the willow heart's roots. The message was undeniable. The cup belonged with the tree. Its magic was fading here, and the tree was suffering for it. Anya's heart clenched. The whisperwood was not forbidden, but it was deep and ancient, and villagers seldom ventured far into its heart. Yet the cup's silent plea and the image of the suffering tree couldn't be ignored. The yearning she'd always felt crystallized into purpose. She had to return the cup. The next dawn, with the cup carefully wrapped in soft linen and packed in her basket alongside crusty bread, a wedge of cheese, and a flask of water, Anya set out. The autumn air was sharp, painting the woods in fiery hues of red and gold. The familiar path soon gave way to less trodden trails, where sunlight dappled through the canopy in shifting patterns. Her first helper found her as she paused by a moss-covered boulder, feeling a tremor of uncertainty. A small creature no bigger than her hand, with velvety dark fur and a star-shaped pink nose, scampered out from under a fern. It was a star-nosed mole, named Pip by Anya instantly, though he didn't offer a name. Lost Baker Lady. Pip squeaked, his voice surprisingly clear and bright. Paths twist here, old woods have minds of their own. Where do you carry the hummer? The hummer, Anya asked, puzzled, unwrapping the cup slightly. The clay felt warm against her fingers. The thing that hums, Pip said, twitching his starry nose towards the basket. Like roots singing deep underground, it wants to go home, doesn't it, to the weeping one. You know the willowheart tree. Anya breathed, hope blooming. Know it, I tend the roots. Pip puffed out his tiny chest. Or I did before it got sad. The hum stopped near it and the roots grew quiet. Sad roots make sad trees. I'll guide you. The straight path is tangled, but Pip knows the true path. He scampered ahead, a small, determined shadow navigating the undergrowth with uncanny ease. Pip's knowledge was practical and earthy. He pointed out hidden sinkholes disguised by leaves, the safest way across a gurgling stream on slippery stones, and patches of delicious wild berries Anya would have missed. As they ventured deeper, the woods grew hushed and still. The vibrant autumn colors muted into deeper greens and browns. The air grew cooler, thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. A sense of quiet watchfulness settled over them. It was here, beneath the immense, arching branches of ancient oaks, that Anya met her second helper. A deep, resonant voice, slow as sap flowing, spoke from seemingly everywhere at once. Step lightly, child, the earth breathes deep here. Before them, the mossy ground seemed to shift. A mound of moss and intertwined roots rose, resolving into the form of a being made of living wood and earth. It had eyes like polished river stones and a beard of twining ivy. This was Brynn, an oak-heart guardian, ancient and patient. You carry a piece of the deep song, Brynn rumbled, his voice vibrating softly in Anya's chest. He looked at the basket. The willowheart's heart song, it has been silent too long. Without it the balance weakens, the sorrow spreads. Anya explained her vision from the cup. Brynn nodded slowly, a sound like creaking branches. The whisperwood feels the loss. The magic is not gone, but adrift. Returning it is wise. But the path to the willowheart's heart is guarded not by teeth or claw, but by shadow size. Pip shivered. Bad whispers, they make you forget why you came, make you want to turn back, make the path look scary. Brynn nodded gravely. They feed on doubt and fear. They cannot be fought, only understood. They are the echoes of the wood's own sadness, amplified by the willowheart's silence. To pass, you must remember your purpose with crystal clarity. You must hold on to why you carry the song. The final stretch to the willowheart's clearing was shrouded in a strange, gray mist that seemed to dampen sound and light. As they entered it, Anya felt an icy dread seep into her bones. Whispers like dry leaves skittering over stone filled her ears. Why bother? The tree is old, it will die anyway. Turn back. The woods are dangerous. You're just a baker. The cup is yours. Keep its magic. It makes you special. No one will miss a silly old tree. The mist thickened, swirling into menacing shapes. The path ahead seemed to vanish into a dark, thorny thicket. Doubt gnawed at her. Was this foolish? Could she really make a difference? The whispers hissed louder, promising comfort if she just turned around, warning of unseen dangers ahead. Pip pressed close to her ankle, trembling. Brynn stood firm, a silent pillar, but even his presence felt distant in the oppressive fog. Anya stopped. Her legs felt heavy. The whispers clawed at her resolve, painting pictures of her warm bakery, the safety of her hearth, the pointlessness of her quest. She clutched the basket tighter. The cup hummed faintly against her hip, a small warm pulse in the cold gray. She closed her eyes. Not against the mist, but against the whispers. She focused inward. She remembered the steam shapes, the galloping horse, the butterfly, the fields of chamomile. She remembered the silent plea in the vortex, the image of the weeping bark. She remembered Pip's worry for the roots, Brynn's words about the deep song and the balance. She thought of the village, nestled in its sunny valley, connected to this ancient wood in ways she didn't fully understand, but deeply felt. She remembered the feeling the cup gave her, not just wonder, but a sense of connection, of being part of something larger than her bakery. She wasn't just Anya the baker carrying a cup. She was Anya returning a lost song to a grieving friend of the forest. Opening her eyes, Anya didn't look at the menacing mist shapes or the illusory thorns. She looked down at Pip, his star nose twitching anxiously. She looked at Brynn, his stone eyes steady. She placed a hand on the warm bundle in her basket. Her voice, when she spoke, was soft but clear, cutting through the whispers like a bell. I carry the Willowheart's song home, she said, not to the shadows, but to the forest itself. I carry it because it belongs here, because the roots miss it, because the wood feels its silence. I carry it for Pip, and for Brynn, and for the trees, and for the village that feels the sun but forgets the shade. I carry it because it asked me to. The words weren't defiance, they were simple truth. As she spoke, focusing only on her purpose, her compassion for the tree, and her connection to the helpers beside her, the shadow sighs faltered. The whispers grew fainter, losing their power. The swirling mist thinned. The illusory thicket dissolved. The path ahead became clear again, leading straight to a small, moon-dappled clearing where the ancient willowheart tree stood, its branches hanging low like weary arms, its bark indeed cracked and weeping dark tears. The clearing was utterly silent, devoid of bird song or insect hum. The air hung heavy with sorrow. Pip whimpered softly. Brynn placed a heavy, root-like hand on Anya's shoulder, a gesture of encouragement. Anya approached the giant tree slowly, reverently. At its immense base, gnarled roots formed a hollow, like an open palm waiting to receive something precious. The hum from the cup in her basket grew stronger, warmer, resonating with a deep, almost subsonic thrum that seemed to come from the earth itself. With trembling hands, Anya unwrapped the clay cup. It glowed faintly now, the carved patterns shimmering like captured moonlight. She knelt in the soft moss before the root hollow. Gently, carefully, she placed the cup within it, nestling it amongst the ancient roots as if tucking in a child. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a deep, resonant sigh seemed to come from the tree itself, a sound felt more than heard. A gentle, golden light began to emanate from the cup, seeping into the dark, weeping cracks in the willowheart's bark. The cracks began to knit together, the dark sap ceasing its flow. The light flowed upwards along the branches like liquid sunshine. The drooping leaves trembled, then lifted, turning from sickly yellow to a vibrant, shimmering silver green. A soft breeze rustled through the newly revived leaves, carrying a sound like distant, joyful bells and whispering voices. The golden light pulsed outwards, not blindingly but warmly, filling the clearing. It touched Anya, Pip, and Brynn, filling them with a profound sense of peace and well-being. The light spread into the surrounding whisperwood. Anya could feel the forest sighing in relief, a wave of vibrant energy replacing the heavy sorrow. Birds began to sing tentative songs. Insects chirruped. The cup itself, nestled in the roots, stopped glowing, but it seemed to thrum with a quiet, contented energy, connected now to its source. Tiny, perfect steam shapes began to rise from its rim, not filled by Anya, but by the tree itself. They showed scenes: Pip happily burrowing through healthy soil, Brynn standing watch under starry sky, sunlight dappling the forest floor, and finally, a miniature image of Anya's bakery in Wickerbrook, steam rising cheerfully from its chimney. The journey back was filled with light and song. The whisperwood was transformed, vibrant and welcoming. Pip chattered excitedly about the healthy roots. Brynn walked with them to the edge of the deep woods, his step lighter. "You return the song, child," he rumbled, his voice warm like summer earth. "You remembered the why, that is the deepest magic." Anya returned to Wickerbrook as the first stars began to prick the twilight sky. Her bakery felt the same, warm and smelling of yeast. But she was different. The quiet yearning was gone, replaced by a deep, warm contentment and a new understanding. She had discovered extraordinary magic, not just in a cup, but in connection, in purpose, and in the quiet courage to follow a whisper of truth. That night, as she sat by her hearth, she noticed something. When she poured her own chamomile tea into a simple mug, the steam seemed to dance just a little more playfully in the firelight. It didn't form shapes, but it carried a faint, sweet scent of willow and healthy earth, and a whisper of distant, joyful bells. She smiled, sipping the warm tea. The magic hadn't left, it had simply changed, woven now into the fabric of her world, a gentle reminder that wonder and connection were always present, waiting to be found in the most ordinary of cups, the kindness of a small helper, the wisdom of an ancient guardian, and the courage to listen to a silent plea. She drifted off to sleep that night, lulled by the peaceful rhythm of her own breath and the comforting certainty that the willow-heart tree stood strong again, its song echoing softly through the starlit woods, a lullaby for the whole valley. Story 28. The air in the village of Glimmerbrook always smelled faintly of toasted marshmallows and damp earth after rain. Tonight, though, a peculiar hush had fallen, thick as spun sugar. At the heart of the village, nestled beside the perpetually giggling Sparkle stream, stood the Crackleberry Inn. Its owner, Mrs. Butterbloom, a plump woman with skin, the warm brown of cinnamon, and hair like spun silver clouds, wrung her flower-dusted hands. Her usual smile was replaced by a worried frown. "Oh, Thistlewick, it's dreadful," she sighed, addressing a small, bespectacled badger in a neatly patched waistcoat. Thistlewick Puddlefoot was the village librarian, known for his meticulous cataloging of everything from dewdrop patterns to the flight paths of particularly chatty bluebirds. He currently balanced precariously on a stack of recipe books, peering at the inn's main room. "Indeed, Mrs. Butterbloom," Thistlewick squeaked, adjusting his spectacles. The ambient merriment levels are registering at an all-time low, a distinct absence of giggles, chuckles, and even the occasional snort, highly irregular. The usually bustling inn was quiet. Patrons sat hunched over steaming mugs of Mrs. Butterbloom's famous starlight cocoa, but instead of lively chatter, there were only sighs. Even the fire in the massive hearth crackled with a subdued, melancholic pop, instead of its usual cheerful roar. The problem was magical and utterly baffling. The village's laughter had vanished. Not just the sound, but the very feeling of it. Jokes fell flat. Tickles elicited only confused wriggles. A playful nudge felt like, well, just a nudge. Glimmerbrook was drowning in a sea of solemnity. It started just after lunch, piped up Barnaby Puddlesby, a perpetually damp-looking frog who ran the local umbrella repair shop, a booming business in Glimmerbrook. He hopped onto a stool, leaving a small, glistening circle. I was telling my best knock-knock joke to Mrs. Gable's prize-winning Petunia. Petunia, she usually does a little leaf-shake giggle, you know. Nothing, not even a rustle, and then I couldn't find the punchline funny either. It just felt soggy. Soggy is precisely the word, Barnaby. Thistlewick agreed, scribbling furiously in a tiny notebook. Our collective jocularity seems to have been misplaced. Just then the inn door creaked open, admitting a swirl of cool, night-scented air and a figure who seemed woven from moonlight and mischief. This was Pip Quickwhistle, a young sprite with hair like dandelion fluff and eyes that sparkled like dew on spiderwebs. Pip delivered dreams wrapped in iridescent bubbles to the children of Glimmerbrook, but tonight his usual jaunty bounce was absent. He looked flustered, his pointy ears drooping. Mrs. Butterbloom, Thistlewick, Barnaby, it's terrible. Pip gasped, fluttering over. The laughter bubbles, they're gone. Everyone stared. Laughter bubbles. Mrs. Butterbloom echoed, wiping her hands on her apron. Yes, Pip explained, wringing his tiny hands. You see, every time someone in Glimmerbrook laughs, a tiny, invisible bubble of pure joy floats up. I collect them at twilight, just wisps of giggles and chuckles. I weave them into the dream bubbles for the children. That's why Glimmerbrook dreams are the happiest. But tonight, nothing. My collection jar is emptier than Thistlewick's inkwell on a Monday morning. Understanding dawned. The missing laughter wasn't just sound, it was the very essence, the stuff of their joy, usually harvested by Pip. But why had it stopped appearing? This requires investigation, declared Thistlewick, puffing out his furry chest. A systematic approach. We must retrace the day's events leading up to the laughter lapse. Their first stop was the sparkle stream. It usually chuckled over smooth pebbles, but now it flowed in silent, silvery ribbons. Barnaby hopped in, feeling the familiar cool water. No tickle, he reported sadly. Just wet. Next, they visited the Whistlewind Woods, where mischievous breeze sprites usually played tag through the leaves, creating rustling laughter. Tonight, the woods were eerily still. Pip fluttered ahead, his keen eyes scanning. Look, he suddenly cried, pointing upwards. Caught high in the branches of the ancient giggling oak, tangled like iridescent cobwebs, were hundreds upon hundreds of tiny, shimmering bubbles. They pulsed with faint, butterscotch gold light-trapped laughter. Good heavens! Thistlewick gasped. They're stuck. But how? Mrs. Butterbloom wondered, shielding her eyes. The breeze sprites always guide them up to Pip. Just then, a tiny, frantic buzzing sound reached them. A small, shimmering creature with dragonfly wings and a look of utter panic was darting around the trapped bubbles. It was Zephyr, the head breeze sprite, usually a blur of cheerful energy. Zephyr, Pip called. What happened? Zephyr zipped down, her wings humming with distress. Oh, Pip, Thistlewick, it's awful. This afternoon I found this. She held out a small, perfectly smooth, incredibly shiny black pebble. It was so interesting. I've never seen anything so dark and sleek. I got completely distracted, polishing it, gazing into it. I forgot all about guiding the laughter bubbles. They just floated up and got tangled in old oak's branches. And now everything feels so heavy. She dropped the pebble, which landed with a dull thud on the moss. It looked utterly ordinary now, just a cold, dark stone. The unexpected twist. The thief of laughter wasn't a villain, but simple, shiny distraction. Zephyr's fascination with the peculiar pebble had caused the magical mishap. Right, said Mrs. Butterbloom, practical as always. We need to free those bubbles, but how? They're too high, too delicate for climbing. Thistlewick consulted his notebook. Bubbles respond to vibration, gentle persuasion, sound waves of a specific frequency. Barnaby's bulbous eyes lit up. Sound like music, but our instruments need laughter to tune them properly. Pip snapped his fingers, which made a sound like a tiny bell. Not music, tickles. Everyone looked at him. Tickles. Mrs. Butterbloom asked, perplexed. Exactly. Pip grinned, his own spark returning. Laughter bubbles are made of joy, right? And what causes joy? Tickles. We need to create a giant, gentle tickle for the giggling oak. If we can make the tree laugh, its branches will shake and the bubbles will be set free. It was gloriously nonsensical, perfectly whimsical. Mrs. Butterbloom immediately saw the potential. Barnaby, you're the dampest. You gather the softest, plushest moss you can find, the feather moss by the stream's edge. Thistlewick, you find the bendiest, most flexible willow switches. Pip, Zephyr, gather all the downy thistle fluff you can carry. I'll get the honey. Soon they were assembled beneath the great tree. Barnaby held clumps of luxuriously soft, cool moss. Thistlewick wielded long, whippy willow switches tipped with bundles of the thistle fluff Pip and Zephyr had collected. Mrs. Butterbloom carefully drizzled sticky sweet honey onto the fluffy tips. Ready, Pip whispered, hovering excitedly. Operation Tickle Trunk is a go, Thistlewick declared with uncharacteristic gusto. Gently, oh so gently, Barnaby pressed the cool, soft moss against the giggling oak's massive trunk in its most notoriously ticklish spot, just above a burrow that looked like a winking face. Simultaneously, Thistlewick, standing on Mrs. Butterbloom's sturdy shoulders, began to lightly brush the honeyed, fluffy willow switches against the higher branches, especially where the bubbles were thickest. Pip and Zephyr fluttered around, blowing the gentlest of breezes to help the fluffy ticklers dance. At first, nothing. The tree stood stoic. Barnaby applied the moss with more enthusiasm, wiggling it slightly. Thistlewick increased the soft, brushing motion. Pip blew a playful zephyr. Then a faint tremor ran through the trunk. A tiny creak that sounded suspiciously like a stifled snort. Another tremor. A louder creak groan. Suddenly, the entire tree began to shiver. Leaves rustled not with wind, but with mirth. A deep rumbling sound, like stones tumbling in a happy brook, echoed through the woods. The giggling oak was laughing. The branches shook, not violently, but with a joyful jiggle. Hundreds of shimmering laughter bubbles, suddenly freed, popped loose from the twigs. They floated upwards like a swarm of glowing golden fireflies, swirling and dancing in the moonlight, filling the air with a sound like wind chimes made of pure joy, tinkling, giggling, snorting, chortling. Their effect was instantaneous. Back at the Crackleberry Inn, a patron hiccuped, and instead of a sigh, a surprised snort escaped him. Someone else tripped over a stool leg and let out a genuine, if startled, chuckle. Mrs. Gable looked at her Petunia, who gave a distinct, leafy shudder that could only be a giggle. Mrs. Gable burst out laughing. The wave of returning laughter washed over Glimmerbrook. Zephyr zipped through the freed bubbles, her wings humming with her own peals of silvery laughter, expertly herding them towards Pip's waiting jar. Barnaby, tickled by a stray bubble, rolled on the moss, croaking with glee. Thistlewick, usually so reserved, did a little jig, his spectacles askew. Mrs. Butterbloom laughed, a warm, rich sound like cookies baking, and hugged them all, getting moss and thistle fluff everywhere. The magical problem caused by a shiny distraction and solved by a giant tree tickle had the happiest, most humorous resolution imaginable. Pip's jar overflowed with butterscotch gold bubbles. That night the dream bubbles he delivered were the brightest, most joy-filled Glimmerbrook had ever known. Children dreamed of ticklish trees, giggling streams, and badgers doing jigs. As for the shiny black pebble, Thistlewick, ever the librarian, catalogued it under curiosities, potentially hazardous due to excessive shiny distraction potential, and placed it safely on a high shelf in the library, next to a book entitled The Dangers of Overpolishing. Zephyr, slightly abashed but much wiser, resumed her duties with renewed focus, though she occasionally cast a wistful glance at particularly sparkly dewdrops. And back at the Crackleberry Inn, the fire roared with cheerful cracks and pops, the starlight cocoa steamed, and the air was thick once more with the warm, sweet scent of toasted marshmallows and the glorious, uncontainable sound of shared laughter. Mrs. Butterbloom passed around honey-drizzled shortbread shaped like little trees, and as the villagers recounted the great tickle rescue, their laughter echoed under the moon, a cozy, comforting blanket of sound wrapping around Glimmerbrook, promising sweet dreams and many more days filled with light-hearted magic and fun. Just before closing, Barnaby told his knock-knock joke to Petunia the Petunia. Her leaves shook so hard with giggles, she nearly toppled her pot, and everyone, including Old Man Grumblepots, who secretly loved knock-knock jokes, dissolved into helpless, happy laughter once more, the sound drifting out into the starlit night like the most comforting lullaby. The end. Story 29. Deep in the whistling woods, where sunbeams danced like spun gold and the streams giggled over smooth stones, lived Pip. Pip wasn't much taller than a buttercup, with ears like fluffy dandelion clocks that twitched at every whisper of the wind, and a coat the vibrant blue of a midsummer sky. Pip's best friend, however, was quite the opposite. Thistle was a mossback, a creature resembling a very small, very grumpy badger covered in velvety green moss instead of fur. Thistle's idea of a perfect day involved sitting perfectly still on his favorite damp log, scowling at overly cheerful butterflies. Their peaceful world revolved around the Glimmerroot Hollow, a valley where the air shimmered with harmless, ticklish magic. Flowers sang soft lullabies at dusk, rocks hummed when warmed by the sun, and the very dewdrops sparkled with miniature rainbows. One morning Pip bounced over to Thistle's log, a worried crease between his bright eyes. Thistle, something's terribly amiss, look. Pip pointed a tiny, trembling finger towards the singing sunflowers. Their normally radiant yellow petals were fading. They looked washed out like old parchment. Worse, their gentle morning song was just a faint, wobbly croak. Thistle cracked one mossy eyelid. Probably just tired. Sunflowers do sing all night, you know, exhausting business. He tried to snuggle deeper into his moss. But it's not just them, Pip insisted, tugging gently on Thistle's mossy shoulder. The giggling brook only gurgles grumpily now, the sparkle dew on the forget-me-nots dull as dishwater, and the air doesn't tickle anymore, it feels flat. This finally stirred Thistle. Flat air. That was practically an insult. He heaved a sigh that rustled the moss on his back and clambered off his log. All right, lead the way, Sky Sprite, but if this turns out to be a case of the Mondays, I'm going back to my log. Their investigation began. Everywhere they looked, the vibrant magic of Glimmerroot Hollow was draining away. The luminescent lilies glowed weakly. The chuckling crickets only managed a feeble chirp. The usually iridescent wings of the Flutterby fairies looked like faded tissue paper. A profound gloom, heavy and silent, was settling over the valley. It's like the color and the song are being sucked out. Pip whispered, horrified. Who would do such a thing? As if in answer, a strange, rhythmic thumping echoed from the direction of Twinkleberry Hill. Thump whoosh, thump whoosh. Following the sound, Pip and Thistle crept through the increasingly gray undergrowth until they reached the hilltop. There they froze. Perched precariously on a large, slightly lopsided mushroom was a creature unlike any they'd seen. It resembled a large, fuzzy teapot made of patchwork fabric, balanced on two stubby legs. It had long, floppy ears that drooped past its knees, enormous, slightly crossed eyes the color of lavender, and a small, puckered mouth. It was holding a contraption that looked like a giant, brass-stemmed dandelion head attached to a bellows. With great concentration, it aimed the dandelion head at a cluster of particularly bright glowberries. Thump. It squeezed the bellows. Whoosh. A visible puff of shimmering air, like captured starlight, shot from the dandelion head and vanished into a large, slightly leaky sack slung over the creature's shoulder. The glowberries instantly dimmed to a murky brown. Hey. Pip squeaked, finding his voice. What are you doing to our magic? The creature jumped, nearly toppling off the mushroom. It whirled around, its enormous eyes blinking rapidly. Oh dear, you startled Snood, it warbled in a voice like bubbles rising through honey. Snood is collecting. Thistle grumbled, stepping forward. You mean stealing, you're stealing the sparkle, the song, the life out of our hollow. Snood looked genuinely perplexed. He wrung his floppy ears nervously. Stealing. Oh no. Snood is gathering. Snood needs the shimmer stuff. Important. Very important. He patted the bulging sack. But why? Pip asked, his blue fur bristling with concern. Look what it's doing to everything. It's all turning gray and sad. Snood looked around, his lavender eyes widening as if truly seeing the faded world for the first time. His lower lip trembled. Oh crumbs, Snood didn't realize it stayed gone here. Snood thought it just borrowed it for the party. Party. Pip and Thistle echoed together. Snood nodded vigorously, his ears flapping. Yes, Snood's great-grand-Snood is turning 1001 tomorrow. Big party, biggest party. But Snood's home, the Wibble-Wobble Warrens, well. Snood looked down, shuffling his stubby feet. It's a bit damp and dark and smells faintly of old turnips. Snood wanted it to be special, sparkly, sing-why, full of tickles, so Snood invented the shimmer siphon. He proudly held up the dandelion bellows contraption. To borrow some shimmer stuff for decorations, just for the party, then Snood would bring it back, promise. Pip and Thistle exchanged a look. A wave of pity washed over Pip. Thistle just looked skeptical. Bring it back, how exactly? That sack looks like it's held together with hope and cobwebs, and you've sucked half the hollow dry. Snood's eyes filled with enormous, glistening tears. Snood didn't know. Snood is terrible. Snood ruined everything. He dropped the shimmer siphon with a clang and buried his face in his floppy ears, sobbing great, hiccuping sobs. Pip's heart melted. He hopped closer and patted Snood's fuzzy side. There, Snood, it was a mistake, a big, fuzzy, shimmer-siphoning mistake, but maybe we can fix it together. Snood peeked out. Fix how? Thistle, who had been examining the discarded shimmer siphon with surprising interest, nudged it with his mossy nose. This thing, it just blows the shimmer out, doesn't put it back. Useless. He grunted. But parties, HMPH, remember the Great Acorn Festival, when Old Man Oakleaf tried to make the punch fizzy. Pip's eyes lit up. The Great Fizz Fiasco, everything got covered in sticky purple foam. Exactly, Thistle said, a rare glimmer of something akin to a plan in his beady eyes. It went everywhere, uncontrollable, like magic set free. Pip finished, bouncing with excitement. Snood, your shimmer siphon sucks the magic in. What if we made it blow the magic out, but everywhere at once, like a shimmer sneeze? Snood blinked, his tears stopping mid-swell. A shimmer sneeze. He looked at his invention, then at the leaky sack pulsing with stolen light. A slow, wobbly smile spread across his face. Snood can try. Snood is good at sneezes. Snood has hay fever. The plan was hatched. They needed the highest point in the hollow for maximum dispersal. That was the top of the whispering willow, whose long, trailing branches usually murmured secrets, but now hung limp and silent. Getting a fuzzy teapot, a tiny blue sprite, and a grumpy mossback up a tree was its own comical adventure involving much pushing, pulling, tangled ears, and muttered complaints from Thistle. Next time, steal magic from a shorter tree. Finally, breathless and slightly moss-stained, they reached the broad platform where the willow's main branches met. Snood, trembling with nervous excitement, positioned the shimmer siphon. Pip carefully aimed the brass dandelion head upwards. Thistle, surprisingly nimble, used his strong claws to pry open the valve. Snood indicated the one meant for containing the shimmer, not releasing it. He attached the bulging, straining sack directly to the intake tube. Ready. Pip whispered, his blue fur almost glowing with anticipation in the fading light. Snood took a deep, shaky breath, his enormous eyes wide. Ready, hold on tight, this might be big. Thistle braced himself against a thick branch. Just do it before I reconsider and push you off. Snood squeezed the bellows with all his might. Not once, but 3 times in rapid succession. Thump whoosh. Thump whoosh. Thump whoosh. For a heart-stopping moment, nothing happened. The sack just quivered. Then a low, building hum started deep within the shimmer siphon. It grew louder, vibrating through the branches. The brass stem began to glow, then the dandelion head pulsed with blinding light. Oh, Snood squeaked. K-A-B-L-O-O-E-Y. The shimmer siphon didn't sneeze. It exploded in a silent, spectacular supernova of pure, captured magic. Not a destructive blast, but an immense, shimmering wave of color and sound and pure, fizzy joy. It erupted upwards in a fountain of light-swirling blues, radiant yellows, singing greens, giggling pinks, and tickling golds, and then cascaded down over the entire Glimmerroot hollow like a waterfall of pure delight. The effect was instantaneous and utterly enchanting. Where the shimmering wave touched, color burst back to life with an audible pop. The singing sunflowers straightened, their petals blazing yellow, and burst into a triumphant chorus. The giggling brook chuckled, then roared with laughter, sending sparkling droplets high into the air. The sparkle dew on the forget-me-nots ignited like tiny diamonds. Luminescent lilies beamed like miniature moons. Chuckling crickets played a frantic, joyful jig. Flutterby fairies spiraled upwards, their wings now dazzling prisms, trailing ribbons of iridescent light. The air itself fizzed and tingled, alive with harmless, tickling magic. Even the whispering willow rustled its leaves in a deep, contented sigh that sounded like, ah. Down below, the creatures of the hollow poured out of burrows and nests, blinking in wonder at the restored, intensified magic. They danced on mushrooms, sang with the flowers, and chased the fizzy air tickles. High in the willow, Pip, Thistle, and Snood were covered head to toe in a fine, glittering dust of pure shimmer. Pip was laughing, spinning in dizzy circles. Thistle, despite himself, had a small, mossy grin on his face as a shimmer tickle made his nose twitch uncontrollably. Snood was bouncing up and down, tears of pure happiness streaming down his fuzzy cheeks. We did it, Snood did it, well, we did it. The shimmer sneeze worked. Look, it's even more magical. Snood bubbled. It worked, Thistle admitted grudgingly, trying to brush shimmer off his moss. Though now I feel like a disco ball. But the best kind of disco ball. Pip giggled, grabbing both Thistle and Snood's paws, or where Snood's paws would be. And Snood, your party, all the shimmer stuff, it's all here now. Snood's bouncing stopped. his lavender eyes grew round again. "Oh, turnip tops the party, Snood has no decorations, and great grand Snoot." Pip beamed, an idea sparkling brighter than the shimmer dust. "Snood, look around, your party isn't in the Wibble-Wobble Warrens anymore. Your party is here right now, and the whole hollow is invited." And so it was. The celebration of the great Shimmer Sneeze and Snood's great-grand Snoot's belated birthday became the most legendary party Glimmerroot Hollow had ever seen. Fireflies strung lights between branches. Butterflies delivered dewdrop cocktails. Badgers waltzed with beetles. The singing sunflowers provided the music. Thistle, after 3 cups of fermented nectar, accidentally, was discovered attempting to teach a family of stoats a moss-based line dance. Pip organized games of tag with the fizzy airticles. And Snood. Snood was the guest of honor, his fuzzy patchwork form glowing with happiness and residual shimmer, telling the story of the great sneeze again and again to anyone who would listen, and even those who tried to escape. Great Grand Snoot, a very ancient, wrinkled Snood-like creature who arrived via grumbling badger taxi, declared it the finest party in a millennium, even if it wasn't in the turnip-scented Warrens. "Sparkle is best shared, young Snood," she croaked, patting his head with a shaky, fuzzy limb. "You learned that the messy, spectacular way." As the twin moons rose, painting the sky silver, the creatures of the hollow, pleasantly exhausted and covered in glitter, gathered under the whispering willow. Pip snuggled against Thistle's warm, mossy side. Snood curled up contentedly near Great Grand Snoot, who was softly snoring, a smile on her ancient face. The air hummed with the gentle aftermath of joy, the flowers sang soft lullabies, and the stars above seemed to twinkle just a little brighter, reflecting the magic below. Thistle let out a long, contented sigh, a sound remarkably like the willows. "Well," he murmured, his eyes drifting shut, "that was unexpectedly not terrible. Though tomorrow someone's cleaning shimmer off my log." A faint, mossy smile touched his face as the peaceful magic of the fully restored, wonderfully chaotic Glimmerroot Hollow wrapped around them all like the softest, warmest blanket, carrying them gently into dreams filled with color, laughter, and the lingering, delightful fizz of a perfectly executed shimmer sneeze. Story 30. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where mist clung to the riverbanks each dawn and fireflies painted the dusk. It was a place of simple pleasures, the scent of baking bread, the chime of the blacksmith's hammer, and the rustle of leaves whispering ancient secrets. Young Finn lived there, a quiet boy with wide, observant eyes that missed little, yet often felt he missed everything important. He felt ordinary, like the smooth pebble he kept in his pocket unnoticed. One crisp autumn afternoon, while helping his grandmother tidy her dusty attic, Finn stumbled upon an old, forgotten trunk. It smelled of cedar and thyme. Inside, beneath faded quilts, lay a small object wrapped in velvet as soft as a moth's wing. Unwrapping it, he found a teacup. It wasn't grand porcelain or sparkling crystal, but sturdy earthenware, glazed a deep, comforting blue like twilight. A single, delicate silver star was painted inside the bottom. It felt warm in his hands, humming faintly, like a sleepy bumblebee. Curious, Finn filled it with water from the rain barrel. As the water touched the star, something extraordinary happened. The water shimmered, not with light, but with sound. A faint melody drifted up, sweet and clear as a lark's song, carrying with it the scent of sun-warmed pine needles and the feeling of deep contentment. Finn gasped. He sipped the water, and the melody intensified, filling his mind with a sense of peace he'd never known. The cup wasn't just a cup, it was a vessel for hidden wonders. That night, tucked in bed, the cup resting on his nightstand, Finn had a dream. Not a jumbled, confusing dream, but one as vivid as reality. He saw a vast, ancient tree on the highest hill beyond the whispering woods, its roots glowing with soft, silver light. A voice gentle as the breeze sighed in his mind. The star cup's song is fading. Its true home yearns. Guide it back before the frost moon wanes, or its magic sleeps forever. Finn awoke with the dream's urgency clinging to him. He knew he had to find that tree. He packed a small satchel with bread, cheese, his warmest scarf, and carefully wrapped the star cup in the velvet cloth. As the first pale light of dawn touched the chimney pots, he slipped out, the cup radiating a gentle warmth against his chest. His journey began through familiar fields, but soon he reached the edge of the whispering woods. The trees here grew tall and close, their gnarled roots forming archways, their leaves murmuring secrets Finn couldn't quite grasp. He felt small and lost. "Little traveler," a voice rumbled, low and earthy. From beneath a mossy log emerged a badger, her fur striped gray and white, her eyes kind and wise. "You carry a slumbering song, why journey so deep?" Finn knelt, surprised the badger spoke. "I seek the glowing tree, the star cup needs to go home, its magic is fading." The badger, named Thistle for her prickly nature softened by a good heart, nodded thoughtfully. "The glimmering root, it's far, and the woods hold paths that twist and turn. They like to confuse, but I know the way to the moonstone stream. Follow me, but walk softly. Listen to the woods, they don't like stomping." Thistle proved a steady guide. She showed Finn how the moss grew thicker on the north side of trees, how certain bird calls signaled clear paths, and how to tread so the fallen leaves barely rustled. She taught him patience. "Rushing makes noise," she said, "and noise drowns out the whispers that guide." Finn learned to see the woods differently, not as a barrier, but as a living map written in lichen patterns and the flight of bluebirds. They reached the moonstone stream by midday. The water flowed clear and cold, sparkling over smooth white stones that looked like scattered moons. But the stream was too wide to cross. Finn looked around, worried. A flash of brilliant blue darted past his ear. A large moth, her wings dusted with the color of a summer sky and edged with shimmering silver, fluttered before him. "Trouble crossing, songbearer," she hummed, her voice like tiny bells. "I am Celestine, the stepping stones hide, they only appear if you know how to ask." Finn remembered Thistle's lesson about listening. He closed his eyes, focusing not on the rushing water, but on the quiet hum beneath it. He heard the stones themselves, ancient and deep, sighing beneath the current. He knelt by the bank, dipped his fingers in the icy water, and whispered, "Respected stones, may we cross your backs?" A low rumble vibrated through the stream bed. One by one, large, flat stones rose smoothly from the water, forming a perfect path across. Celestine danced in the air above them. "Well done, asking kindly opens many doors, or reveals many stones." Her flight was erratic, full of loops and sudden dives, reminding Finn that wonder often came in unpredictable ways. Beyond the stream, the woods grew denser, the light dimmer. A strange, creeping silence fell, muffling even the rustle of leaves. It felt heavy, like a thick blanket. Finn shivered. Thistle's fur bristled. "The hollow of stillness," she murmured. "Something drains the sound, the life." In the center of the hollow stood a twisted, thorny bush unlike any other. Its branches were black and brittle, and a chilling cold radiated from it. Tendrils of shadow seemed to coil around its base, sucking the color from the moss nearby. The star cup in Finn's satchel suddenly felt icy cold, and the faint melody inside it stuttered, growing weak and thin. This was the challenge draining its magic. "We must destroy it," Finn said, grabbing a stout stick. "Force feeds the stillness," Thistle warned, placing a gentle paw on his arm. "Look closer, Finn, see with your heart, not just your eyes." Celestine fluttered nervously near the bush. "It hurts," she chimed sadly. "It's lonely, so lonely it freezes everything." Finn put down the stick. Thistle was right. He remembered the cup's magic, not power, but feeling, connection. He unwrapped the star cup. Its blue glaze looked dull. Taking a deep breath, Finn filled it from his water skin. The melody struggled, a feeble thread of sound. He didn't drink. Instead, he carefully approached the thorny bush, feeling the oppressive cold intensify. He saw amidst the thorns a single shriveled berry, gray and lifeless. This wasn't a monster, it was a heart frozen by loneliness. The challenge wasn't to fight, but to understand, to offer warmth where there was only cold. The cup's magic was connection, the opposite of this draining stillness. Holding the cup steady, Finn poured the shimmering water, not onto the bush, but onto the hard, gray earth beside its roots. As the water touched the ground, the faint melody swelled, weak but determined. It carried the scent of his grandmother's kitchen, the sound of children laughing in the village square, the feeling of sunshine on his face. It carried warmth. The thorny bush shuddered. The creeping shadows recoiled from the tiny pool of singing water. The gray berry trembled. Finn knelt, speaking softly, pouring not just water, but the feelings the cup evoked: friendship, belonging, the simple joy of a shared moment. He poured the feeling Thistle's steady presence gave him, the sparkle of Celestine's flight, the love he felt for his home. Slowly, incredibly, the gray berry plumped, turning a deep, vibrant red. A single green leaf unfurled from a black branch. The oppressive cold lessened, replaced by a fragile warmth radiating from the berry. The draining shadows dissolved like mist in sunlight. The silence lifted, replaced by the tentative chirp of a cricket, then another. The melody within the star cup grew stronger, clearer. You remembered warmth, a voice like wind through dry reeds sighed from the bush. Thank you, song-bearer. The bush didn't vanish, but it no longer radiated cold. It simply was no longer hurting others. The hollow of stillness became the hollow of gentle sounds. The path ahead was clearer now. Thistle and Celestine guided Finn upwards, the air growing crisper, the trees thinning. As the sun dipped low, painting the sky in apricot and lavender, they crested the final hill. There it stood, the glowing tree. It was ancient beyond imagining, its trunk wide as a cottage, its bark etched with patterns that shimmered with soft, internal silver light, like captured starlight woven into wood. Its roots spread deep into the hillside, pulsing gently with the same ethereal glow. It radiated profound peace and immense age. Finn approached reverently. He unwrapped the star cup. It was now warm and humming strongly, the star inside shining brightly. He knew what to do. He scooped water from a small spring bubbling near the great roots. As the water touched the star, the cup sang out a pure, triumphant melody that filled the twilight air, echoing with every happy memory, every kind word, every moment of quiet wonder Finn had ever known. It was the song of connection returned. He poured the singing water onto the largest glowing root. The water shimmered and sank into the light. Instantly the tree's glow intensified, washing over Finn, Thistle, and Celestine in a wave of pure, gentle warmth. It felt like coming home, like being wrapped in the safest, kindest embrace imaginable. The melody didn't fade, it deepened, becoming part of the tree's own quiet hum, a constant, comforting presence in the heart of the hill. The star cup in Finn's hands was still a simple blue earthenware cup, but it felt different. Lighter. Complete. Its magic wasn't gone, it was where it belonged, woven into the ancient tree, singing its song to the roots of the world. Your journey changed you, song-bearer, Thistle said softly, nuzzling his hand. You listened, you understood, you offered warmth instead of force. Celestine landed on his shoulder, her wings brushing his cheek like cool silk. You brought the song home, now it sings for everyone quietly in the heart of things. Finn looked back towards Willowbrook, tiny lights beginning to twinkle in the gathering dusk far below. He felt different too. He no longer felt like the unnoticed pebble. He felt connected to Thistle, to Celestine, to the ancient tree, to the singing roots beneath the world, and to the ordinary, extraordinary magic hidden within simple things. He understood that wonder wasn't about grand powers, but about seeing deeply, listening carefully, and offering kindness, especially to what seems cold or broken. The journey back was swifter, guided by the now peaceful woods. Finn returned home just as the frost moon, full and silver, rose high. He placed the simple blue cup back on his grandmother's shelf. It held no shimmering water now, no echoing melody. But sometimes, late at night, if he held it close and listened very carefully, Finn could feel the faintest, warmest hum against his palm, like a distant echo of the glowing tree's eternal song. It reminded him that the world is full of hidden wonders, waiting for a kind heart and listening ears to discover them. And as he drifted off to sleep, the gentle melody seemed to weave itself into his dreams, a lullaby of roots and stars and enduring kindness, promising that even the most ordinary moments hold their own quiet, extraordinary magic. The end. Story 31. The scent of pine resin hung thick in the twilight air, mingling with the damp earthiness of the forest floor beneath young Leo's worn boots. He sat perched on a moss-covered log near the edge of whispering pines, the small village already swallowed by long, cool shadows. Leo wasn't like the boisterous children who chased fireflies in the meadow. He preferred the quiet company of rustling leaves and the watchful eyes of ancient trees. Often he felt like a solitary dandelion seed drifting unnoticed. Tonight a peculiar restlessness stirred within him, a feeling that the familiar woods held a secret waiting just for him. As the last sliver of sun vanished behind the distant mountains, painting the sky in bruised purples and deep oranges, Leo noticed something unusual. Nestled amongst the gnarled roots of the oldest oak tree, the one villagers called Grandfather Bark, was a faint, pulsing glow. It wasn't the sharp flash of a firefly, but a soft, rhythmic light, like a tiny heartbeat made visible. Curiosity, a rare but powerful guest in Leo's cautious heart, nudged him forward. He knelt, brushing aside damp ferns and crumbling bark. There, half buried in the rich, dark soil, lay a stone. It was smooth and cool to the touch, about the size of a robin's egg, and it glowed with a warm, amber light that seemed to deepen and brighten in time with his own breath. Etched onto its surface were intricate, swirling patterns that shimmered faintly silver when the light pulsed strongest. He picked it up. It felt surprisingly heavy for its size, vibrating with a gentle, comforting hum against his palm. The Heartstone, a name whispered into his mind as clearly as if spoken aloud. Suddenly, the ground beneath the great oak seemed to sigh. The thick, moss-covered roots shifted subtly, not with menace, but with invitation. An opening, previously invisible, appeared where the largest roots intertwined. It wasn't a cave mouth, but a tunnel formed of living wood and earth, descending into darkness. Yet from within that darkness, the same warm, amber light pulsed, echoing the stone in Leo's hand. The Heartstone's glow intensified, casting a welcoming circle around him. Taking a deep breath filled with the scent of damp earth and ancient wood, Leo stepped into the opening. The roots closed silently behind him, sealing him into the embrace of the earth. The descent was surprisingly gentle, the tunnel sloping downwards, its walls smooth and cool, formed of packed earth and interlaced roots that glowed with their own soft, bioluminescent light blues and greens, like captured moonlight on deep water. The air was cool, clean, and carried the sweet, almost floral scent of unseen underground blossoms. The Heartstone's warm amber glow illuminated his path, revealing fantastical sights. Crystal formations glittering like frozen stars, waterfalls cascading silently down sheer rock faces into deep, still pools that reflected the cavern's eerie beauty, and carpets of luminous moss that felt like velvet beneath his boots. It was a world untouched by sun or storm, serene and deeply alive. The gloaming, the name resonated within him, carried on the gentle currents of subterranean air. He walked for what felt like hours, mesmerized, the silence broken only by the drip of water and the faint sighing of the earth. Then a different sound reached him, a frantic, high-pitched chittering, filled with unmistakable distress. Following the sound, Leo rounded a bend, illuminated by clusters of large, glowing purple fungi. In a small, crystal-clear pool, something was struggling. It was a creature unlike any Leo had ever seen, even in the fantastical books he sometimes borrowed from the village elder. About the size of a squirrel, it had iridescent, moth-like wings currently plastered wetly to its back. Its body was covered in soft, shimmering fur the color of moonlit snow, and large, luminous eyes, now wide with panic, dominated its delicate face. Long, feathery antennae drooped as it flailed, tangled in a net of sticky, pale threads that seemed woven from the cavern's own light. A glimmerwing. Leo didn't hesitate. He waded into the cool, shallow pool, the heartstone's glow pushing back the clinging threads that seemed to recoil from its light. Carefully using his fingers and the smooth edge of the stone, he began to untangle the frantic creature. The threads were surprisingly resilient and slightly numbing to the touch, but the heartstone hummed reassuringly in his grip. "SHH, it's all right," Leo murmured softly, his voice echoing strangely in the cavern. "I'll get you free." The glimmerwing stopped struggling, its huge eyes fixed on Leo and the glowing stone. Its panic subsided into wary curiosity. Finally, with a soft snap, the last thread gave way. The glimmerwing scrambled onto Leo's offered hand, shaking water from its fur and wings. It chirped softly, a sound like tiny bells, and nudged Leo's cheek with its damp head in a gesture of profound gratitude. It pointed a tiny, clawed finger towards a cluster of glowing crystals nearby, then back at the sticky threads, chittering urgently. Looking closer, Leo saw the threads weren't random. They formed crude symbols scratched onto the crystal surface, symbols that made his skin prickle. They spoke of containment, of silencing light. Someone or something was deliberately trapping the glimmerwings, the gentle light bringers of the gloaming. The creature, whom Leo instinctively named Pip, fluttered weakly onto his shoulder, its damp wings shedding sparkling droplets. It pointed deeper into the cavern system, its tiny body trembling not with cold, but with fear. The heartstone pulsed not just with light, but with a sense of shared purpose. Leo understood. He wasn't just exploring anymore, he had a friend, and they had a mystery to solve. "All right, Pip," Leo whispered, feeling a spark of courage he hadn't known he possessed. "Show me." Guided by Pip's soft chirps and the heartstone's increasingly insistent glow, Leo journeyed deeper into the gloaming. They passed through forests of colossal glowing mushrooms, crossed bridges woven from living vines that spanned bottomless chasms filled with swirling, luminous mists, and navigated echoing chambers where stalactites and stalagmites met like the teeth of a slumbering giant. Pip, regaining strength, would flit ahead, its wings now dry and shimmering like spun moonlight, illuminating hidden paths and warning of treacherous footing with soft, chiming calls. Leo learned to read the subtle shifts in the heartstone's light, a cooler hue for caution, a warmer pulse for reassurance. He shared his meager pocket bread with Pip, who nibbled delicately, and Pip showed him how to drink from dewdrops clinging to luminous leaves. An unspoken bond formed between the quiet human boy and the skittish glimmerwing, a friendship born of rescue and kindled by shared purpose. The deeper they went, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. The natural glow of the fungi and mosses dimmed. The air grew colder, carrying a faint, acrid smell like damp stone left too long in shadow. The comforting sounds of dripping water and sighing earth were replaced by an unsettling silence, broken only by the occasional distant clink or low, grinding rumble. Pip grew increasingly agitated, clinging tightly to Leo's collar, its tiny body vibrating. The Heartstone's light flickered, its hum becoming a low thrum of warning. They emerged into a vast cavern, far larger than any before. Its walls were unnaturally smooth, carved by something other than water or time. High above, jagged shards of dark crystal protruded like broken teeth. But the true source of dread lay below. Dominating the cavern floor was a massive, complex structure built from dark, polished stone and cold, gleaming metal. It hummed with a low, mechanical energy that vibrated unpleasantly in Leo's bones. It looked like a monstrous loom or engine. And attached to it, in dozens of small, transparent cells that glowed with a sickly green light, were glimmerwings. Dozens of them. Their natural light was faint, flickering weakly, seemingly being drawn out and channeled into the humming machine through thin, pulsing cables attached to their delicate wings. Their luminous eyes were dull, filled with despair. Guards patrolled hulking, roughly humanoid figures crafted from dark clay and jagged rock, their eyes glowing with the same sickly green as the containment cells. Golems. Leo's heart hammered against his ribs. The sheer scale of the operation, the cruelty of it, was overwhelming. Pip let out a soft, heartbroken keen. The Heartstone flared in Leo's hand, its warm amber light a stark contrast to the oppressive green glow, casting defiant shadows on the cavern wall. He felt Pip's tiny claws tighten on his shoulder, a reminder he wasn't alone. He couldn't fight the golems. He needed a plan, a different kind of strength. Hiding behind a cluster of large, dark boulders near the cavern wall, Leo observed. He saw the golems move with slow, deliberate steps, their attention focused on the machine and the captured glimmerwings. He noticed conduits running from the machine deeper into the cavern walls, pulsing with the stolen light. And he saw a central control panel on the machine itself, covered in glowing green runes and levers. The golems seemed drawn to the Heartstone's light whenever it pulsed strongly, turning their heavy heads towards its source, but they couldn't pinpoint it through the rocks. Pip, Leo whispered, an idea forming, fragile but clear. Can you understand them, the golems? Pip tilted its head, antennae twitching. It chirped a complex sequence, then nodded vigorously. It could sense their simple, directive-driven thoughts. Good, Leo breathed. I need you to be my eyes and ears. Tell me where they look. We need to get closer to that machine, to the controls. He pointed towards the central panel, partially shielded by a large, humming crystal pillar. And I think I need to use the stone. He focused on the Heartstone, pouring his feelings into it, his fear for the trapped glimmerwings, his determination to stop this, his trust in Pip. The stone responded, its light deepening, swirling with silver threads. He felt a connection not just to the stone, but to the very light around him, the faint, struggling glow of the captured glimmerwings, even the cold green energy of the machine. He understood the Heartstone wasn't just a light. It was a conductor, an amplifier of intention, connected to the living light of the gloaming itself. Their plan was a dance of shadows and chimes. Leo moved with the silence he'd honed in the woods above, keeping low, using the machine's own bulk and the scattered rock formations for cover. Pip, flitting silently on near-invisible wings, perched on high points, watching the golems. When a golem turned its gaze towards Leo's path, Pip would let out a sharp, distracting chime from another direction, causing the lumbering guard to turn its head. The Heartstone's light Leo kept mostly shielded, only letting it pulse faintly as a guide for Pip, or to momentarily confuse a golem's sensors when absolutely necessary. Step by agonizingly slow step, they navigated the cavern floor, the cold metal and humming energy of the machine vibrating under Leo's fingertips as he finally pressed himself against the large crystal pillar shielding the control panel. He peeked around the pillar. The controls were a confusing array of levers, dials, and glowing green runes he couldn't read. One golem stood nearby, its back partially turned, monitoring a bank of flickering screens showing energy levels. Leo's mind raced. Smashing it seemed futile and dangerous. He needed to disrupt the flow to free the light. He looked at the heartstone, then at the conduits pulsing with stolen luminescence. He thought of connection, of belonging, of light returning to its source. Taking a deep breath, Leo pressed the heartstone firmly against the humming conduit pipe, snaking up from the control panel to the machine's main body. He closed his eyes, focusing all his will, all his empathy for the trapped Glimmerwings, all his newfound courage into the stone. Stop taking. Let it go. Let the light be free. He poured the feelings into the heartstone, a silent, desperate plea amplified by the ancient artifact. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The heartstone blazed like a captured sun, its warm amber light flooding the area. Silver tendrils of energy snaked out from the stone, crawling over the conduit, seeking connections. The sickly green glow of the machine flickered violently. Alarms, harsh and grating, blared from unseen speakers. The golem guarding the panel roared, a sound like grinding rocks, and turned, its green eyes fixing on Leo and the blazing stone. Pip, now. Leo yelled, his voice surprisingly strong. Pip, who had been hovering nervously nearby, shot forward like a silver arrow. It didn't attack the golem. Instead, it darted straight towards the golem's face, emitting a piercing, ultrasonic chime directly into its crude auditory sensors. The golem staggered, clutching its head, momentarily disoriented by the sensory overload. Leo didn't waste a second. The heartstone connected to the machine was showing him the flow now, not as confusing runes, but as a pattern of energy. He saw the main power conduit feeding the containment fields. With all his strength, fueled by adrenaline and the heartstone's power coursing through him, he grabbed a heavy, insulated lever near the base, the master regulator. The stone's knowledge whispered and wrenched it downwards. A sound like 1,000 sighs filled the cavern. The humming ceased abruptly. The sickly green glow died. The transparent containment cells flickered and vanished. The pulsing cables attached to the Glimmerwings detached, retracting with a hiss. For a heart-stopping moment there was silence and darkness, broken only by the heartstone's intense glow. Then, one by one, the Glimmerwings stirred. Their natural light, no longer being drained, began to return. Faint glimmers at first, like distant stars appearing, then growing stronger, warmer. Wings, previously limp, began to flutter. Soft, chiming calls, weak but hopeful, filled the cavern. The freed Glimmerwings rose, a constellation of light lifting from the cavern floor, their combined glow pushing back the oppressive darkness. They swirled around Leo and Pip, a whirlwind of gratitude and pure, joyful luminescence, chiming their beautiful, bell-like song. The golems, deprived of the machine's power source and directive, froze. Their green eyes dimmed and extinguished. They became inert, lifeless sculptures of clay and rock once more. The cavern itself seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. The air warmed, losing its acrid chill. The faint, natural glow of the fungi and mosses on the distant walls strengthened. The Glimmerwings, led by Pip, who chirped excitedly, guided Leo away from the now silent machine, deeper into a side passage he hadn't noticed before. This tunnel glowed with a soft, golden light emanating from the very walls. It led upwards, winding gently. The air grew fresher, carrying the scent of pine and night-blooming flowers. Leo emerged, blinking, not into the night near Grandfather Oak, but into a hidden grove high in the whispering pines, bathed in moonlight. A small, clear spring bubbled in the center, its water reflecting the star-strewn sky. Ancient trees, their bark silvered by moonlight, formed a protective circle. The Glimmerwings swirled around the spring, dipping their wings into the water, their light sparkling on the surface. Pip landed on the mossy bank beside Leo, chirping contentedly. An immense presence filled the grove. From the largest tree, its bark deeply furrowed and shimmering with an inner moonlight, emerged a figure. Not walking, but forming from the bark and moss itself. It was tall and slender, composed of living wood, trailing vines, and shifting patterns of light and shadow. Its face was ancient and kind, eyes like deep pools reflecting starlight. The guardian of the gloaming. A voice like wind through leaves and water over stones spoke directly into Leo's mind. Little keeper of the Heartstone, we felt the disturbance. We felt your courage, your compassion. You have restored the balance. Leo held up the Heartstone. Its glow was steady, warm, intertwined now with threads of silver and the soft blues and greens of the Glimmerwing's light. It showed me the way, Leo said, his voice small but clear in the sacred quiet of the grove. Pip helped. The guardian's gaze, infinitely deep, rested on Pip, then returned to Leo. The stone responds to the heart that holds it. You saw suffering and chose kindness. You felt fear and chose courage. You found a friend where others might see only difference. These are the truest magics. The guardian gestured towards the spring. The Glimmerwings will cleanse themselves in the moonwell. Their light will fully return. The dark machine will crumble to dust, reclaimed by the gloaming. The way you opened will remain, for you are now a keeper, a bridge between worlds. Leo looked at the Heartstone, then at Pip, who nuzzled his hand. He didn't feel like a solitary dandelion seed anymore. He felt rooted, connected. Will I be able to visit, to see Pip? The guardian's form shimmered with gentle light. The gloaming is always with you, keeper. Hold the stone, listen to the wind in the pines, feel the earth beneath your feet. Your friend will know when you call. Remember the light you carry within, Leo. It is stronger than you know. The guardian's form began to soften, blending back into the ancient tree. Go now, the world above awaits the boy who returned the light. Pip chirped, fluttering up to brush Leo's cheek with its soft wing. It then joined the other Glimmerwings, dipping into the moonwell. Leo felt a familiar sighing beneath his feet. The mossy ground near the spring shifted, roots forming the now familiar tunnel entrance leading downwards, back towards the surface near Grandfather Oak. Holding the Heartstone close, its warm glow a steady companion in the moonlit grove, Leo took one last look at the swirling constellation of Glimmerwings and the ancient, silent tree. He stepped into the tunnel. He emerged near Grandfather Oak, just as the first pale streaks of dawn touched the eastern sky. The village of Whispering Pines was still asleep. He looked down at the Heartstone. Its glow had softened to a gentle pulse, but the intricate silver swirls remained, a permanent reminder. He tucked it safely into his pocket. It felt different now, not just a magical object, but a symbol of a journey, a friendship, and a light he carried within himself. As Leo walked back towards the village, the rising sun painted the sky in soft pinks and golds. He didn't feel like the quiet, overlooked boy anymore. He felt taller, calmer, filled with a quiet warmth. He saw the familiar woods with new eyes, noticing the intricate patterns on a beetle's shell, the way dew clung to a spiderweb, the deep resilience in the bark of the old trees. He knew the hidden world beneath, the friends he had there, and the light they shared. He knew his own strength wasn't in being loud, but in seeing clearly, feeling deeply, and choosing kindness. Later that day, when Alara, the village's most adventurous child, boasted about trying to find a rumored badger set near Grandfather Oak, Leo simply smiled. He felt the comforting weight of the Heartstone in his pocket and knew a secret far more wondrous than any badger set. He saw the flicker of a tiny, silvery light near the old oak's roots, Pip, watching over him. Leo didn't speak of tunnels or Glimmerwings or stone guardians. But sometimes when the fireflies danced in the twilight meadow, he would sit quietly on his mossy log, and the children playing nearby would notice a strange thing. The fireflies seemed to gather closer to Leo, their lights pulsing in a soft, harmonious rhythm, as if sharing a secret only he could truly understand. And Leo, the quiet boy who listened to the trees, would smile, a warm, knowing smile that held the echo of underground rivers and the light of freed stars, content in the knowledge that he belonged, deeply and truly, to both worlds. He closed his eyes, listening to the crickets and the distant laughter, feeling the heartstone's steady pulse against his skin, a gentle lullaby of courage, friendship, and the enduring light within, promising peaceful dreams beneath the watchful pines. Story 32. Story 32. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks wore cloaks of velvet moss and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, lay a secret known only to its inhabitants. This was Willowheart Pond, a mirror of liquid moonlight cradled by weeping willows, their long fronds trailing in the clear, cool water. Here the boundary between the world seen and unseen was as thin as a dragonfly's wing, and magic hummed softly in the air, woven into the very breath of the forest. Fern, a young fox with fur the color of autumn bracken and eyes like polished river stones, loved Willowheart best at twilight. He'd pad silently to the water's edge, his nose twitching at the scent of damp earth, water lilies, and the faint, sweet perfume of night-blooming jasmine clinging to the willow trunks. He'd watch as fireflies ignited like tiny, emerald stars above the reeds, their reflections dancing on the pond's surface. Below, the waterfolk were stirring. Old Mossback, the ancient turtle whose shell was a miniature forest of algae and tiny ferns, would rise slowly, breaking the surface with a soft plip. Glimmer, a fish whose scales shifted color like captured rainbows, would weave intricate patterns just beneath the surface. Evening young Fern, Mossback rumbled, his voice like stones gently rubbing together. Feel the shift, the air tastes of frost to come, even beneath the summer moon. Fern did. There was a crispness, a sharper edge to the breeze that ruffled his fur, carrying the scent of distant wood smoke and ripening berries. The heartstone feels different too, Elder Mossback, he replied softly, his gaze drifting towards the center of the pond. There, half-submerged, lay the heartstone. It wasn't grand, just a smooth, gray boulder veined with faintly glowing silver lines that pulsed with a slow, steady rhythm, like the forest's own heartbeat. It was the source of Willowheart's magic, the anchor that tied the seasons and the creatures together in delicate harmony. Its pulse regulated the flow of sap in the trees, the bloom of flowers, the depth of winter's slumber. Generations of Willowheart's guardians, Mossback, being the current elder, had watched over it, understanding its silent language. It does, Mossback agreed, his wise old eyes fixed on the stone. The silver veins shimmer less warmly now, the summer dance is waning, soon the autumn weave will begin. He spoke of the magical phenomena governing the seasons. Summer brought the dance vibrant growth, buzzing life, warm rains that smelled of honey and sun-warmed stone. Autumn brought the weave a tapestry of color change, migration paths etched in starlight, and the gentle decay that nourished new life. Winter held the deep dream of profound, crystalline sleep under blankets of snow, guided by the silent pulse of the heartstone. Spring awoke the unfolding tender shoots, returning songs, and the pond thawing like a waking eye. Fern felt a thrill, mixed with a touch of apprehension. He loved the autumn weave, the fiery colors, the crunch of leaves underfoot, the taste of ripe hazelnuts. But he'd heard stories whispered by the wind through the reeds, tales from Mossback's own long memory, of times when the balance faltered. When the heartstone's rhythm stuttered, seasons could bleed into each other chaotically, snow falling on unfurling ferns, summer heat wilting autumn's bounty. One morning, Fern noticed something amiss. The silver veins on the heartstone flickered erratically, like a candle fighting a draft. The water near it felt unnaturally cold, a chill that seeped into his paws. A patch of reeds nearby had browned prematurely, their stems brittle. Worse, a subtle discord seemed to ripple through Willowheart. The firefly's dance was jittery. Glimmer swam in tight, anxious circles. even the willow's gentle sighs sounded strained. Fern bounded to Mossback, who was basking on a sun-warmed rock, though the sunlight felt thin. Elder Mossback, the heartstone, it's shivering, and the reeds are sick. Mossback lifted his heavy head, his gaze sharp. He slid ponderously into the water and swam towards the stone, Fern paddling anxiously beside him. The old turtle circled the heartstone slowly, his neck extended, tasting the water, feeling the currents. The chill emanating from the stone was palpable now, a breath-stealing cold. Ah, Mossback sighed, a plume of bubbles escaping his beak. The balance trembles, see here, young Fern. He nudged a section of the pond's edge with his snout. Several of the smooth, moss-covered stones that formed a natural ring around the deepest part of the pond, channeling the heartstone's energy, had crumbled. They had been loosened by the burrowing of well-meaning but oblivious water voles, and further weakened by a recent, unusually fierce wind that had howled down from the northern peaks. These stones are not merely decoration, they are the keeper's ring laid down by the first guardians. They focus the heartstone's pulse like cupped hands holding a precious flame. Without them intact, the energy scatters, grows cold and unstable. The autumn weave cannot begin properly. Fern's heart sank. What can we do? Can you fix the stones? Mossback's eyes held a gentle sadness. Alones know, young one, the magic that binds them is ancient, tied to the harmony of all who dwell here. It requires many paws, many hearts working together. It requires remembering. He nudged Fern gently. You carry the stories now. Go, call the Willowheart kin. Tell them the ring is broken, the heartstone chills. Tell them Elder Mossback asks for their aid, as it was done in the time of the great frost, when the badgers dug the snow tunnels to the stone. Fern didn't hesitate. He raced along the familiar paths, his paws whispering through fallen leaves. He found Bramble the badger, sturdy and practical, digging for grubs near her set. He found Pip, the quick-witted squirrel, burying the last of the hazelnuts high in an oak. He found Luna, the solemn owl who watched the night skies from her hollow, and even sought out the normally shy water voles, explaining how their burrowing, while natural, had accidentally contributed to the problem near the stones. He told them of the flickering silver veins, the unnatural cold, the brittle reeds, and Mossback's quiet plea. He spoke of the stories, of the great frost when badgers dug and squirrels, guided by starlight, found the stones buried under ice. It's the balance, Luna hooted softly, her large eyes reflecting the fading light. All threads are connected. Bramble grunted, hefting a particularly smooth, round stone she'd found. Well, stones need setting. Badgers are good at that. Pip chattered excitedly. I saw perfect stones near the Moonfall Gully, smooth and gray like the old ones. The water voles, initially nervous, chittered amongst themselves. One brave soul named Ripple piped up, we know how to move mud and small pebbles without disturbing roots. We can help prepare the ground. As twilight deepened, painting the sky in lavender and rose, the Willowheart kin gathered at the pond. Fireflies gathered too, forming a living constellation above the water, casting a soft, greenish-gold light. Mossback directed with calm wisdom. Bramble and the other badgers used their strong claws and shoulders to carefully lift and position the new stones Pip had identified, carried by teams of squirrels and voles. Luna watched from above, her keen eyes spotting the most stable placements. The water voles, working diligently underwater, gently packed mud and smaller pebbles around the base of each new stone, ensuring they sat firmly against the currents. Fern helped where he could, fetching smaller stones, patting down moss, feeling the shared purpose warm him against the lingering chill from the heartstone. He saw how Bramble's strength, Pip's agility, Luna's watchfulness, the vole's delicate skill, and Mossback's deep knowing were all vital threads in the repair. It wasn't just about the stones. It was about the community remembering its role, its connection to the magic and to each other. As the last stone, a beautiful veined piece that seemed to hum faintly, was settled into place by Bramble, guided by Luna's soft hoots and packed by Ripple and his kin. A collective sigh seemed to ripple through the air. The flickering silver veins on the heartstone steadied. They pulsed once strongly, then settled into a slow, deep, rhythmic throb. The unnatural cold dissolved, replaced by the familiar cool, clean freshness of the pond. The water itself seemed to brighten, reflecting the fireflies and the first stars like scattered diamonds. Overhead, the sky began to shimmer. Not just with stars, but with the first threads of the autumn weave auroras of russet, gold, and deep plum that danced silently across the heavens, weaving a tapestry of change. The air filled with the rich, comforting scent of damp earth, wood smoke, and ripe fruit. The brittle reeds sighed, their stalks straightening slightly, ready for their autumn purpose. "It is done," Mossback murmured, contentment in his ancient voice. "The ring is whole, the heartstone breathes easy, the weave begins." Fern looked around at his friends, the sturdy badger, the bright-eyed squirrel, the watchful owl, the earnest voles, the ancient turtle, all bathed in the soft light of fireflies and the newly woven auroras. He felt the steady, warm pulse of the heartstone resonate through the water and up into his paws, a deep, comforting rhythm. The lesson wasn't shouted. It was felt in the cool water, seen in the repaired stones, heard in the forest's peaceful sigh. Harmony wasn't passive. It was the active choice of many different hearts, working together with respect and shared memory to tend the fragile magic that sustained them all. That night, nestled in his den lined with sweet-smelling ferns, Fern listened. He heard the gentle lap of water against the repaired stones, the soft hoot of Luna greeting the night, the distant rustle of Bramble settling into her set. He felt the deep, steady pulse of the heartstone, now strong and sure, resonating through the earth beneath him, a lullaby of balance restored. The air carried the crisp promise of autumn apples and the faint, sweet decay of leaves beginning their journey back to the earth. The auroras painted silent, shifting patterns on his den wall. All was as it should be. The hidden life of the whispering woods continued, cradled in harmony, watched over by generations of wisdom, and lulled by the gentle, magical turning of the seasons. As sleep claimed him, Fern felt a profound sense of peace, deep and warm as the heartstone's glow, knowing he was part of something ancient, beautiful, and forever interconnected. The forest breathed and Fern slept, dreaming of dancing leaves and the comforting pulse of home. The soft snores of a contented young fox joined the nighttime chorus of the Willowheart Pond, a small, warm sound in the vast, gentle embrace of the ancient, magical woods. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. In the far reaches of the galaxy, where stardust wove through the void like strands of glistening silk, lay the planet of Luminara. It was a world bathed in perpetual twilight, where the skies shimmered with hues of lavender and gold, and gentle breezes carried the sweet scent of blooming starflowers. The Luminarans, delicate beings with skin that glowed softly like the moon, lived in harmony with their serene surroundings, tending to the gardens of light that covered their planet. On one particularly tranquil evening, as the twin moons rose to cast their gentle glow over the land, a small spacecraft streaked through the heavens, its hull glinting like a shard of silver against the deepening sky. This ship, a modest transport vessel, was piloted by a solitary traveler from the distant world of Terran. Her name was Lyra, and she was an explorer by trade, one who roamed the stars in search of knowledge and understanding. Lyra's journey had brought her to Luminara, drawn by tales of its beauty and the wisdom of its people. Her heart, though courageous, harbored a loneliness that whispered to her in the solitude of space. As she descended through the atmosphere, her ship's systems suddenly faltered, a cascade of sparks and alarms filling the cabin. With a steady hand and a calm mind, Lyra managed to guide her vessel to a gentle landing in a meadow aglow with the soft luminescence of starflowers. Emerging from her ship, Lyra was greeted not by fearsome warriors or suspicious eyes, but by a single Luminaran who approached with a serene smile. This Luminaran, named Solus, moved with the grace of a breeze and the kindness of a gentle rain. His eyes, deep pools of starlight, held curiosity and a warmth that transcended words. "Welcome, traveler," Solus said, his voice like a soothing melody. "You have come at a time of rest and reflection. How may we assist you?" Lyra, though relieved by the warm welcome, found herself struggling to understand the Luminaran's gentle ways. She had prepared for hostility, for the mistrust of an outsider, and the kindness offered so freely was both comforting and perplexing. "My ship," she began, her voice tinged with the hesitance of uncertainty, "it needs repairs. I did not mean to intrude." Solus merely nodded, his understanding as deep as the night sky. "Here on Luminara, we believe in offering aid to those in need. Your presence is no intrusion, but a chance to share in the exchange of stories and wisdom." As days turned into weeks, Lyra found herself enveloped in the rhythms of Luminaran life. Guided by Solus, she learned the ways of the starflower gardens, their petals soft and fragrant, their glow a gentle caress against the skin. The Luminarans, in turn, listened with rapt attention to Lyra's tales of distant worlds and the marvels she had witnessed among the stars. Yet, not all was smooth in this newfound companionship. Misunderstandings arose, as they often do between those of different worlds. Lyra, eager to help, had attempted to rearrange a section of the garden, believing she was improving it. The Luminarans, who cultivated their gardens with deep reverence and tradition, were taken aback by the changes, though they remained kind in their expressions. Solus, sensing the discomfort that lingered like a shadow, approached Lyra with gentle understanding. "We cherish your enthusiasm, Lyra," he said, his voice a balm to her troubled heart. "But our ways are woven with the fabric of our being. Perhaps, together, we can learn from one another." Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Lyra nodded, her voice a whisper of contrition. "I meant no disrespect. I wished only to contribute, to belong." In this moment of vulnerability, a bond began to form, a bridge of understanding between two souls who had once been strangers. Solus, with patience and wisdom, showed Lyra the intricate dance of their traditions, explaining the balance of light and dark, of growth and rest. As they worked side by side, a challenge arose that would test their burgeoning friendship. A rare celestial event, the eclipse of shadows, was approaching, a time when the twin moons would align and cast the land into temporary darkness. During this period, the gardens required careful tending, as the absence of light could harm the delicate starflowers. Together, Lyra and Solus faced the eclipse, their efforts a seamless blend of Terran ingenuity and Luminaran tradition. Lyra's knowledge of technology complemented Solus's deep understanding of the gardens, and their collaboration ensured the starflowers continued to thrive even in the absence of light. In the quiet hours of the eclipse, as they rested beneath the canopy of stars, Lyra spoke, her voice a gentle murmur in the darkness. "I have traveled far, seeking knowledge and adventure, yet it is here, in your gardens, that I have found something truly precious, a friend." Solus, his glow a gentle beacon in the night, nodded in agreement. "Our paths are like rivers, Lyra, flowing from different sources but meeting in the same ocean. Through understanding and friendship, we have enriched our journeys." The eclipse passed, and with it came the dawn, a warm embrace of light that painted the world in hues of gold and lavender once more. Lyra's ship, now repaired with the help of her new friends, stood ready for departure. Yet, as she prepared to leave, her heart was filled not with the ache of parting, but with the warmth of connection. Solus and the Luminarans gathered to bid her farewell, their luminescent presence a reminder of the gentle strength found in unity. "Wherever your travels take you, Lyra," Solus said, his voice carrying the promise of their friendship across the distance, "know that you are always welcome here, a part of our story." With a heart lighter than it had been in many years, Lyra embarked on her journey once more, the stars her companions, and the lessons of Luminara her guiding light. As her ship ascended into the embrace of the cosmos, she carried with her the understanding that true friendship, like the gardens of starflowers, blossomed through patience, kindness, and the shared light of two souls, meeting amidst the vastness of the universe. Story 36. In the heart of the whispering woods, where silver birches stood like sentinels and ferns curled into emerald trumpets, there existed a glade known only to its most tender guardians. Here the air hummed with the secrets of centuries, and the streams carried melodies older than memory. It was in this glade that a young girl named Leela tended to the moss grove, an ancient tree whose roots cradled 1,000 stories and whose branches held the fragile magic of the seasons. Leela had been chosen as the moss grove's keeper by the creatures of the forest, the rabbits who wove moonlight into their burrows, the owls with star-speckled feathers, and the foxes whose tails flickered like candle flames. Her days were spent listening to the tree's murmurs, learning the language of rustling leaves and creaking bark. But one crisp autumn morning, the moss grove's usual song faltered. Its leaves, usually a tapestry of amber and scarlet, began to curl and gray at the edges. A chill seeped into the air, sharper than the season warranted, and the brook that trickled beside the tree's roots slowed to a syrupy crawl. A plump hedgehog named Thistle, his spines dusted with dew, trundled to Leila's side. "The frostfang stirs early," he warned, his voice a gravelly whisper. "It gnaws at the roots of balance. If the moss grove fails, winter will claim the woods before its time, and never loosen its grip." Leela knelt, her breath clouding in the unnatural cold. "How do we stop it?" "Seek the emberleaf," Thistle said. "A relic from the time when fireflies were born from sunbeams. It lies hidden in the Chamber of Echoes, deep within the Stonemire caves, but the path is perilous, and the chamber guards its secrets jealously." Determination kindled in Leila's chest like a tiny flame. She packed a satchel with honeyed chestnuts, a vial of glowshroom light, and a cloak spun from moth silk. As she set off, the forest rallied around her. Aria, a red squirrel with a tail like a maple seed, scampered ahead to scout the trails. Orlin, a badger whose fur shimmered with the pearly sheen of dawn, shouldered through thorny thickets. And Wynn, a firefly with wings like stained glass, lit their way with constellations of gold. Their journey carried them through valleys where mist clung to the earth like a lover, over hills where heather buzzed with drowsy bees, and into the shadow of the Stonemire caves, a labyrinth of jagged rock where the air tasted of iron and old storms. The entrance yawned like a stone throat, and within, the walls pulsed with faint, bioluminescent lichen. "The Chamber of Echoes remembers," Orlin rumbled, his claws clicking against the stone. "Speak only truths here, lest the shadows twist your words." The group pressed deeper, their footsteps echoing in eerie harmony. Strange whispers coiled around them, fragments of long-ago conversations, the laughter of forgotten creatures, the sigh of seasons past. At last they reached a vast cavern where stalactites dripped liquid crystal into pools below. At its center, floating atop a plinth of quartz, was the emberleaf, a single leaf forged of molten copper, its veins glowing with captured sunlight. But as Leela reached for it, the ground shuddered. From the shadows emerged a creature of living obsidian, the chamber's guardian, its eyes two smoldering coals. "Why do you seek the emberleaf?" it intoned, its voice like grinding tectonic plates. Leela stood tall, though her heart fluttered. "To save the moss grove, the frostfang threatens the balance. Without the tree, the seasons will unravel, and all who depend on them, the blooming flowers, the hibernating bears, the migrating geese, will suffer." The guardian tilted its head, sending cracks of orange light spiderwebbing across its form. "And what will you sacrifice to protect this balance?" She hesitated, then drew a small wooden flute from her satchel, a gift from her grandmother, carved from the moss grove's own branches. "This," she said softly, "it's the first thing the forest ever gave me. Without the moss grove, its song would be silence anyway." The guardian's fiery gaze softened. "Your heart understands reciprocity." It stepped aside, and the emberleaf floated into Leela's palms, warm as a sun-baked stone. Returning to the glade, they found the frostfang's blight spreading. Icicles clawed at the moss grove's trunk, and the air bit with glass-sharp cold. Working quickly, Leila placed the emberleaf against the tree's heartwood. Aria gathered last autumn's acorns, planting them in a circle to anchor the magic. Orlin dug channels in the soil, guiding the brook's thawing waters to the roots. Wynn and his kin swarmed above, their light merging with the emberleaf's glow until the glade blazed like a captured sunrise. The moss grove shuddered, then sang, a deep, resonant note that shook loose the ice. New leaves unfurled, tender and green, as the tree drew strength from its allies. The frostfang recoiled, its grip shattered by the warmth of shared purpose. By dawn, balance was restored. The first snowflakes of true winter drifted down, gentle and timely, melting into the moss grove's roots without malice. The creatures gathered, sharing a feast of roasted hazelnuts and elderberry wine, their breath mingling in grateful plumes. The forest thrives not by one will, but by many, Thistle said, toasting Leela with a thimble of dewdrop cider. You reminded us that even the smallest light can banish the deepest cold. As seasons turned, the tale of the emberleaf wove itself into the moss grove's bark, a new ring in its eternal story. Leela still plays her flute at dusk, its melody a lullaby to the woods, a reminder that harmony is never a solitary act, but a chorus of rustling leaves, trickling streams and hearts brave enough to kindle light in the dark. And on the coldest nights, when the frostfang's breath nips at the edges of the glade, the creatures nestle close to the moss grove, warmed by the truth that no winter lasts forever, so long as there are hands to hold the flame. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Once upon a starry night, in a cozy woodland village, there lived a young hedgehog named Willow. Though small in stature, Willow's heart was vast, filled with dreams of adventure and self-discovery. However, like the tightly furled leaves that protected her, Willow found herself resistant to change, preferring the comfort of her familiar burrow. One crisp autumn morning, Willow awoke to find her world transformed. The once vibrant forest now slumbered under a blanket of golden leaves, and a chill wind whispered of winter's approach. Willow shivered, her quills prickling with apprehension. How could she embrace this new season when every fiber of her being longed for the warmth of summer? As Willow ventured forth in search of sustenance, she encountered her dear friend, Oakley, a wise old oak tree whose branches had weathered countless seasons. "Greetings, little one," Oakley rumbled, his deep voice like the creaking of ancient wood. "I sense your unease with the changing tides." Willow nodded, her eyes downcast. "Everything feels so different, so unfamiliar. I fear I am ill-equipped to handle such upheaval." Oakley chuckled, a sound like rustling leaves. "My dear Willow, change is the natural order of life. Just as the forest sheds its vibrant cloak each autumn, only to be reborn in spring's verdant embrace, so too must we embrace the cycles of growth and renewal." Sensing Willow's skepticism, Oakley gestured towards a nearby clearing with a gnarled branch. "Behold the beauty of transformation," he whispered. In the heart of the clearing stood a magnificent weeping willow tree, its slender branches adorned with delicate, crystal-like leaves that shimmered in the morning light. As Willow drew nearer, she gasped in wonder, for the leaves seemed to emanate a soft, ethereal glow, casting prismatic patterns upon the forest floor. "This is no ordinary tree," Oakley explained. "It is a manifestation of the magic that courses through our woodland realm, a living embodiment of the cycle of renewal. Each autumn, as the leaves turn to crystal, they capture the essence of the changing season, only to melt away come spring, replenishing the earth with their life-giving energy." Willow's eyes widened with childlike wonder as she beheld the crystalline splendor. In that moment, she felt a profound connection to the weeping willow, as if its roots had entwined with her very soul. Over the following weeks, Willow found herself drawn to the willow's enchanting presence, marveling at the ever-changing patterns cast by its luminous leaves. As winter's icy grip tightened upon the forest, Willow's once prickly nature softened, and she began to embrace the beauty of each season's unique gifts. One frosty night, as Willow huddled beneath the willow's crystalline canopy, she was joined by her friends, Oakley, the wise old oak, Flutter, a kind-hearted butterfly, and Burrow, a loyal rabbit with a penchant for cozy nooks. Together they shared stories and laughter, their bonds strengthened by the willow's nurturing embrace. As the first blush of spring crept over the horizon, Willow witnessed a miraculous transformation. The once crystalline leaves began to melt, their radiant droplets seeping into the earth, nourishing the slumbering seeds that would soon burst forth in a riot of new life. In that moment, Willow understood the profound truth Oakley had imparted, that change, though often daunting, was an essential part of growth and renewal. Just as the willow shed its crystalline cloak to nurture new beginnings, so too must Willow embrace the cycles of her own life, shedding her fears and insecurities to make way for the boundless potential within. From that day forth, Willow greeted each season with open arms, her heart filled with gratitude for the enduring magic of the woodland realm. And though the weeping willow's crystalline leaves would return with the autumn chill, Willow knew that within her burned an eternal flame, the inextinguishable light of hope, resilience, and the courage to embrace life's ever-changing tapestry. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. The world beyond Thistle's familiar burrow was usually painted in the comforting greens and browns of the sun-dappled meadow. But tonight, drawn by the unusually large silver moon hanging low in the velvet sky, the little rabbit felt a peculiar tug in his chest. A whisper on the cool night breeze seemed to call him towards the edge of the ancient whispering woods, a place his elders spoke of in hushed tones, filled with unseen wonders and moonlit secrets. Taking a deep breath, his soft white fur ruffled by the night air, Thistle hopped forward, his heart a tiny drum against his ribs. The moment he crossed the mossy threshold beneath the first towering, ancient oak, the air changed. It grew cooler, sweeter, carrying the scent of damp earth, crushed pine needles, and something else entirely, like starlight made into perfume. The familiar chirping of crickets faded, replaced by a gentle, chiming sound, as if thousands of tiny crystal bells were swaying in an unfelt breeze. Looking up, Thistle gasped. High in the branches, glowing softly like captured moonlight, were clusters of luminous, bell-shaped flowers. They chimed softly as they moved, casting shifting patterns of silver light on the forest floor below. This was the Glimmerwood. The path ahead was carpeted not with leaves, but with soft, bioluminescent moss that pulsed with a gentle green light beneath his paws, guiding him deeper. Strange mushrooms like tiny lanterns dotted the undergrowth, casting warm amber and violet glows. Curiosity, warm and bright, began to outpace Thistle's initial nervous flutters. He hadn't gone far when a soft, blue light flickered near a cluster of giant, glowing toadstools. It zipped closer, resolving into a creature no bigger than Thistle's paw. It had delicate, translucent wings like spun glass, and a body that glowed with an internal, shifting blue luminescence. Its large, kind eyes blinked at him with gentle curiosity. "Lost your way, little traveler," it chimed in a voice like tiny bells, surprisingly clear despite its size. I'm just exploring," Thistle replied, his voice a little shaky. "It's so beautiful here. What are you?" "I am a glimmerfly," it hummed, doing a little loop in the air. "We tend the moon petals and light the paths for those who wander kindly. You seem kind. Would you like to see the heart of the Glimmerwood? Few venture so far." The invitation sent a fresh thrill through Thistle, mixed with a prickle of apprehension. The heart of the Glimmerwood. It sounded vast and unknown. But the glimmerfly's gentle light and kind eyes felt reassuring. "Yes, please," he said, his courage finding its voice. Their journey led them deeper. They crossed a bridge woven from living, glowing vines that hummed softly beneath their feet. They passed a clearing where tall, slender reeds swayed, playing hauntingly beautiful melodies as the night wind passed through their hollow stalks the singing reeds. Thistle paused, mesmerized, feeling the music vibrate gently in his own chest. The path eventually opened into a breathtaking vista. Before them lay a vast, perfectly circular pool, its surface mirror-still and reflecting the star-strewn sky above with impossible clarity. But the stars weren't just reflected, they seemed to dance within the water itself, swirling slowly. Around the pool grew the largest, most radiant moonpetals Thistle had ever seen, their chime song a deep, resonant harmony that filled the air. This was the Starlight Pool, the heart of the Glimmerwood. As Thistle approached the water's edge, awestruck, the surface rippled. Not from wind, but from beneath. Smooth, obsidian-black stones rose silently, arranging themselves in a perfect stepping-stone path across the shimmering expanse. They led to a small, moss-covered island in the very center, where a single ancient tree stood, its bark shimmering with embedded flecks of starlight. "The Starlight Keeper awaits," the Glimmerfly chimed softly. "But only those who walk with quiet courage and a gentle heart can cross the path of reflection." Thistle looked at the smooth, dark stones floating on the star-filled water. They looked slippery. The distance seemed suddenly vast. What if he fell? What if the stars swallowed him? His earlier apprehensions swelled. He glanced back towards the familiar path, the pull of his safe, warm burrow strong. But then he looked at the Glimmerfly hovering patiently, its light steady and calm. He remembered the wonder of the chiming flowers, the beauty of the singing reeds, the kindness in the little creature's eyes. This place wasn't scary, it was magical. It asked only for respect and a brave heart. Taking a deep, steadying breath, Thistle placed one cautious paw onto the first stone. It felt warm and solid beneath his pad. Step by careful step, focusing only on the next stone and the gentle glow of his tiny guide, he made his way across the path of reflection. He didn't rush, he moved with quiet confidence, his small frame steady. The stars swirled beneath him, beautiful and vast, but no longer frightening. Reaching the island, Thistle found himself before the ancient starlight tree. Its gnarled roots cradled a being formed of shifting constellations, points of light, connected by threads of pure starlight, vaguely rabbit-shaped but vast and ancient. Its eyes were swirling nebulae, kind and infinitely deep. "Welcome, small one," the keeper's voice resonated, not in the air, but within Thistle's own mind, warm and comforting like sunlight on fur. "You walk the path with courage born not of fierceness, but of wonder and trust. That is a rare and precious strength." The keeper didn't offer grand treasures or powerful secrets. Instead, it gently nudged a smooth, ordinary-looking pebble resting among its roots with a tendril of starlight. The pebble rolled towards Thistle. As he picked it up, it felt warm and hummed faintly. Instantly, a wave of profound peace washed over him, a deep sense of belonging not just to his meadow burrow, but to the vast, starlit night itself. He understood without words that courage wasn't the absence of fear, but the choice to step forward with kindness and curiosity anyway. And that true exploration often leads you back to yourself, carrying a little piece of the wonder you found. "Carry this warmth," the keeper's voice echoed softly. "It is the memory of the Glimmerwood's heart, and the knowledge that you carry your own light within." The journey back felt different. The Glimmerfly guided him, but Thistle felt he knew the luminous path. The chiming flowers seemed to chime a little sweeter for him, the singing reeds played a softer melody. He felt lighter, braver, filled with the quiet warmth of the pebble in his paw and the keeper's words in his heart. As he stepped out of the whispering woods, the first pale hints of dawn were lightening the eastern sky. The giant silver moon was setting, casting long, soft shadows. He looked back once at the Glimmerwood, now seeming like an ordinary, though deeply peaceful, forest in the pre-dawn light. Had it all been a dream? But the warm, humming pebble nestled safely in his paw was real. Thistle hopped back towards his burrow, the familiar sense of clover and warm earth welcoming him. He didn't feel smaller for returning, he felt larger inside. He had seen the stars dance in water, walked on light, and spoken with constellations. He had faced the unknown with a quiet heart, and discovered that courage was simply the willingness to follow wonder, one careful step at a time. Curling up in his soft nest of dried grass, the humming pebble tucked close, Thistle closed his eyes. The gentle chime of the moon petals echoed softly in his memory, a lullaby of starlight and courage, promising that even the smallest creature, filled with kindness and curiosity, could find magic in the velvet dark and carry its comforting warmth home. Sleep wrapped around him as gently as the Glimmerwood's light, deep, peaceful, and filled with the quiet joy of a journey beautifully made. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Title: Whispering Pines and the Song of the Stars. In a quaint village nestled between emerald hills and sapphire streams, the air always carried the scent of pine and the distant whisper of the sea. Here, in a small cottage with ivy-clad walls and a garden that bloomed with wildflowers, lived a young girl named Lila. Her hair was the color of chestnut leaves in autumn, and her eyes shimmered like the morning dew on a spider's web. Lila was known throughout the village for her kindness and the gentle way she could coax a smile from even the grumpiest of villagers. But what truly set Lila apart was her voice. When she sang, it was as if the world paused to listen. Her melodies floated through windows, slipped into dreams, and wrapped around hearts like a warm embrace. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Lila sat by her window, humming softly. The garden outside was alive with the chorus of crickets and the occasional rustle of leaves as a gentle breeze wove through the branches. Her melody twined with the night, a lullaby to the stars that began to twinkle above. Lila's grandmother, a wise woman with silver hair and eyes that sparkled with stories untold, joined her by the window. "Do you hear them, Lila?" she asked, her voice a soft echo of the wind. "Hear what, grandmother?" Lila replied, tilting her head and listening with all her heart. "The stars, my dear. They sing too in their own way. It's a song that only those who truly listen can hear." Lila closed her eyes, letting the world fade away until all that remained was the gentle hum of the night. And then she heard it, a faint melodious whisper, like the tinkling of distant bells. Her eyes flew open, wonder lighting them from within. "I hear it!" she exclaimed, her voice a breathless whisper. Her grandmother smiled, brushing a strand of hair from Lila's face. "There's magic in you, child, a gift, and with it, a journey you must one day take." Lila's heart fluttered with excitement and a hint of trepidation. She had always felt a pull towards something beyond her village, a calling that whispered through her dreams. As the days passed, Lila found herself drawn to the forest that bordered the village, a place both feared and revered by the villagers. It was said that the forest was alive with magic, that it held secrets as ancient as the stars themselves. Lila longed to explore its depths, to uncover the mysteries that lay hidden within. One crisp autumn morning, with the sun casting dappled shadows through the trees, Lila set out on her journey. The path into the forest was winding and narrow, flanked by towering pines that seemed to sway and murmur in greeting. The air was cool and fresh, filled with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet fragrance of fallen leaves. As Lila ventured deeper, the forest around her seemed to come alive. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving a tapestry of sound that wrapped around her like a comforting shawl. Squirrels chattered and scurried, their bushy tails flicking playfully as they watched her with curious eyes. Lila walked for what felt like hours, guided by an unseen hand, until she reached a clearing bathed in golden sunlight. At its center stood an ancient oak with branches that reached skyward, its bark etched with intricate patterns that seemed to dance in the shifting light. Drawn to the tree, Lila approached and placed a hand on its trunk. The moment her fingers touched the rough bark, a warmth spread through her, and she felt a presence, a gentle, wise spirit that resided within the tree. "Welcome, Lila," a voice echoed in her mind, soft and resonant like a distant melody carried on the wind. "Who are you?" Lila asked, her voice barely a whisper. "I am the guardian of this forest, keeper of its secrets and its stories. You have been chosen, Lila, to carry the song of the stars and share it with the world." Lila's heart swelled with a sense of purpose, but with it came a wave of uncertainty. "But how? I'm just a girl from a small village." "You are more than you know, Lila. The magic within you is strong. Trust in yourself, and you will find your way." With those words, the presence faded, leaving Lila with a sense of peace and determination. She knew she had a path to follow, a song to share, but how and where she was yet to discover. As she turned to leave, a shimmer of light caught her eye from beneath the roots of the oak. Kneeling down, she discovered a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was cool to the touch, and when she opened it, she found a pendant in the shape of a star, its surface gleaming with an ethereal light. Slipping the pendant around her neck, Lila felt its warmth seep into her, a comforting reminder of her purpose. With renewed resolve, she began her journey back, each step taking her closer to fulfilling the destiny whispered to her by the stars. Over the following weeks, Lila's life took on a new rhythm. She spent her days tending to her garden, her evenings singing to the stars, and her nights dreaming of the journey that lay ahead. The villagers noticed the change in her, drawn to the light that seemed to radiate from within. One evening, as Lila sat by her window, her grandmother joined her, a knowing smile on her lips. "It's time, isn't it?" she said softly. Lila nodded, her heart both heavy and light. "Yes, grandmother, I feel it in my bones." Her grandmother hugged her close, the embrace warm and reassuring. "Remember, dear Lila, you are never alone. The stars are with you, always." With her grandmother's words echoing in her heart, Lila set out at dawn the next day, the pendant around her neck, a beacon of hope and strength. She followed the path through the village, her feet carrying her towards the unknown, guided by the song that sang within her. The journey took her over rolling hills and through misty valleys, each step bringing her closer to the heart of the world's magic. Along the way, she met others who, like her, were drawn to the music of the stars. There was Finn, a kind-hearted boy with hair like spun gold and eyes that twinkled with mischief. He had a way with animals, and wherever he went, creatures great and small followed in his wake. Then there was Mira, a spirited girl with a laugh like a bubbling brook and a knack for finding beauty in the most unexpected places. Together they traveled through enchanted forests and across shimmering lakes, their friendship growing stronger with each shared adventure. They faced challenges, of course, storms that tested their resolve, paths that seemed to lead nowhere, but through it all, they had each other, and that made all the difference. One evening, as they sat by a campfire, the stars twinkling overhead, Lila shared her story with Finn and Mira. She spoke of the song of the stars, of the pendant that glowed with a light not of this world, and the journey she felt destined to take. Finn listened, his expression thoughtful. "I've heard tales of a hidden valley, a place where the stars touch the earth. Perhaps that's where your journey leads." "Do you think it's real?" Mira asked, her eyes wide with wonder. Finn nodded. "I believe so, and I believe we're meant to find it." With a new destination in mind, the trio set out the next morning, their spirits buoyed by the promise of discovery. The days passed in a blur of laughter and song, their path illuminated by the light of the pendant and the hope that burned brightly within them. At last, after many days of travel, they reached the edge of a vast, mist-shrouded valley. The air was thick with magic, and as they descended the slope, the mist parted to reveal a breathtaking sight. The valley was a tapestry of colors and textures, a place where nature's beauty seemed to have found its truest expression. Flowers of every hue carpeted the ground, their petals shimmering in the sunlight. Towering trees stretched towards the sky, their leaves whispering secrets to the wind. And at the center of it all lay a serene lake, its surface like glass reflecting the sky above. As they approached the water's edge, a sense of peace enveloped them. as if the very air was infused with the song of the stars. Lila knelt by the lake, her heart filled with gratitude and awe. She understood now that this place, this hidden valley, was where she was meant to share her song. With Finn and Mira by her side, she sang, her voice a melody of hope and love that echoed through the valley. As her song filled the air, the world seemed to hold its breath, and then, one by one, the stars began to descend from the sky. They danced across the lake, their light mingling with Lila's song, creating a symphony of sound and light that resonated deep within the earth. The magic of the moment was beyond words, a gift to the world, and a reminder of the beauty that lay within each of them. And as the last notes of her song faded into the night, Lila knew that her journey was just beginning. With her friends beside her and the song of the stars within her, she was ready to face whatever lay ahead, a beacon of light in a world that, like her, was ever-changing and full of wonder. Story 75. The old garden behind Granny Fern's cottage smelled of damp earth and secrets. 10-year-old Clara always felt it whispered to her when the evening mist curled between the rose bushes. Tonight, as fireflies blinked like scattered stars, she knelt beside the ancient stone well, the one Granny said was older than the village itself. Its mossy rim felt cool under her palms. Clara traced a crack in the stone, humming a tune Granny sang while baking honey cakes. Suddenly, her fingertips snagged. A loose stone shifted, revealing a hidden compartment cradling a small, iridescent seashell. It glowed with a soft blue light, pulsing like a heartbeat against the twilight. Clara gasped. Granny's stories rushed back, tales of the tide singers, ocean guardians who could weave starlight into liquid song. Could this be one of their lost treasures? As Clara lifted the shell, its light intensified, painting silver patterns on her skin. A low, melodic hum filled the air, vibrating in her bones. The well water shimmered, not reflecting the sky, but revealing a swirling vortex of sapphire and emerald currents below. Without warning, a gentle force tugged her forward. She tumbled into the water, but instead of cold wetness, she felt weightless, tumbling through liquid light. She landed softly on sand as white as powdered moonstone. Above, not a sky, but a vast, shimmering dome of water arched like a cathedral ceiling. Coral castles spiraled in hues of peach and amethyst, and fish darted like living jewels. This was the sunken kingdom of Aquales, a place Granny's stories only hinted at. Before Clara could marvel further, a frantic voice piped up. "Human, you shouldn't be here. The dark drift is coming." A creature no taller than her niece scurried from behind a glowing anemone. He resembled a spiny lobster, but with enormous, anxious eyes like polished obsidian and claws that clicked nervously. "I'm Barnaby," he stammered, antennae twitching. "Guardian of the Eastern Reef, well, apprentice guardian, and you're trespassing." Clara held up the glowing shell. "I found this. It brought me here." Barnaby's eyes widened. "The tide whisper, but it's been missing for centuries. It chooses its keeper. Only someone with a song pure enough can wake it." He scuttled closer, peering at the shell. "Its light keeps the dark drift at bay, but it's fading sea." He pointed a trembling claw toward the horizon. Beyond the vibrant coral, the water darkened into murky indigo. Strange, shadowy tendrils snaked through it, wilting the glowing seaweed and turning fish sluggish and gray. A cold dread seeped into Clara's heart. "The drift feeds on fear and forgetting," Barnaby explained mournfully. "When surface folk stopped believing in us, stopped singing to the sea, it grew stronger. The tide whisper's light weakens without a keeper's song." Clara's fingers tightened around the shell. Its pulse felt fainter now. "What song?" she asked. "The song only you can sing," Barnaby said softly. "The one that comes from your truest heart." Doubt prickled Clara. She loved Granny's songs, but her own voice felt small, ordinary. Yet looking at Barnaby's frightened eyes in the encroaching gloom, she whispered, "I'll try." Their journey began at the Whispering Caves, where Barnaby believed an ancient star anemone held a map to the Heartspring, Aqualis's source of light. The caves were treacherous, filled with echoing illusions that fed on doubt. Jagged crystals jutted from the walls, reflecting distorted versions of Clara, a clumsy girl, a forgetful friend, someone too insignificant to help. Ignore them, Barnaby urged, but Clara's heart pounded. A reflection sneered, "You'll fail, like you failed your math test." Shame burned her cheeks. Then the tide whisper warmed in her hand. Remembering Granny's kindness when she'd struggled with sums, Clara took a shaky breath and hummed a note, a simple, steady sound of comfort. The reflection dissolved. "Your song," Barnaby cheered. "It's pushing the shadows back." Step by step, Clara hummed melodies of courage and kindness, dissolving the illusions. The caves brightened, revealing luminous pearls guiding their way to the star anemone, a creature like a living constellation, pulsing gently. The Heartspring lies beyond the sorrowful trench, the anemone communicated through rippling light patterns. But the drift is thickest there, you must weave a song stronger than sorrow. The trench was a desolate canyon choked with drift tendrils. Ghostly shapes moaned within them, memories of lost ships, forgotten promises, abandoned dreams. The air grew thick with despair. Barnaby shivered, his claws clicking rapidly. "It's hopeless," he whimpered, a drift tendril curling toward him. Clara felt the cold seep into her bones. She thought of Granny's hands, worn but gentle, of her father teaching her to ride a bike, his steady grip, of her little brother's laughter. These were not sorrows, but anchors of love. She lifted the tide whisper and sang. Not a perfect melody, but a raw, true song of messy kitchens and scraped knees, of bedtime stories and held hands. She sang of Granny's unwavering faith, of friendship found in unlikely places. Her voice, thin at first, grew stronger, weaving warmth into the gloom. The tide whisper blazed. Golden light streamed from it, striking the drift tendrils. They recoiled, hissing like steam. Where the light touched, color bled back into the grayed coral. A sluggish angelfish flickered silver again, darting away. Barnaby straightened, his eyes clearing. "You're doing it, Clara." But the drift wasn't defeated. It coalesced into a towering wave of shadow, forming a monstrous, hollow-eyed face. "Belief is fleeting," it boomed, its voice 1,000 forgotten whispers. "You are alone." Fear threatened to choke Clara's song. Then a small claw grasped hers. Barnaby stood beside her, trembling but resolute. He began to click a rhythm, a fast, staccato beat like raindrops on a roof. It was clumsy, unmusical, but utterly brave. Clara's heart swelled. She wasn't alone. She wove Barnaby's rhythm into her melody, creating a defiant harmony. The tide whisper's light became a brilliant shield, pushing against the shadow wave. Beyond the trench, bathed in ethereal radiance, lay the Heartspring, a fountain of liquid light bubbling from a bed of moon pearls. But it was dim, its flow choked by thick, tar-like drift clinging to its source. "The final anchor," Barnaby said gravely. "It feeds on the deepest doubt." As Clara approached, the drift formed shifting shapes. Granny's worried face when Clara got lost at the market, her best friend moving away without saying goodbye, the fear she'd never be brave enough. The heaviest shape was her own voice in her head, "You're not special." The tide whisper flickered wildly. Clara sank to her knees, the song dying on her lips. Was this why the shell chose her? Because she understood doubt so well. Barnaby nudged her gently. "Remember the Whispering Caves. You faced your small fears. This is just a bigger one." He placed a claw over her hand, holding the shell. "Your song isn't about being perfect. It's about being true, even when it's hard." Clara looked into his earnest, shiny eyes. he'd faced his own terror beside her. She thought of the journey, the caves conquered, the trench crossed. Her voice wasn't magical, her courage was patchy. But she'd tried. She'd cared. Taking a shuddering breath, she didn't sing of fearlessness. She sang of being afraid and trying anyway. She sang of Barnaby's clicking courage, of the star anemone's hope, of Granny's unwavering love. She sang her imperfect heart out, pouring every scrap of belief, every flicker of kindness into the tide whisper. The shell erupted. Not just light, but cascades of liquid song, shimmering ribbons of gold, sapphire, and emerald, streamed towards the heartspring. They washed over the drift anchors, dissolving them like sugar in warm tea. The tar-like darkness shrieked and evaporated. The heartspring surged, a geyser of pure, radiant light exploding upwards, shattering the shadow wave behind them. Light flooded Aquales. Coral blazed with renewed color, fish danced in iridescent schools, and the water itself hummed with joyous energy. The dark drift vanished, leaving only clear, vibrant sea. Barnaby did a wobbly jig. You did it, Songweaver, you truly did it. Exhausted but radiant, Clara smiled. The tide whisper felt warm and content against her palm, its light now a steady, gentle glow. At the heartspring's edge, the star anemone pulsed brightly. The keeper's bond is forged, it communicated. Aquales remembers, the light will hold as long as kindness sings in your world. Clara understood. Belief wasn't grand gestures, it was small acts of love, whispered stories, holding onto hope. She hugged Barnaby goodbye, his spiny shell surprisingly warm. Thank you, friend, she whispered. He clicked softly. Thank you, Songweaver, remember us in your songs. The tide whisper glowed, and the water beneath Clara swirled gently. She felt the familiar tug, rising through liquid light. She found herself back at the well, dry and holding the now dormant, pearly seashell. Dawn tinged the sky peach and lavender. Granny Fern stood in the garden doorway, her shawl wrapped tight. Clara, you're up early, love. Clara ran to her, the shell warm in her pocket. She didn't tell Granny about Aquales, not yet. Instead, she hugged her tightly, breathing in the scent of lavender and flower. I just wanted to see the sunrise, Granny. It's beautiful. That evening, as Granny hummed her baking song, Clara joined in. Her voice was still small, still imperfect, but it carried a new depth, a quiet strength woven with the memory of coral castles and a brave lobster's click. She sang of the sea, of hidden light, of friendship found in the deep. And sometimes, if she held the tide whisper shell very still, she could almost hear a familiar, joyful clicking keeping rhythm far below, a reminder that even the smallest song could hold back the dark, and that courage bloomed brightest when shared with an unexpected friend. The garden, bathed in firelight and song, felt full of whispered secrets once more, secrets that hummed with the enduring magic of a kind heart. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. In a small village cradled between velvet green hills, there lived a quiet girl named Sylvie who collected lost buttons. Her pockets jingled with pearlescent shirt fasteners, wooden toggle buttons shaped like acorns, and one singular sapphire coat button that glimmered like captured starlight. She'd find them nestled in cobblestone cracks, dangling from hedgerows, or resting in bird baths, each one whispering tales of where they'd been. But Sylvie never imagined that her humble collection would lead her to the greatest discovery of all, hidden in the last place anyone might look, her grandmother's dusty attic. One drizzly afternoon, while sorting buttons into egg cartons, Sylvie noticed something peculiar. The sapphire button, the crown jewel of her collection, had begun to hum. It vibrated gently against her palm, casting liquid blue shadows that danced across her bedroom wall. When she held it to her ear, she heard not the expected ticking of a clock or buzzing of bees, but a soft, melodic whisper, "Find the thread, follow the thread." Curiosity fluttering in her chest like moth wings, Sylvie tiptoed up the creaking attic stairs. Dust motes swirled in slanting amber light as she pushed open the door. There, beneath a sheet yellowed with age, sat an enormous loom. Its wooden frame was carved with vines and creatures, owls with wise, unblinking eyes, foxes mid-leap, rabbits peeking through leaves. But what truly stole Sylvie's breath was the half-woven tapestry still stretched across it. The threads shimmered faintly, though no sunlight touched them, depicting a forest where trees bore silver leaves and rivers flowed upward into the sky. The sapphire button's hum grew louder. As Sylvie stepped closer, the loom's shuttle, a smooth piece of rowan wood shaped like a crescent moon, levitated and nudged her hand. The moment her fingers closed around it, the attic dissolved. She stood in the tapestry's world. Silver leaves chimed like wind chimes above her, and the air smelled of crushed pine needles and honey. Before her wound a path of glowing blue thread, the exact hue of her sapphire button. But the thread was frayed, its light flickering. A mournful sound echoed through the trees, making the ground tremble. "That," said a voice like rustling parchment, "is the sound." Sylvie turned to find a great horned owl perched on a branch, his feathers the color of storm clouds. "I'm Oren," he said, blinking amber eyes. "You've come to mend the thread song, I presume." The thread song. Sylvie clutched the shuttle, now warm in her hand. The melody that weaves this world together. Oren nodded toward the fraying path. When the thread song weakens, colors fade, rivers forget their courses, even memories unravel. He sighed. The loom guardian disappeared seasons ago, without their care. A sudden giggle interrupted him. From a bush burst a creature no taller than Sylvie's knee, a hedgehog with quills like frosted ferns and a cloak of woven moss. "Uo, a new weaver," she trilled, twirling on tiny boots. "I'm Pippet, let's fix the glowy string." Oren hooted in exasperation. "This isn't a game, Pippet. The sound grows hungrier by the hour." "What's the sound?" Sylvie asked. Pippet's cheer faltered. "A sadness that wasn't loved enough. It eats beauty." She pointed to a distant hill where the trees twisted into skeletal shapes. Dark mist coiled there, pulsing with that same mournful wail. Oren spread his wings. "To repair the thread song, you must gather 3 things: starlight spun to silk, a tear wept without sorrow, and the true name of the sound. But be swift, little weaver." Their journey began in the Valley of Spiders, where orb weavers the size of teacups spun constellations between juniper branches. "They'll trade starlight silk for stories," Oren advised. Sylvie hesitated, then offered her sapphire button. This once held a captain's coat as he sailed through a storm. He lost it while saving his crew from a wave. The spiders clicked approvingly. One gifted her a skein of silk that hummed with distant galaxies. Next they trekked to the Pool of Echoes, a spring where reflections showed not faces, but hearts. "Tears without sorrow come from joy remembered in grief," said Pippet, patting Sylvie's hand. Sylvie gazed into the water. She saw her grandmother teaching her to sew, laughing as Sylvie tangled her thread. The memory ached sweetly. A single tear fell, crystallizing into a dewdrop as it touched the pool. But the final task loomed darkly. As they neared the hill, the sound's wail pierced Sylvie's bones. The mist solidified into a shapeless creature with hollow eyes. "Leave," it groaned. No name remains for me. Sylvie stepped forward, shuttle glowing. Wait, she whispered. Will you tell me your story? The sound recoiled. Stories are for things that matter. Everything matters, Sylvie said firmly. She opened her button pouch. Even broken things get kept. One by one she shared her buttons' tales, the acorn toggle from a woodsman's lost hat, the pearlescent button from a wedding gown outgrown. With each story the sound's mist thinned. Finally it spoke. I was once a lullaby sung to a child who stopped listening. Sylvie's heart clenched. Gently she sang the only lullaby she knew, her grandmother's. The sound shuddered, darkness peeling away to reveal a wisp of silvery song. As Sylvie sang, Pipit hummed along, then Orin, until the very trees added their rustling chorus. The wisp brightened, curling into the shape of a nightingale. Leora, it trilled its true name. With a burst of light, it dissolved into the thread song. Back at the loom, Sylvie wove the silk, tear, and name into the tapestry. Colors bloomed vibrant again, the frayed threads knit themselves whole. When she stepped back, breathless, Orin bowed. The thread song remembers you, weaver. Pipit hugged her ankle. Visit again, I'll make clover tea. But Sylvie's hands tingled. Looking down, she found new buttons in her pouch, a silver one shaped like an owl, a moss-green one with hedgehog quills. When she returned to the attic, the loom sat silent, yet the air thrummed with invisible music. That night, Sylvie's grandmother paused in the doorway, watching Sylvie mend a torn quilt. Your stitches improved, darling, she murmured. Sylvie smiled, running her thumb over the owl button in her pocket. Outside, the wind carried a faint, familiar trill, a nightingale's song, tender and unbroken. And high in the attic, though no one was there to see, the tapestry shimmered softly, its newly mended threads glowing like promises kept. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Once upon a time, nestled between lush, rolling hills and the whispering babble of a crystal-clear brook, lay the quaint village of Meadowdown. This little village was known for its charming cobblestone streets, the scent of sweet lavender drifting from cottage gardens, and the gentle chime of bells from the old stone chapel at the village square. But beyond the common sights and sounds, Meadowdown held a secret known only to those who had the heart to discover it. In a small, ivy-clad cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was a kind-hearted soul, with hair the color of ripe chestnuts and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves. She was known throughout the village for her gentle nature and unwavering curiosity. Her days were filled with helping her neighbors, tending her garden, and dreaming of adventures beyond the horizon. One crisp autumn morning, as Clara wandered through the golden-hued forest that bordered Meadowdown, she stumbled upon an object unlike any she had seen before. It was a delicate, silver key, its surface intricately etched with swirling patterns that glinted in the dappled sunlight. Intrigued, Clara picked up the key, feeling a gentle warmth spread through her fingers as she held it. As she examined the key, a soft voice broke the gentle rustling of the leaves. "Ah, you have found it," the voice said, seemingly coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. Startled, Clara looked around until her eyes fell upon a small rabbit with fur as white as freshly fallen snow and eyes as blue as the summer sky. This was no ordinary rabbit, for it wore a tiny emerald-green waistcoat and a pair of spectacles perched upon its twitching nose. "Who are you?" Clara asked, her voice filled with wonder rather than fear. "My name is Thistle," the rabbit replied, adjusting his spectacles with a practiced paw. "I am the guardian of the Whispering Woods, and it seems you have found the Key of Whispers." Clara looked at the key in her hand, now understanding its significance. "What does the key unlock?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Thistle hopped closer, his whiskers twitching with excitement. "The key unlocks the Door of Secrets, a magical portal that reveals the hidden wonders of the forest. But beware, only those with a pure heart and a wise mind can truly benefit from its magic. With Thistle guiding her, Clara embarked on a journey deeper into the forest. The path was lined with towering trees whose branches formed a canopy of vibrant reds and oranges, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they walked, Thistle shared stories of the forest's hidden magic, of creatures that sang to the moon and flowers that bloomed only under starlight. Their journey was not without challenges. At one point, they came upon a wide, rushing stream, its waters too deep and swift to cross easily. Clara paused, thinking deeply. Instead of attempting to force her way across, she noticed the pattern of stepping stones hidden just beneath the surface, revealed only to those who took the time to truly observe. With careful steps, Clara and Thistle made their way across the stream, their trust in each other growing with every challenge they faced. Along the way, they encountered other forest inhabitants who offered their unique wisdom. There was Luna, the wise old owl with feathers like moonlit shadows, who taught Clara the importance of patience and listening to the world around her. And there was Fern, the playful squirrel with a tail like a plume, who showed Clara the joy of laughter and the beauty of small, everyday wonders. Finally, after a journey filled with learning and laughter, they reached the Door of Secrets. It stood nestled between two ancient oak trees, its surface shimmering with a light all its own. Clara hesitated for a moment, feeling the weight of the key in her hand before turning to Thistle. "Are you ready?" he asked, his eyes twinkling with encouragement. Taking a deep breath, Clara nodded and inserted the key into the lock. As she turned it, the door swung open with a gentle creak, revealing a world of breathtaking beauty. A world where the trees whispered secrets of the ages, and the air was filled with a melody only the heart could hear. Clara stepped through, feeling a sense of peace and belonging wash over her. She had embarked on this journey with a heart full of curiosity and returned with a heart full of wisdom and wonder. She realized that the true magic of the key was not in the wonders it revealed, but in the journey itself and the friendships she had forged along the way. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Clara and Thistle made their way back to Meadowdown. The village welcomed them with open arms, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Clara placed the key in a special place in her garden, knowing its magic would always be there, ready to guide those who were willing to listen and learn. And every evening, as the village settled into the comforting embrace of night, Clara would share stories of her adventures, her voice a gentle melody that lulled the village to sleep. And so in the heart of Meadowdown, where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, Clara's story of discovery and wonder was whispered from generation to generation, a reminder that the true magic of life lies not in the destination, but in the journey itself. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Truth. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of the lush and rolling hills of Oakshire, lay a small, quaint village known as Willowbrook. This village was surrounded by an ancient forest, known to all as the Whispering Woods. The woods were a place of mystery and enchantment, where the trees seemed to murmur secrets to the wind, and the leaves danced in the gentle breeze like 1,000 tiny fairies. In Willowbrook, there lived a young girl named Anwen. With her auburn hair and bright green eyes, she resembled the very woods she loved to wander. Anwen was known for her kind heart and boundless curiosity. She often spent her days exploring the edges of the forest, collecting wildflowers and listening to the gentle symphony of nature. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the sky with strokes of gold and crimson, Anwen set out on a journey deeper into the Whispering Woods than she had ever ventured before. She had heard tales of a hidden world within the forest, a place where magic thrived and the ordinary transformed into the extraordinary. As Anwen walked, the soft crunch of fallen leaves under her feet echoed through the woods. The air was cool and fresh, carrying the earthy scent of moss and the sweetness of ripened berries. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful shadows that danced around her like old friends. After wandering for what seemed like hours, Anwen stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching towards the heavens like the arms of a gentle giant. This tree was unlike any other. Its bark shimmered with a silvery hue, and its leaves glowed with an emerald light. As she approached, Anwen noticed something unusual at the base of the tree, a small, ornate lantern, crafted from bronze and adorned with intricate carvings of stars and moons. The lantern emitted a soft, warm glow, as if harboring a tiny piece of the sun within its confines. Curious, Anwen reached out and touched the lantern. Instantly, she felt a surge of warmth spread through her fingertips and into her heart. The forest around her seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for something wondrous to unfold. In that moment, the lantern spoke, its voice as gentle as a whisper, yet as profound as a distant echo. "Anwen," it said, "you have found the lantern of truth. With it comes the power to see into the hearts of others and unveil the truths hidden within their souls. But tread carefully, for truth can be both a blessing and a burden." Anwen, though taken aback, was not afraid. She felt a sense of purpose and a quiet determination growing within her. She knew that with great power came great responsibility, and she vowed to use the lantern's gift wisely. As Anwen journeyed back to Willowbrook, the woods seemed to come alive with a newfound energy. Birds sang with greater fervor, and the wind rustled the leaves in a melodious chorus. Anwen felt as if she were part of a grander story, one that was just beginning to unfold. In the days that followed, Anwen learned to wield the lantern of truth with care and compassion. She discovered that truth had the power to heal, to mend broken relationships, and to bring understanding where there was once confusion. With each revelation, Anwen's heart swelled with empathy and wisdom. But as time went on, Anwen also learned that truth could be painful. It could reveal hidden wounds and unearth memories long buried. She realized that not everyone was ready to embrace the truths the lantern unveiled, and she had to learn the delicate art of patience and timing. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the village was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Anwen found herself by the village pond. The water was as smooth as glass, reflecting the myriad stars that began to pepper the sky. As she sat there, the lantern of truth by her side, Anwen noticed a figure approaching. It was Rowan, a boy from the village who was known for his quiet demeanor and gentle nature. Rowan and Anwen often shared stories by the pond, their friendship blossoming like the wildflowers that grew along its banks. Tonight, however, Rowan seemed troubled. His brow was furrowed, and his usually bright eyes were clouded with worry. Anwen sensed that something weighed heavily on his heart. "Rowan," she said softly, "what troubles you so?" Rowan hesitated, his gaze fixed on the rippling water. "Anwen," he began, his voice barely a whisper, "there are things I have kept hidden, things I fear might change the way you see me." Anwen reached for the lantern, its comforting glow casting a gentle light between them. "Rowan, the truth is like the stars in the night sky. It is always there, even when hidden behind clouds. Trust that it will guide us, just as it guides the travelers who follow its light." With a deep breath, Rowan spoke of his fears and insecurities, the burdens he had carried in silence. As he spoke, the lantern's light seemed to envelop them both, wrapping them in a cocoon of warmth and understanding. In that moment, Anwen realized that the lantern's true power lay not in revealing truth, but in creating a space where truth could be shared without fear. It was a power that fostered connection, empathy, and healing. As the night wore on, Anwen and Rowan talked until the stars began to fade and the first light of dawn kissed the horizon. They spoke of dreams and fears, of hopes and past regrets, their hearts growing lighter with each word shared. From that day forward, Anwen used the lantern of truth not as a tool, but as a bridge, connecting hearts, mending rifts, and fostering friendships that transcended the boundaries of expectation. The villagers came to see the lantern not as a relic of power, but as a beacon of hope and understanding. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Anwen's story became legend in Willowbrook. The whispering woods continued to hold their secrets, the leaves dancing to the wind's eternal song. And in the heart of the forest, the ancient tree stood as a reminder of the magic that lay within, and the truth that could transform the world. And so, as the fireside crackles and the shadows lengthen, we find ourselves at the end of our tale. But remember, Dear listener, that truth is not just a lantern to be found in enchanted woods. It is a light within us all, waiting to illuminate the paths we walk and the stories we share. With a gentle sigh, the tale comes to a close, leaving behind the warmth of friendship and the glow of understanding. Sleep now, with dreams as bright and boundless as the stars that guide us home. The Whispering Lantern. In a village hugged by ancient pines, where chimney smoke curled into stars, lived a girl named Leela with hands stained from berry picking and a heart full of questions. Each evening she'd sit by her window, listening to the forest sigh beyond her doorstep. The elders spoke of a glimmering realm hidden within the trees, where fireflies carried wishes and rivers sang lullabies. Nonsense, her practical-minded mother would say, stirring soup over the hearth. But Leela's bones hummed with the certainty of secrets waiting to be found. One twilight, as amber leaves pirouetted to the ground, she noticed a peculiar sight. A fox with fur like melted copper sitting at the forest's edge, gazing at her with eyes that held galaxies. When it vanished into the shadows, something glinted in its wake, a small lantern, its glass etched with runes, emitting a light that pulsed like a heartbeat. Layla's fingers tingled as she lifted it, and the world shifted. The trees stretched taller, their bark swirling with silver veins, and the air buzzed with the scent of rain-kissed moss and something sweet she couldn't name. The lantern's glow intensified, casting a path of liquid gold into the woods. Leela followed, her breath forming clouds in the crisp air, until she stumbled into a clearing bathed in moonlight. There stood a circle of mushrooms, their caps glowing faintly, and at their center, a door no taller than her knee, carved from acorn wood. The lantern's light spilled onto the door, which creaked open to reveal a staircase winding downward. A world unfurled. The steps led to a cavern aglow with bioluminescent vines, where will-o'-the-wisps bobbed like curious sprites. A river of liquid starlight wound through the chamber, and on its banks sat a hedgehog in a waistcoat, knitting a scarf from dandelion fluff. "Ah," he said, adjusting his spectacles. "You've brought the Whispering Lantern. We've been expecting you." Leela blinked. "Expecting me." "Indeed," came a melodic voice. A woman emerged from the shadows, her hair a cascade of ivy, her gown woven from twilight. "I am Thalia, keeper of the gloaming grove. The lantern chooses those who listen not just with their ears, but with their hearts." She gestured to the trembling light in Leela's hand. "It's dimmed these past moons, for the grove's heart, the emberstone, has been stolen. Without it our world fades, and yours will follow." Leela's chest tightened. "Who took it?" "A sorrowful creature called the Shade, who dwells in the obsidian peaks. It feeds on loneliness, twisting hearts until they forget kindness." Thalia's voice softened. "The lantern will guide you, but only compassion can reclaim the emberstone." The journey begins. Leela agreed to help, joined by Bramble, the hedgehog, whose needles could knit bridges from spider silk, and Sorrel, the fox from the forest's edge, whose paws left trails of blooming clover. They followed the lantern's beam through meadows where flowers chimed in the wind and into a valley choked with thorny vines. The first test came at the Bridge of Echoes, a fragile span over a bottomless gorge. As Leela stepped onto it, the planks whispered her deepest fears. "You're too small, too ordinary," the lantern flickered, but Sorrel nuzzled her hand. "Listen deeper," he murmured. Leela closed her eyes, hearing beyond the taunts to a faint, warm hum, the same sound her grandmother's hands made while kneading dough. Love, she realized. The kind that stays even when voices doubt. The bridge solidified beneath her feet. The forest of whispers. Deeper into the peaks, they entered a forest where trees mirrored memories. Leela glimpsed her mother laughing as she hung laundry, and Bramble as a young hedgehog, trembling under a hawk's shadow. "These are the forgotten hours," Thalia had warned. "Do not linger, or you'll be trapped in yesterday." But when Leela saw Sorrel staring at a tree showing a human girl abandoning him as a kit, she hesitated. The fox's shoulders slumped. "I thought I'd forgotten," he whispered. Leela knelt beside him. "Some hurts don't vanish, but they don't have to be carried alone." She placed a hand on his paw, and the memory dissolved into leaves. Together they walked on. The Cave of Shadows. At the peak's summit loomed a cave dripping with black icicles. Inside, the shade coiled around the emberstone, a crystal radiating warmth like a newborn sun. Its voice slithered through the dark. "Why persist? The world is cold. Stay here and I'll spare you its ache." The lantern guttered, but Leela stepped forward. "You're right, the world can be cold, but that's why we need this." She opened her palm, revealing a spool of Bramble's spider silk thread, a clover from Sorrel's trail, and a leaf from Thalia's gown. "Kindness isn't a weakness, it's a fire we tend together." The shade recoiled, its form fraying. No one ever stayed, no one cared. "I care," Leela said gently. "Let me help you carry the loneliness." A tear slipped down the shade's Inkai cheek, sizzling where it struck the emberstone. Light exploded, filling the cave, and where the shade had been stood a trembling sparrow, its wings shimmering with newfound gold. Returning home. The journey back was lit by a rejuvenated grove, a symphony of color and song. Thalia gifted Leela a seed from the emberstone. "Plant it where your world needs warmth," she urged. In her village, Leela buried the seed by the oldest pine. By morning a tree stood there, its branches heavy with lantern-like fruits that glowed softly. Villagers gathered, their faces awash in golden light, sharing stories they'd long kept buried. Layla's mother smiled, stirring a pot of soup now fragrant with herbs from the groves. Epilogue, the light that remains. Years later, travelers would come to marvel at the lantern tree, its roots knitting earth and magic into one. Layla, grown but still berry-stained, would smile, remembering Thalia's words, "The truest light isn't taken, it's kindled, then given away." And in the quiet hours, if you listened closely, you might hear a sparrow's song mingling with the rustle of leaves, a gentle reminder that even the loneliest shadows can learn to glow. In the heart of a sleepy little village, nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious young soul named Finn. Finn had a spectacular imagination and a heart full of wonder, always eager to discover what lay beyond the familiar cobblestone paths and the cozy thatched roofs of his home. One crisp autumn morning, when the sun was just beginning to cast its golden light over the dew-kissed fields, Finn decided to follow the path less traveled, a narrow trail that wound its way into the dense, mysterious woodlands at the edge of the village. The villagers often spoke of this forest with hushed voices, as if it were a place of secrets and stories waiting to be unveiled. As Finn stepped into the woods, the world transformed around him. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and damp earth. Sunbeams filtered through the canopy, painting the forest floor with dappled patterns of light and shadow. The trees, ancient and wise, stood tall like silent guardians, their leaves whispering secrets to the breeze. Finn walked deeper into the forest, his eyes wide with wonder. He soon came upon a clearing where wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors, violets, blues, and yellows, each petal glistening with morning dew like tiny jewels. In the center of the clearing stood an enormous mushroom, its cap as wide as a dinner table, with a stem that shimmered softly in the sunlight. Perched atop this magical mushroom was a peculiar little creature, no taller than a squirrel, with skin that glowed like moonlight and eyes that sparkled with mischief. "Hello there," the creature chirped, its voice as light as a summer breeze. "I am Lyra, the keeper of the forest's dreams." Finn's eyes widened with delight. "I've never seen anything like you before," he said, his voice tinged with awe. Lyra laughed, a sound like tinkling bells. "Few have, for I am the guardian of wonders unseen by most. Tell me, young traveler, what brings you to this enchanted part of the world?" Finn paused, considering his answer. "I seek adventure and new stories to tell," he replied earnestly, his heart swelling with excitement. "Then you have come to the right place," Lyra said with a knowing smile. "But be warned, this forest holds both beauty and challenge. You must be brave and kind to uncover its secrets." With that, Lyra hopped down from the mushroom and beckoned Finn to follow. They ventured deeper into the forest, where the air grew cooler and the shadows longer. Along the way, they encountered a shimmering brook that sang a gentle, soothing melody as it danced over smooth stones. Finn knelt beside it, cupping his hands to drink the crisp, refreshing water, feeling invigorated by its magic. As they continued their journey, the pair came across a peculiar sight, an ancient tree with a trunk that twisted and turned like a spiral staircase. Its bark was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to tell stories of old. Lyra explained that this was the Tree of Echoes, and if Finn listened closely, he might hear the whispers of those who had walked the forest before him. Finn pressed his ear against the cool bark and closed his eyes. Faintly at first, then clearer, he heard a chorus of voices, each one sharing tales of courage, friendship, and discovery. The stories filled him with warmth, reminding him that he was not alone on his journey. As dusk began to settle, painting the sky with hues of pink and orange, Finn and Lyra reached a glade bathed in soft, golden light. Here the forest seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for something magical to happen. In the center of the glade stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a crystal orb that glowed with an inner light. "This," Lyra said softly, "is the heart of the forest. It holds the dreams and hopes of all who enter these woods. It is said that those who touch it with pure intent will find the courage they seek." Finn stepped forward, his heart beating with anticipation. He reached out, his fingers brushing the cool surface of the orb. A gentle warmth spread through him, filling him with a sense of peace and strength. He realized then that true courage was not the absence of fear, but the willingness to explore the unknown with an open heart. As the stars began to twinkle overhead, Finn knew it was time to return home. He thanked Lyra for the wondrous journey and promised to share the stories of the magical forest with his village. Lyra waved goodbye, her form shimmering in the twilight as Finn retraced his steps through the woods. When Finn emerged from the forest, the village lights glowed warmly in the distance, welcoming him back. He felt a deep sense of gratitude for the adventure, for the friends he had made, and for the newfound courage that would guide him on many more journeys. And so, with the stories of the forest whispering in his heart, Finn returned home, ready to dream of new adventures beneath the starlit sky. And as he drifted off to sleep, the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft glow of moonlight filled his dreams with wonder and magic, reminding him that the world was full of enchantment, waiting to be discovered. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies with every breeze, there lay a quaint village called Willowbrook. Nestled amidst blooming wildflowers and the gentle laughter of babbling brooks, Willowbrook was a place where time seemed to slow, and the world's worries melted away like morning mist. Every evening, as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, the villagers would gather around the great old oak in the village square. It was here that stories were shared, laughter echoed, and the bonds of community grew ever stronger. One such evening, as the villagers settled beneath the oak's sprawling branches, a peculiar thing happened. A series of soft, shimmering lights began to dance above them, weaving intricate patterns in the air. At first, they thought it might be fireflies, but these lights were different, more vibrant, more alive. Among the villagers was a gentle soul named Mira. With her chestnut curls and warm hazel eyes, Mira was known for her kindness and her curiosity. She watched the lights with fascination, noticing how they flickered and swirled as if they were trying to communicate something. Intrigued by the mysterious display, Mira decided to investigate. The next morning, she set out into the woods, where the lights seemed to have originated. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. Birds sang cheerful tunes as she walked along the winding paths, their melodies mingling with the rustling leaves. As Mira wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before. In the center stood a small, shimmering pond, its surface glistening like 1,000 diamonds in the sunlight. Surrounding the pond were delicate lilac flowers that swayed gently, as if dancing to a silent song. "Hello, young seeker," came a soft voice, as warm and inviting as a summer breeze. Startled, Mira turned to see a creature unlike any she had encountered. It was a luminal, a rare and magical being with wings that sparkled like the night sky. Its eyes were deep pools of wisdom, and its presence exuded a comforting aura. "I am Selwyn," the luminal introduced itself, its voice a gentle melody. "I see you are curious about the lights." Mira nodded, her curiosity piqued. "Yes, they were beautiful and unlike anything I've seen. Do you know what they are?" Selwyn nodded, its expression serene. "The lights are the whispers of the forest, messages from the heart of nature. They are meant to guide and protect, but lately they have been restless." "Why are they restless?" Mira asked, her brow furrowed with concern. "There is a disturbance in the balance of the woods," Selwyn explained, "a hidden sadness that needs healing. The lights seek someone with a pure heart to help restore harmony." Mira's eyes widened with determination. "I want to help. How can I do that?" Selwyn fluttered its wings gently, the air shimmering with stardust. "You must listen to the forest, feel its rhythm, and uncover the source of its sorrow. Trust in your heart, and you will find the way." Buoyed by Selwyn's words, Mira closed her eyes and allowed herself to attune to the forest around her. She listened to the rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the distant call of a lone owl. Slowly, a pattern emerged, a gentle thrum beneath the surface, a melody of life interwoven with a single discordant note. Following this faint trail of unease, Mira journeyed deeper into the woods, her footsteps guided by the forest's subtle cues. Along the way, she encountered various creatures, a family of rabbits who shared their burrow's warmth, an old tortoise who nodded sagely as she passed, and a mischievous squirrel who offered her an acorn as a token of friendship. Each encounter reinforced the sense of community and mutual care that thrived within the Whispering Woods. It was a reminder that even the smallest gesture of kindness could ripple outwards, touching lives in ways unseen. At last, Mira arrived at a thicket where the air felt heavy with a quiet sadness. Peering through the intertwined branches, she discovered a small grove where the trees stood tall and proud, yet their leaves drooped as if burdened by unseen weight. In the center of the grove lay a young fawn, its eyes wide with fear and confusion. The source of the forest's sorrow was clear, a creature lost and alone, seeking the warmth of companionship. Approaching slowly so as not to startle the fawn, Mira spoke softly, her voice a soothing balm. "Hello, little one. You're not alone anymore. I'm here to help." The fawn blinked, its ears twitching as it listened to Mira's kind words. Gradually it relaxed, sensing the genuine care in her tone. With gentle hands, Mira guided the fawn out of the thicket and back towards the heart of the forest. As they walked, the trees seemed to sigh with relief, their leaves lifting as the weight of sadness began to dissipate. Selwyn appeared once more, its eyes alight with gratitude. "You have done well, Mira. The forest thanks you for your kindness and courage." Mira smiled, feeling a warmth spread through her chest. "I only did what felt right. The forest is a magical place, full of life and wonder. I'm grateful to be part of it." Under the luminal's watchful gaze, the shimmering lights returned, dancing joyfully through the trees. They twirled around Mira and the fawn, a celebration of restored harmony and newfound friendship. As the sun began to set, casting golden rays across the forest floor, Mira made her way back to Willowbrook, the fawn trotting happily by her side. The villagers welcomed them with open arms, their hearts touched by the tale of the gentle mystery that had unfolded in their beloved woods. That night, as the stars twinkled above and the village settled into peaceful slumber, Mira lay beneath the great old oak, the fawn nestled beside her. She closed her eyes, her dreams filled with shimmering lights and the whisper of a forest at peace. And so, in the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies with every breeze, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, its people bound by tales of wonder and the gentle magic that surrounded them. Here, under the watchful gaze of the luminal and the twinkling stars, harmony reigned, and the world felt just a little bit brighter. The Whispering Woods had always hummed with secrets older than moonlight. Beneath cathedral trees whose roots cradled forgotten languages, there existed a community of creatures who wore the forest like a second skin. Moss-knitted rabbits whose fur changed with the seasons, starlight-drunk fireflies that wrote poems in the air, and badgers with maps of constellations etched into their paw pads all moved through the dappled shadows. Their world balanced on the edge of a maple leaf, precarious, beautiful, and governed by the ancient pact between the turning wheel, as they called the seasons, and the heartstone, a crystalline relic pulsing deep within the forest's core. One crisp autumn when leaves whisper, a young fox kit named Sorrel noticed the first crack in the world. It appeared as she practiced painting frost patterns with her breath against a spider's web, a skill her grandmother had taught her when the last winter's snow still clung to the earth. The web trembled not from her exhale, but from the faintest shimmer in the air above it, like heat distortion over summer stones. When she pressed a paw to the quivering space, it tasted of burnt honey and loneliness. "Grandmother," Sorrel called, her voice sending a spiral of amber leaves dancing. "The veil between worlds has a toothache." The elder fox emerged from her den of woven ferns, her coat the color of storm clouds and wisdom. She sniffed the air, ears twitching to the discordant rhythm of a woodpecker's delayed morning song. "The heartstone weakens," she murmured, watching a maple leaf stall mid-fall, caught between gold and crimson. "Come, we must consult the council of root and crown." Their journey to the stone hollow revealed the forest's deepening malaise. Brook salamanders floated belly up, their bioluminescent tails dimmed. Oak guardians, ancient trees with faces in their bark, groaned as their lower branches petrified into cold stone. Worst of all were the silence pockets, clearings where sound died as if smothered by invisible moss. Sorrel's whiskers tingled with wrongness when they passed through one, her own heartbeat muffled into nothingness. At the stone hollow, the council had already gathered. Thistlewood, the great horned owl whose feathers held the pattern of every winter storm, perched on a quartz outcropping. Between his talons lay the heartstone, once a vibrant geode singing with inner light, now a dull lump of rock veined with sickly green. Circling him were the season keepers, a maple-keyed dragonfly representing spring, a berry-fat dormouse for summer, a persimmon-hued salamander for autumn, and a snow hare whose fur still held patches of winter's last gasp. "The turning wheel hesitates," rumbled Thistlewood, his voice the creak of timber holding up the sky. "Without the heartstone's rhythm, seasons will bleed into each other until life unravels." Sorrel's grandmother stepped forward, her tail brushing a constellation of glowing mushrooms into brighter life. "The stone's illness mirrors the forest's wounds. We must mend both as one." A plan was woven like silken thread through the dark. They would collect the 4 essences tied to each season's zenith and use them to cleanse the heartstone. Sorrel, chosen for her keen nose and quicker paws, would lead the gathering. Her first quest took her east to the spring vale, where the air itself blossomed. The journey sang in her blood. She bounded past fiddleheads uncurling like sleep-warmed paws, through meadows where dandelion clocks chimed the hour with drifting seeds. At the vale, a waterfall where liquid sunlight cascaded over emerald rocks, she met the season keeper, a silver-throated deer whose antlers sprouted living cherry blossoms. "Prove your heart matches the spring's renewal," the deer spoke in water-song tones. Before them, the waterfall parted to reveal a sapling choked by thorny vines, its leaves trembling in earth's memory of winter. Sorrel approached not with teeth or claws, but with the lullaby her grandmother sang when frost bit too deep. As she hummed, the thorns softened into wild roses. The sapling stretched upward, buds bursting into flowers that rained peach-scented gratitude. The deer bowed, a single blossom floating into Sorrel's satchel, the essence of awakening. Summer's trial burned brighter. In the south, where heat shimmered like a living thing, Sorrel found the season keeper, a jewel-eyed tree frog enthroned on a lily pad the size of a thundercloud. The air throbbed with the heartbeat of 1,000 cicadas. "Bring order to the chaos," croaked the frog, indicating a sun-scorched meadow where plants grew in wild, suffocating tangles. Drought crackled in every yellowed blade. Remembering the badger's lessons on balance, Sorrel didn't rip through the overgrowth. Instead, she dug irrigation channels mimicking the constellations on her grandmother's paws, redirecting a sluggish stream to kiss parched roots. She pruned judiciously, thinning enough for sunlight to nourish, not scorch. When the first melon vine curled gratefully around her leg, the frog gifted her the essence of abundance, a drop of liquid amber that hummed with bee song. Autumn's test came in the west, where the season keeper, a squirrel with a tail like smoldering embers, waited atop a pyramid of pumpkins. "Everything here clings too tightly," they chittered, gesturing to an orchard where fruit rotted on branches, leaves refusing to fall. The air reeked of sweet decay. Sorrel twitched her nose at the malaise. She began gathering fallen acorns, arranging them in spirals that whispered of cyclical endings. With a badger's digging claw borrowed from the council stores, she carved tiny doors in the stubborn trees, inviting wood beetles to begin the recycling dance. Lastly, she blew the first frost breath she'd ever learned across the highest branches. As reluctant apples thudded to the ground, the squirrel tossed her the essence of release, a maple key that spun ceaselessly in midair. Winter's challenge almost broke her. In the north's endless twilight, the season keeper was a carved ice wolf whose howl shaped snowflakes. Find warmth without fire, it growled, icicle teeth clinking. Around them, creatures shivered in a blizzard that stole breath and hope. Sorrel thought of dormice sharing nests, of owls sheltering lost fawns under their wings. Gathering the trembling animals, she taught them the huddle dance, a weaving of bodies and breath that kindled communal warmth. When the ice wolf itself began to shiver, she brushed her frost-flecked tail against its paw in shared vulnerability. The essence of rest came as a snowflake that never melted, its crystalline patterns holding the quiet promise of spring's return. Back at Stone Hollow, the council blended the essences into a chalice of woven vines. As sorrel poured the mixture over the heartstone, the forest held its breath. For a terrible moment, nothing happened. Then, a sound like the first rainfall after drought. The stone's cracks glowed gold, its geode interior spinning to life like a miniature galaxy. Through the bond all forest creatures shared, Sorrel felt the changes ripple outward. Salamanders flipping right side up with indignant splashes, petrified branches sprouting new leaves, silence pockets filling with the symphony of a woodpecker's repentant rhythm. When the last tendril of green sickness vanished, Thistlewood lifted the restored heartstone high. "Remember this day," he boomed as the essences swirled into the stone, creating a new vein of iridescent light. Harmony isn't a spell but a practice, 1,000 small choices to listen, adapt, and care. Years later, when Sorrel had cubs of her own with coats like dappled sunlight, she'd bring them to the stone hollow during the turning days. Together, they'd watch the season keepers perform their dance, the deer's blossoms melting into the frog's summer rains, the squirrel's falling leaves giving way to the wolf's gentle snows. And when curious noses twitched at the heartstone's glow, she'd tell them of cracked veils and communal warmth, her words weaving through the firefly-lit air like a promise. Nothing is ever truly broken when many paws work to mend it. The forest breathed its agreement in the scent of rain-soaked loam and applewood smoke, in the crunch of leaves under careful paws, in the silent understanding that flowed root to branch to star-dusted wing. Somewhere an elder fox smiled as her granddaughter's laughter tangled with the wind, another thread in the endless, beautiful tapestry of the Whispering Woods. Once upon a time, in the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the trees hummed gentle lullabies and the streams giggled with joy, there was a quaint little village called Chuckleborough. The village was known far and wide for its peculiar inhabitants and their delightful quirks, each more charming than the last. In a cozy cottage with a roof made entirely of sunflower petals lived a sprightly gnome named Gimble. Gimble was known for his sparkling blue spectacles, which he wore even during moonlit nights, claiming they helped him see dreams better. He was a tinker of sorts, creating odd gadgets that made the villagers chuckle. His latest invention was a teapot that played a merry tune whenever it poured a cup of tea. Next door, in a house shaped like a giant mushroom, lived a plump, cheerful squirrel named Nibble. Nibble was no ordinary squirrel. He wore a tiny red vest and had a tail that seemed to have a mind of its own, often wagging to the rhythm of his laughter. Nibble was the village's storyteller, regaling the young and old with tales of faraway lands and magical creatures. One sunny morning, as the dew glittered like diamonds on the grass, Gimble and Nibble gathered with their friends in the village square. There was a buzz of excitement in the air, for today was the annual Chuckleborough Jamboree, a day filled with games, feasts, and contests of whimsy. But as the preparations were underway, a peculiar problem presented itself. A mysterious fog, tinged with a hint of lavender, had settled over the village overnight. It wasn't an ordinary fog, for it seemed to shimmer and shift, and the villagers soon discovered that anyone who entered it found themselves speaking in rhymes. While this was amusing at first, it quickly became problematic. How could they organize the jamboree when every instruction was transformed into a poetic riddle? Gimble, with a twinkle in his eye, declared that they must find the source of this magical mist. A fog that speaks in verse and song must have a story to which it belongs, he mused, adjusting his spectacles. Nibble, his tail wagging excitedly, agreed. Let us seek the fog's creator and make our village celebrations greater. And so, the quirky duo set off on an adventure, accompanied by their friends, a bashful hedgehog named Prickle, who always wore a jaunty little hat, and a wise old owl named Hoot, who loved to solve puzzles. Their journey led them through the heart of Whispering Woods, where the trees whispered secrets of the past. As they followed the trail of the lavender fog, they encountered a series of delightful surprises. First, they met a family of fireflies who danced in the air, spelling out messages in glowing letters. One said, "To find the source, follow the course, where the sunlight kisses the forest floor." Guided by this luminous clue, the friends arrived at a glade where the sunlight streamed through the canopy in golden beams. There they found a small, shimmering pond, the surface of which was alive with ripples that formed words and rhymes. At the edge of the pond sat a whimsical creature, a tiny, giggling sprite named Limerick. With hair like spun silver and eyes like twinkling stars, Limerick was the master of the fog. She explained, between fits of giggles, that she had accidentally spilled her rhyming elixir into the air while practicing her spells for the jamboree. Oh dear, what a funny mistake! I only wanted a rhyme or two to make." Limerick chirped, her laughter ringing like chimes. Gimble and Nibble, both chuckling at the serendipity of it all, assured her that all was well. "With a bit of wisdom and a dose of cheer, we'll turn this mishap into a wondrous affair," Gimble said. Together, the friends and Limerick devised a plan. Using Gimble's clever tinkering skills, they crafted a series of rhyming games and contests for the jamboree, turning the fog into a feature rather than a flaw. The villagers embraced the challenge with laughter and song, weaving verses into their daily chatter with ease. As the day of the jamboree dawned, the village square was alive with color and sound. The lavender fog, no longer a puzzle, danced around the villagers, carrying their rhymes on the breeze. Gimble's musical teapot played a merry tune, while Nibble spun tales that rhymed and delighted all. The highlight of the day was the grand rhyme-off, where villagers competed to create the most whimsical verses. Even Prickle, usually shy, joined in the fun, his rhymes earning him a hatful of applause. And Hoot, delighted by the linguistic creativity, judged the contest with wise and humorous comments. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over Chuckleborough, the villagers gathered around the fire for the closing ceremony. Limerick, grateful for the friends who had turned her mistake into magic, gifted each of them a vial of her rhyming elixir, with a wink and a promise of future fun. And so, with hearts full of joy and laughter, the villagers of Chuckleborough drifted into dreams, cradled by the gentle rhymes of the Whispering Woods. Gimble adjusted his blue spectacles one last time, content with the day's adventures, while Nibble's tail wagged happily in his sleep. For in Chuckleborough, Even the quirkiest of problems could be solved with friendship, creativity, and a touch of whimsical magic. And they all lived happily ever after, in a world where rhymes danced on the breeze, and joy was found in the most unexpected places. In the tranquil village of Willowbrook, where the chimneys always puffed gentle wisps of smoke, and the cobblestone streets hummed with the whispers of history, lived a young girl named Lyra. Her heart thrummed with curiosity, and her eyes sparkled with the light of 1,000 unspoken questions. Each day she would sit by the old stone bridge, watching the brook bubble and dance over smooth, mossy stones, dreaming of adventures beyond the horizon. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun peeked over the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Lyra's grandmother told her of the enchanted glade, a place whispered about in hushed tones, said to be alive with magic and mysteries. The glade lay beyond the forest that bordered their village, past the towering oaks whose leaves whispered secrets to the wind. With a heart full of wonder and a satchel packed with her favorite apple tarts, Lyra set out on a journey to find the enchanted glade. The forest greeted her with its symphony of rustling leaves and the gentle crunch of twigs beneath her feet. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful shadows that danced like fairies upon the forest floor. As she ventured deeper, the air grew sweet with the scent of wildflowers, and the sound of a distant melody tickled her ears, a song without words, yet rich with emotion. It was here, in a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight, that Lyra encountered her first companion, a small, plump rabbit with fur as white as winter's first snow and eyes like polished onyx, hopped onto her path. With a twitch of its whiskers, it seemed to beckon her to follow. Intrigued, Lyra followed the rabbit as it led her through a maze of towering ferns and over a bubbling brook. The world around her shimmered with an otherworldly glow, as though the very air was woven with threads of magic. Suddenly, the rabbit paused at the edge of a glistening meadow, where the grass swayed like a sea of emerald waves. In the center of this meadow stood a grand, ancient tree, its trunk gnarled and wise, with branches that stretched toward the heavens. Nestled in its roots was a doorway, small yet inviting, with a knocker shaped like a laughing fox. As Lyra reached for the knocker, the door creaked open of its own accord, revealing a spiral staircase that wound downward into the earth. With a deep breath and a flutter of excitement in her chest, Lyra descended the staircase. The walls glowed softly with the light of luminescent moss, guiding her way until she emerged into a cavern unlike any she had ever imagined. The ceiling sparkled with crystalline stalactites, reflecting the gentle glow of a pool at the cavern's heart. Floating above the water were tiny, luminescent creatures, their wings whispering secrets of the ages. Lyra stepped closer, her breath taken by the sheer beauty of it all. It was here she met her second guide, a wise turtle with a shell adorned in colorful patterns that seemed to shift and change with each movement. The turtle spoke in a voice like a summer breeze, inviting her to sit and listen to the stories of the land. As she listened, Lyra learned of the courage that lived within the heart of every explorer and the beauty that awaited those who dared to seek it. The tales woven by the turtle spoke of unity and the strength found in friendship, leaving an imprint on Lyra's heart. With newfound resolve, Lyra thanked the turtle and continued her journey. The path led her through shimmering tunnels, where the very walls sang in harmony to her footsteps, and out into the glade itself. It was a place of unparalleled wonder, where the trees were crowned with blossoms that glowed like stars, and streams of liquid light flowed like rivers of dreams. In this magical place, Lyra found the true treasure of her adventure. It was not the magic that surrounded her, but the courage within her that had guided her to this moment. She had ventured beyond the familiar, faced the unknown, and discovered not only a wondrous world, but also the depths of her own heart. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in shades of violet and gold, Lyra retraced her steps back toward Willowbrook. The rabbit and the turtle accompanied her to the edge of the forest, where they bid her farewell with smiles and promises of future adventures. Lyra returned home with stories that danced in her mind and a peace that warmed her soul. As she lay in bed that night, the gentle glow of the moon casting silver patterns across her room, she knew that the glade would always be there, waiting for her next visit. But more importantly, she understood that the courage to explore and the joy of discovery were treasures she could carry with her always. And so, with a heart full of dreams and the soft lullaby of the forest in her ears, Lyra drifted into a deep, contented sleep, cradled by the knowledge that the world was vast, beautiful, and full of possibilities for those who dared to wander. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming honeysuckle, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had chestnut curls that bounced as she walked and eyes like polished amber, always alight with curiosity. Her home was a snug little cottage with a thatched roof, surrounded by a garden that danced with wildflowers. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Lila would sit by the fire with her grandmother, a wise woman renowned throughout the village for her knowledge of herbs and lore. The hearth crackled warmly, casting a golden glow over the room, where shadows played gently on the walls. One particular evening, as Lila and her grandmother were preparing to settle down with steaming mugs of chamomile tea, a soft but persistent tapping echoed through the room. It seemed to be coming from the window, which overlooked the garden now blanketed in twilight's embrace. Curious, Lila padded over to the window and pulled back the lace curtain. To her astonishment, she found a small, peculiar creature perched on the windowsill. It was a moonbeam sprite, its delicate wings shimmering faintly in the dim light. The sprite's eyes were wide with worry, its tiny hands clasped together as if in prayer. "Oh, dear Lila," the sprite fluttered its wings, causing a gentle flutter of silvery dust to cascade around it. "Something strange is afoot in the whispering woods. The songbirds have fallen silent, and the fireflies are nowhere to be seen." Lila's grandmother joined her at the window, her expression thoughtful. "These are indeed curious happenings," she murmured, her voice as soft and comforting as a woolen shawl. "Perhaps it is time for a visit to the woods. They have secrets to share if one knows how to listen." The next morning, with the sun barely peeking over the horizon, Lila set off toward the whispering woods. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the earthy scent of dew-kissed leaves. As she entered the woods, the familiar rustle of leaves underfoot welcomed her, though the absence of birdsong was unmistakable. Lila walked deeper into the forest, her senses attuned to the subtle whispers of the trees. She soon came upon a clearing where the ancient oak known as Grandfather Tree stood proudly. Its gnarled branches stretched toward the heavens, and its bark was etched with the wisdom of centuries. "Welcome, young Lila," a voice rumbled softly, resonating from the heart of the oak. It was the tree guardian, an ethereal presence that watched over the woods. "I sense you seek answers." Lila nodded, her voice barely more than a whisper. "The forest feels different. Can you tell me what has happened?" The tree guardian seemed to sigh, a gentle breeze rustling through its leaves. "There is a disturbance in the balance. The nightshade, a mischievous creature, has been playing tricks, drawing the magic away from the woods." Lila listened carefully, her mind already turning with possibilities. "How might we restore the balance?" she asked. The tree guardian's response was a soft rustle. "The nightshade is drawn to its reflection. You must craft a mirror of moonlight to capture its attention and coax it back into harmony." Thanking the tree guardian, Lila set about gathering what she needed. She collected a handful of silvery dew from the petals of moonflowers and a shard of smooth, reflective riverstone. With these, she fashioned a small mirror, its surface gleaming with a pale luminescence. As twilight descended, painting the woods in shades of blue and silver, Lila returned to the clearing. There, she placed the mirror upon a bed of moss, right where the moon's light would touch it. Then she waited, her heart steady and calm. Before long, a shadow flitted across the clearing, a dark, wispy shape that darted about with an impish energy. It was the nightshade, drawn irresistibly to the mirror's glow. The creature paused, entranced by its own reflection. Its antics momentarily ceased. With gentle words woven of kindness and understanding, Lila spoke to the nightshade. She explained how its playful tricks had unbalanced the magic of the woods, and how harmony could be restored if it chose to return to its rightful place among the shadows. The nightshade listened, its form shimmering as if considering her words. Finally, With a playful wink, it vanished into the night, leaving behind a trail of sparkling dust. Almost immediately, the woods felt different. The air was lighter, and the soft chirping of crickets resumed its familiar melody. As Lila made her way back to the village, the moon watched over her, casting a gentle glow on her path. She felt a comforting sense of achievement, knowing she had helped restore peace to the woods she loved so dearly. Back at the cottage, her grandmother awaited her with open arms and a warm smile. "You have done well, dear heart," she said, her voice a balm to Lila's soul. "Remember, even the smallest creatures can teach us the greatest lessons." That night, as Lila lay in her cozy bed, she listened to the soft hum of the forest outside her window. The world was at peace, and so was she, knowing that wisdom and friendship could always light the way, even through the darkest of shadows. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, cradled by the whispers of the woods. The Moonlight Lantern. Beneath a sky quilted with stars, where the ancient pines whispered secrets to the night wind, there lay a village cradled by mountains. In this village lived a girl named Sylvie, whose curiosity was as boundless as the constellations. Her hands were always stained with berry juice from exploring the woods, and her pockets bulged with peculiar stones and feathers. But her most treasured possession was a story, a tale her grandmother had spun about a lantern that held moonlight captive in its glass, its glow capable of revealing hidden worlds. One crisp autumn evening, as Sylvie wandered beyond the village's firelit borders, she noticed a flicker of silver through the trees. It danced like a will-o'-the-wisp, drawing her deeper into the forest until she stumbled upon a clearing bathed in ethereal light. There, suspended from a gnarled oak branch, hung a lantern. Its surface was etched with constellations, and within it swirled a liquid radiance that pulsed like a heartbeat. Sylvie's breath caught. The Moonlight Lantern. As her fingers brushed the handle, the forest seemed to inhale sharply. The trees leaned closer, their leaves rustling in anticipation. Suddenly, a small voice piped up from the shadows. "Best not ignite it yet, unless you're ready for what follows." Sylvie turned to find a hedgehog peering at her from beneath a toadstool. But this was no ordinary creature. His quills shimmered like opals, and tiny spectacles balanced on his snout. "I'm Thistle," he said, straightening his wire-rimmed glasses. "Keeper of forgotten glimmers, and you've just found the key to the Twilight Vale." Thus began their adventure. Thistle explained that the lantern's light had dimmed over centuries, causing the hidden world it protected to fade. Without its glow, the delicate balance between realms would crumble. But reigniting it, the hedgehog warned, smoothing his waistcoat nervously, requires starlight gathered from 3 sacred places, and courage enough to face what dwells in the dark. Their first journey took them to the cavern of echoing tides, where underground rivers sang lullabies in voices of drowned sailors. The walls glittered with bioluminescent moss, casting aquamarine shadows that lapped at their feet. Sylvie's boots sloshed through shallows teeming with fish whose scales mirrored the night sky. There, Thistle pointed to a crevice where stalactites dripped liquid starlight into a stone basin. Sylvie cupped her hands beneath the celestial syrup, its warmth seeping into her bones. But as the first light was captured, the cavern groaned. The water darkened, and from the depths emerged a sorrowful creature, a naiad with hair of kelp and eyes like abyssal voids. "Why steal our stars?" she wailed, her voice making the water tremble. Sylvie knelt, showing the naiad the faltering lantern. "We mean to restore what was lost," she said gently. The naiad studied her, then pressed a pearlescent shell into Sylvie's palm. "When darkness comes, listen," she murmured before dissolving into foam. The second light led them across the Bridge of Roots, a living arch woven from ancient trees that spanned a bottomless ravine. Mist clung to Sylvie's cheeks as she balanced on knotted wood, Thistle clinging to her scarf. Halfway across, the bridge shuddered. Vines snapped like tendons, and through the fog loomed a colossal owl with feathers of smoldering ash. Turn back, it boomed, eyes like molten gold. The stars you seek are guarded by older magic than your fragile hopes. Thistle's quills bristled, but Sylvie stood firm. We're not stealing magic, we're returning it. She opened the lantern, revealing the faint glow within. The owl tilted its head, then spread wings that scattered embers into the void. Prove your heart's truth, it challenged. Sylvie placed the naiad's shell against her ear. The mournful song within swelled, echoing through the ravine. As the last note faded, the owl bowed. Your compassion lights the way, it rumbled, plucking a feather that burst into a constellation. They caught it in the lantern. By the third moonrise, exhaustion weighed Sylvie's steps as they climbed the staircase of winds, invisible steps carved from air currents that spiraled above the clouds. Thistle nestled in her hood, sneezing ice crystals. Here the final starlight shimmered in the aurora's tail, but the higher they climbed, the more the lantern dimmed. It's not working, Sylvie gasped, her breath frosting. The hedgehog peered at the nearly full lantern. It needs more than starlight, he realized. It needs belief. Sylvie closed her eyes, recalling her grandmother's stories, the warmth of hearths, the strength of kindred spirits, the quiet magic of perseverance. As she poured these memories into the lantern, its light blazed brighter than dawn. The aurora swept down, weaving its colors into the glow. When they returned to the clearing, the forest held its breath. Sylvie raised the reignited lantern, and its beam pierced the veil between worlds. The twilight veil unfolded, a realm where trees bore crystalline fruit, rivers flowed backward to heal old wounds, and creatures of myth danced in meadows of luminescent clover. But thorns of shadow crept at its edges, threatening to consume it. The lantern's light must touch the heartroot, Thistle urged, pointing to a colossal tree at the vale's center. They raced as darkness snarled at their heels. Sylvie's legs burned, but the lantern's warmth urged her onward. Reaching the heartroot, she pressed the light to its bark. Golden veins spread through the tree, cascading across the land. The shadows dissolved into fireflies, the veil sighing in relief. As dawn tinged the horizon, Thistle walked Sylvie to the forest's edge. "You'll forget this," he said sadly. "Mortals always do." But Sylvie shook her head. "Some truths stay in your bones, even if your mind lets go." She gifted him a maple seed from her pocket. "Plant it where the veil needs joy." Years later, Sylvie, now a woman with laughter lines and a daughter who collects stones, often gazes at the lantern hanging in her cottage. Though it appears ordinary, on nights when the wind carries the scent of crystalline fruit, its glass flares softly. And deep in the forest, a mighty maple grows, its leaves chiming with a hedgehog's laughter, its roots cradling starlight enough for both worlds. That night, as Sylvie tucks her child beneath a quilt stitched with constellations, she whispers, "The greatest magic isn't in lanterns or hidden realms. It's the light we kindle when we face the dark together." Outside, the pines murmur in agreement, their branches brushing the sky where two worlds dance, forever intertwined. In a quiet village nestled between whispering pines and a brook that sang lullabies over smooth stones, there lived a soft-spoken girl with eyes like freshly turned earth and a heart that listened to the world's hidden rhythms. Her grandmother's cottage, with its thatched roof and walls lined with dried lavender, held a secret no one had noticed for generations, a music box shaped like a turtle, its shell etched with constellations that shifted when moonlight touched them. One chilly evening, as the girl polished the old trinket, she discovered its hidden hinge. Inside lay not gears but a tiny landscape, a forest of silver thread trees, a river of liquid shadow, and a mountain that pulsed like a heartbeat. When she wound the key backwards, a whim sparked by the way her cat batted at the mechanism, the room filled not with music but with the scent of rain-soaked moss and a voice like wind through reeds. Seek the starfall glade where time folds soft as linen. Bring the moon's fingerprint and the spider's unfinished song. Thus began her journey, though she packed no bag save a handkerchief of ginger cookies and a thimble-sized lantern that glowed with captured fireflies. At the edge of the twilight woods she met Lila, a barn owl whose left wing bore ink-blot patterns that changed with her moods. "You're smaller than the last seeker," Lila hooted, tilting her head, "but your shadow has interesting edges. Follow the stones that refuse to be stepped on." The stones, it turned out, were pebbles that skittered away like shy crabs, unless addressed in rhymes. The girl learned to sing to them in a voice that mimicked the brook's chuckle, and they formed a path glowing faintly with the memory of sunlight. Deeper in the forest, where trees wore beards of lichen and mushrooms hummed in harmony, she found Bramble, a hedgehog who'd forgotten how to uncurl. "The thunder phoenix startled me," he mumbled through his spines. She waited patiently, offering a cookie crumb, until he peeked out with eyes like dewdrops. In gratitude, he gifted her an acorn cap filled with directions written in spider silk. Days melted into nights fragrant with elderflower and secrets. The girl crossed a bridge woven from willow roots, where a river spirit with hair of floating pondweed tested her with riddles. "What grows when shared but shrinks when kept?" Nessa asked, her voice a cascade over smooth rocks. "Stories," the girl answered, recalling her grandmother's tales by the hearth. The spirit smiled, parting the mist to reveal a valley where fireflies spelled out forgotten constellations. The true challenge came at the Starfall Glade, a meadow where fallen stars sprouted into flowers that chimed when brushed. The guardian, a mountain-shaped creature with mossy joints and eyes like quartz, demanded proof of wisdom. "You hold the moon's fingerprint," it rumbled, pointing to the girl's palm where the music box's key had left a crescent mark. But the spider's unfinished song. Here, the girl hesitated. Then she remembered Bramble's acorn cap and the half-woven web she'd seen near her grandmother's window, a pattern missing its final spiral. Humming the tune her grandmother whistled while knitting, she let the melody rise and fall like a sleepy breath. The guardian's stony face softened. It sighed, songs need not be finished to be true, only felt. From its chest it withdrew a vial of stardust that swirled with all the colors of dawn. The journey home blurred like a dream upon waking. Leela carried her above treetops tinged with first frost, Bramble snuffled directions from underground root songs, and Nessa's river carried her the last mile while otters raced alongside, giggling. When she placed the stardust in her grandmother's tea, the old woman's laughter returned, bright as the music box's newly repaired tune. Years later, villagers still speak of the night the turtle constellation blazed brightest, and how every cobblestone in the square suddenly revealed mosaic patterns no one had noticed before. The girl, now a storyteller with stardust freckles, keeps the music box on her windowsill, where it hums contentedly. Travelers often ask about her adventures, but she simply smiles and says, "The best magic isn't in finding extraordinary things, it's in learning how ordinary things can find you." And if you listen very closely on still evenings, you might hear the turtle's constellations shifting again, ready to guide the next gentle heart willing to wind a key backwards and step into the world's quiet, wondrous whisper. In a village hugged by hills that turned violet at dusk, there lived a girl named Leela with a map drawn in starlight ink on her palms. Not the kind you could see, mind you, the kind that tingled when the wind carried secrets from the east. It was this invisible compass that led her one twilight to the edge of the Crystal Vale woods, where trees grew in spirals and the air smelled of burnt sugar and forgotten lullabies. The rules here were simple, whispered the rustling leaves. Wonder softly, listen deeply, and never hurry the shadows. Layla's first step sank into moss so plush it seemed to sigh beneath her boots. Above, branches wove a canopy of living stained glass, leaves of amber and tourmaline filtering the moonlight into pools of liquid gold. She paused when a flicker of movement caught her eye. A fox with fur the color of autumn's last flame sat primly on a root, tail curled around a tiny lantern made of dandelion fluff. "Lost little wanderer?" it asked, its voice like the creak of a rocking chair. When Leela shook her head, the fox chuckled, a sound like falling acorns. "Ah, found then, follow the lichens' laughter. It's having a particularly giggly night." The lichen, it turned out, did indeed giggle, a sound like chimes submerged in honey. It glowed faintly along a path strewn with petals that dissolved into mist when touched. Deeper into the woods, Leela encountered a brook where the water flowed upward, defying gravity with the enthusiasm of a child's soap bubble. Its surface rippled with half-formed shapes, a crown of feathers here, a dancing teapot there. Kneeling to drink, she found the water tasted of questions she'd never thought to ask. "What's north of north?" it burbled. Before she could answer, a hedgehog made of moss and twigs trundled up, balancing 3 starberries on its spiky back. "Trade you," it squeaked, nodding at the hair ribbon Leela had tied around her wrist. She hesitated. The ribbon was her last gift from Gran, but placed it in the hedgehog's twig claw. The starberries burst on her tongue, each a different flavor: courage, curiosity, and the exact warmth of a hug held too long. The woods thickened, trees now arching like the ribs of some slumbering giant. Here, the challenges grew gentler but stranger. A bridge of spider silk demanded she whisper a secret before crossing. "I still sleep with my socks on," she confessed. The bridge purred. A glade of clockwork butterflies tested her patience, landing on her nose until she stood statue still for 7 full minutes. "Time isn't a river here," chimed the largest butterfly, its wings ticking. "It's a puddle, splashable." Leela's laughter startled a cloud of bioluminescent moths into swirling around her, their wings painting temporary constellations on the dark. It was near the heart of the woods that she met the only creature taller than a sapling, a willow tree with bark like crumpled parchment, its branches heavy with glowing blue fruit. At its base sat a round door no bigger than a teapot. "Ah," crooned the tree, though its mouth, if it had one, remained hidden. The map-handed child, "We've been waiting." The door swung open to reveal not a space, but a sound. The low, resonant hum of a cello played underwater. "To pass," murmured the willow, "you must give what the woods already gave you." Leela knelt, mind circling the riddle. The starberries. The moth light. Then she noticed her hands. The star map was gone from her palms. In its place shimmered 3 symbols: a fox's lantern, a hedgehog's starberry, a butterfly's wing. She pressed her palms to the tree's roots. The symbols sank into the bark, and the willow shuddered with delight. "Clever seedling, you didn't keep the gifts, you let them change you." The tree split down the middle, revealing a chamber where the air itself seemed to sparkle with possibility. Inside, the source of the wood's magic hung suspended, a single pulsing petal from the first flower, its edges fraying into stardust. Around it orbited creatures Leela could only glimpse sideways: a fish with cloud fins, a cat made of hourglass sand. "Take a thread," whispered the petal's light. "Mend what's fraying." Her fingers trembled as she plucked a silver thread from the petal's glow. Instinctively, she wove it through the hole in her pocket, the one she'd gotten climbing the old oak last spring. The thread dissolved and the pocket sang. A soft, contented hum, as if grateful to be whole. When Leela stepped back into the woods, dawn hovered like a held breath. The fox waited, lantern dimmed. "Well," it asked. She opened her mended pocket. Out fluttered all she'd gathered: a lichen chuckle, a sip of upward-flowing brook, the memory of starberry courage. The fox nodded. "Good, now you know, the real magic isn't in keeping, but in letting the wonder through." The journey home was shorter, though no less wondrous. Gravity remembered itself, the brook flowed downstream, and the hedgehog waved with a twig now tied with Leela's ribbon. As she crossed the tree line, the Crystal Vale woods sighed behind her, not in farewell, but in patient waiting. In her pocket the mended thread hummed, and when she finally curled into bed, she dreamed not of adventures, but of a willow tree whispering to new seeds. And then the girl understood. Courage isn't a flame to clutch, but a lantern to share. Pass it on, little rootlings, pass it on. Years later, villagers would swear they sometimes saw a grown woman with starlight in her braid, leaving starberries on windowsills, or mending torn kite strings with invisible thread. But that's a story for another twilight. For now, dear listener, imagine Leela asleep, her palm resting open on the quilt, and in its center, a single crystal petal glowing softly, a nightlight for dreams yet to come. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispers of time brushed through the leaves, and the sunlight danced in dappled patterns on the forest floor, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were woven together like the roots of the towering trees. This forest, known only to those who listened to the secrets of the earth, was a sanctuary where magic and reality intertwined as naturally as the rivers flow. The creatures of this forest were gentle beings, each unique yet connected by the threads of their environment. There was Silva, the wise old owl, whose feathers shimmered like silver under the moonlight, and whose eyes held the knowledge of countless seasons. Her perch was an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching high above the canopy, offering a vantage point from which she could observe the world below. Beneath her, nestled in the soft moss that blanketed the forest floor, was a family of rabbits. The youngest among them, a curious little one named Thistle, was known for his playful spirit and boundless curiosity. His fur was the color of autumn leaves, and he moved with a nimbleness that spoke of his youth and his wonder for the world. Every year, as spring whispered its promise of renewal, the forest came alive with a symphony of sights and sounds. The babbling brook that wound through the trees became a ribbon of laughter, its banks adorned with clusters of wildflowers that swayed in the gentle breeze. The air was sweet with the fragrance of blooming honeysuckle, and the sunlight, warm and golden, filtered through the canopy in soft beams that kissed the earth. This particular spring, however, brought with it a peculiar phenomenon. As the first rains of the season fell, their droplets seemed to glisten with an ethereal glow, casting a rainbow of colors across the forest. It was said among the creatures that these were not ordinary rains, but the tears of joy from the spirit of the forest, celebrating the harmony and balance that had been preserved through the ages. Silva, with her keen wisdom, gathered the creatures for a meeting beneath her oak. The air was filled with anticipation as they assembled, each eager to hear the owl's insights. Her voice, when she spoke, was soft yet resonant, like the rustle of leaves in a gentle wind. "Dear friends," she began, "these magical rains are a gift, a reminder of our bond with this forest, but they are also a call to action. We must ensure that our home remains in balance, that we nurture and protect the delicate harmony that sustains us all." The creatures nodded in understanding, their hearts swelling with a shared sense of purpose. Thistle, ever curious, tilted his head and asked, "But how do we do that, Silva?" With a kind smile, Silva replied, "By listening to the wisdom of our ancestors and the whispers of the forest. We must remember that every action has an echo. The way we care for our home today will shape the world for the generations to come." As the days passed, the creatures set about their tasks, each contributing in their own way to the health of their shared home. The squirrels, with their swift movements and keen eyes, gathered seeds and nuts, ensuring that new life would sprout in the coming seasons. The deer, graceful and watchful, pruned the underbrush, allowing sunlight to reach the seedlings, struggling towards the sky. Even the brook, with its ceaseless flow, played its part, carrying nutrients across the land and quenching the thirst of all who dwelled nearby. The forest thrived under the care of its inhabitants, the magic of the rain seeping into every root and branch, every feather and paw. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with the colors of twilight, Thistle sat beneath Silva's oak, his eyes wide with wonder at the day's events. The forest was a symphony of chirping crickets and croaking frogs, their melodies a lullaby that wrapped around him like a warm blanket. Silva, he said, his voice soft yet filled with awe, I've learned so much. The forest is full of stories, isn't it? Indeed it is, little one, Silva replied, her eyes twinkling like stars. And you are a part of this story. Remember, wisdom is not just knowing the past, but nurturing the future. Thistle nodded, his heart filled with a sense of belonging. As he nestled against the soft moss, his eyes grew heavy with sleep. The forest, with its ancient magic and timeless wisdom, cradled him in its embrace, whispering promises of dreams yet to come. And so the ancient forest continued to thrive, its creatures living in harmony with the land and each other. Through their gentle care and shared wisdom, the balance was preserved, and the magical rains of spring became a cherished legend, passed down through the generations. As the moon rose high above, casting its silver glow across the land, the forest sighed in contentment. For in this hidden world where magic and reality danced together, the heart of nature beat strong and true, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the enduring beauty of life. The lantern light trembled in the crisp autumn air as Milo paused at the edge of the whisperwood, his breath making little clouds that danced with the falling maple leaves. He'd followed the peculiar map etched into the old library desk, the one that only appeared when moonlight struck the wood at precisely 8:03 p.m., and now stood before a path paved not with stones, but with luminous mushrooms arranged in spiral patterns. Their caps glowed softly in hues of periwinkle and primrose, casting long shadows that seemed to beckon with wiggling fingers of light. The forest exhaled a melody as he stepped onto the mushroom path. Not music exactly, but the creak of ancient trees swaying in conversation, the rustle of ferns unfurling silver fronds, and somewhere distant, the liquid chuckle of water over smooth stones. Milo's boots sank into moss so thick and springy it felt like walking on grandmother's feather quilt, each step releasing the scent of rain-soaked earth and something sweeter, vanilla, honeycomb. That made his stomach rumble despite the butterflies flapping within it. He nearly tripped over the first creature, a hedgehog no larger than his palm, its quills shimmering like polished hematite. It blinked up at him with eyes like molten amber, tiny paws clutching a bundle of acorns wrapped in cobweb thread. Mind the step, it piped in a voice like wind through reeds, gesturing with its snout toward a root that had indeed begun to rise from the path. Milo crouched, fascinated, as the root reshaped itself into a small archway threaded with bioluminescent lichen. "Thank you," he whispered, but the hedgehog had already vanished, leaving behind a single acorn tied with golden thread. Milo pocketed it carefully, the shell warm against his fingers. Deeper into the wood, the air grew thicker with magic, not the scary sort from storybooks, but the kind that made his sweater sleeves tingle as if full of static. He paused by a brook where the water flowed upward, droplets catching starlight as they defied gravity to water clusters of upside-down violets growing on the underside of a granite shelf. It was there he met Lila, a fox whose fur shifted colors like oil on water, her tail tipped with what appeared to be actual stardust. "You're here for the moonlight market," she stated more than asked, patting circles around him. When Milo nodded, too awestruck to form words, she nosed a birch leaf into his hand. "Trade this at the third stall, and don't pet the willow cats, they shed prophecies, and you're not ready for those." The market materialized as he crossed a bridge of woven ferns, lanterns blooming to life one by one like fireflies answering a summons. Stalls lined the clearing, tended by creatures both familiar and fantastical, an owl with books nested in its feathers haggling with a frog wearing a waistcoat, a badger stirring a cauldron of soup that smelled like every good memory Milo had ever tasted. At the third stall, a towering moth with antennae like crystal chandeliers accepted his birch leaf gravely, exchanging it for a compass whose needle pointed not north, but toward needed truths. The challenges came gently, as the forest tested not his might, but his heart. He helped reunite a lost moonbeam with its constellation, discovering the beam was actually a mischievous rabbit made of solidified light. He soothed a weeping sapling by humming the lullaby his mother sang, when thunderstorms rattled their farmhouse windows. When faced with a stone door carved with riddles, he realized the answers weren't words but actions, sharing his last walnut cookie with a trio of pebble mice, offering his scarf to a shivering cluster of glowworms. In the grove at the wood's heart, Milo found the source of the map's promise, a tree older than time, its bark etched with stories that shifted as he tilted his head. The roots cradled a pool where the water showed not reflections but possibilities, himself teaching the hedgehog to knit with spider silk, reading poetry to the upside-down violets, learning the language of rain from Leela. As he gazed, the compass grew warm in his hand, its needle spinning wildly before settling on his own chest. "You've always known the way home," murmured the tree, though its leaves didn't move. "Adventure isn't about finding new places, but seeing with new eyes." The return journey felt shorter yet richer, the forest now waving farewell with branches heavy with ripe persimmons, the path offering up a perfect heart-shaped stone that fit snugly in his palm. When Milo emerged from the whisperwood, dawn pinkening the sky like the inside of a seashell, he found the strange acorn from the hedgehog had sprouted in his pocket, a tiny sapling with leaves that chimed when the wind stirred them. He planted it by his bedroom window, where on quiet nights, if he presses his ear to the trunk, he can hear distant fox laughter and the splash of upward-flowing streams. The compass lives on his desk, needle quivering whenever he faces a choice, pointing steadfastly toward kindness. And sometimes, when the moon hits his window at precisely 8:03, the sapling's shadow casts a new map on his wall, but that, as they say, is a story for another night. Title: The Whispering Wood's Secret. In the tranquil village of Elderglow, nestled within the embrace of a lush, ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Mabel. Elderglow was a place where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the whispering woods seemed to carry secrets from times long past. The village was small, with stone cottages dotting the landscape like scattered pebbles, each one warmed by the glow of hearth fires that never seemed to fade. Mabel, with her curious hazel eyes and a heart full of wonder, was no ordinary child. She had a penchant for exploring, often venturing to the edges of the village where the whispering wood began. The villagers spoke of the wood with a mixture of reverence and caution, for it was said to be alive with magic, a place where the boundary between the ordinary and the extraordinary was as thin as the morning mist. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, Mabel set out towards the forest. Her mother had tucked a warm woolen scarf around her neck and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, saying, "Stay on the path, my little adventurer, and listen to the whispers of the trees. They speak if you know how to listen." Mabel nodded, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She knew the woods well, having spent countless afternoons beneath its towering oaks and whispering pines. Today, however, felt different. There was a tingling in the air, a sense of anticipation that danced along her skin like the first touch of winter's breath. As she wandered deeper into the forest, the world around her shifted subtly. The light filtering through the canopy was dappled and golden, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. The leaves crunched softly under her boots, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and damp moss. It wasn't long before Mabel came across something unusual, a glimmering stone, half buried in the soft earth. It was the size of a robin's egg, and shimmered with an iridescent glow that seemed to pulse with its own gentle light. Mabel knelt down, her heart pounding with the thrill of discovery. As she reached out to touch it, a soft, melodic voice filled the air, so faint it was almost a sigh. "Seek the heart of the wood, little one, and the truth shall be revealed." Startled, Mabel glanced around, her eyes wide. The voice seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once, as if the forest itself had spoken to her. She picked up the stone, feeling its warmth seep into her palm, and slipped it into her pocket, determined to follow its silent call. The deeper she ventured, the more the forest seemed to change. The trees grew taller and more ancient, their bark etched with patterns that looked like mystic runes. The air grew cooler, and a gentle breeze whispered through the branches, carrying with it a soft, tinkling sound like distant chimes. As she walked, Mabel noticed something extraordinary. The forest floor was dotted with clusters of tiny, luminescent mushrooms that glowed with a soft blue light, illuminating her path. She followed the trail of light deeper into the heart of the wood, her breath visible in the cool air. At last, Mabel arrived at a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching skyward like the arms of a wise old guardian. At the base of the tree, nestled among its roots, was a small door carved into the trunk. It was adorned with intricate carvings of woodland creatures and swirling vines. With a mixture of awe and trepidation, Mabel approached the door. She felt the stone in her pocket grow warm, and the carvings on the door seemed to shimmer in response. Taking a deep breath, she gently pushed it open and stepped inside. The interior was a wonderland of light and color. The walls glowed with a soft golden hue, and the air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and wild roses. At the center of the room stood a table carved from a single piece of crystal, its surface reflecting the light in a myriad of colors. Seated at the table was a figure cloaked in shadows, yet Mabel felt no fear. There was a kindness in the air, a sense of welcome that put her at ease. The figure gestured to a chair opposite, and Mabel sat, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Welcome, Mabel," the figure said, their voice as soothing as the murmur of a gentle stream. "I am the keeper of the Whispering Wood, and you have been chosen to receive a gift." Mabel listened intently, her heart filled with wonder. "A gift?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The keeper nodded, and with a wave of their hand, the room filled with images, scenes of the forest through the ages, its beauty and magic captured in a tapestry of light. "This stone you carry," the keeper said, "is a shard of the forest's heart, a fragment of its ancient magic. With it, you hold the power to listen to the whispers of the world, to understand the language of nature." Mabel gasped, her fingers brushing the stone in her pocket. "But why me?" she asked, her voice filled with awe. The keeper smiled, their eyes twinkling like stars. "Because, dear child, you have the heart of a true listener, one who sees the beauty in the world and cherishes it. Use this gift wisely, and you will bring joy and harmony wherever you go." Mabel nodded, her heart swelling with gratitude. "I will," she promised, her voice strong and clear. As the keeper faded into the shadows, the room began to dissolve into a swirl of light and color. Mabel felt herself being gently lifted, the world spinning around her until she found herself back in the clearing, the ancient oak standing silent sentinel under the moonlit sky. The journey back through the forest was a blur of wonder and joy. The stone in her pocket pulsed with warmth, and the forest seemed to hum with life around her. As she emerged from the woods, the village of Elderglow lay ahead, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Mabel returned home, her heart filled with the magic of the Whispering Wood. She knew that her life would never be the same, that she had been forever changed by the gift she had received. And as she lay in bed that night, the stone glowing softly on her bedside table, she listened to the whispers of the world, her heart open to its secrets. In the days that followed, Mabel discovered that her new gift allowed her to communicate with the natural world in ways she had never imagined. She could hear the songs of the birds, the gentle murmur of the brook, and even the soft sighs of the wind as it danced through the trees. The village of Elderglow seemed to come alive with magic, its beauty magnified by Mabel's newfound ability to listen and understand. Word of Mabel's gift spread quickly through the village, and soon people began to seek her out, eager to hear the stories she could tell and the wisdom she had gained. Mabel, ever kind and generous, shared what she had learned, helping those around her see the world with new eyes. One day, a young boy named Oliver approached Mabel with a look of worry etched on his face. Oliver was known for his mischievous spirit, often getting into trouble with his playful antics. He was well liked, but his restlessness sometimes got the better of him. "Mabel," Oliver said hesitantly, "there's something strange happening in the meadow near my house. The flowers have stopped blooming, and the bees are nowhere to be found. Can you help?" Mabel nodded, her heart filled with determination. "Of course, Oliver. Let's go see what we can do." Together, they made their way to the meadow, the soft grass whispering beneath their feet. As they arrived, Mabel noticed the silence that hung heavy in the air, the absence of the usual buzz of life that filled the summer days. Closing her eyes, Mabel reached out with her senses, listening to the whispers of the earth beneath her feet. She felt the pulse of the meadow, its energy dampened and subdued. Slowly the truth revealed itself. A patch of tangled brambles had grown unchecked, their thorny vines choking the life from the flowers and blocking the bees' path. "We need to clear the brambles," Mabel said, her voice filled with certainty. "Once the flowers can breathe again, the bees will return." With Oliver's help, they carefully cleared away the brambles, their fingers working gently to free the delicate blooms hidden beneath. As they worked, Mabel could feel the meadow's energy shift, the life returning to the soil and the air. By the time they finished, the sun had begun to set, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. Mabel and Oliver stood together, watching as the first bees returned, drawn by the sweet scent of the newly freed flowers. "You did it, Mabel," Oliver exclaimed, his eyes shining with gratitude. "We did it," Mabel corrected, smiling at her friend. Sometimes all it takes is a little listening and a lot of heart. As the days turned to weeks, Mabel's gift continued to bring joy and harmony to Elderglow. She helped the villagers understand their connection to the natural world, teaching them to listen to its whispers and cherish its beauty. One crisp morning, as the first hints of winter touched the air, Mabel was walking through the village when she noticed an elderly man sitting alone on a bench. His eyes were clouded with sorrow, and Mabel's heart went out to him. "Hello," Mabel said softly, sitting down beside him. "Is there something troubling you?" The man sighed, his voice tinged with sadness. "I used to play the violin," he said, his gaze distant. "But my hands are no longer steady, and the music has left me." Mabel reached out, her hand gently resting on his. "Maybe the music hasn't left," she said gently. "Perhaps it's just waiting for you to listen again." The man looked at her, hope flickering in his eyes. "Could you help me find it?" Mabel smiled, nodding with understanding. "Close your eyes and listen with your heart," she instructed softly. "Feel the rhythm of the world around you." Together they sat in silence, the sounds of the village weaving a gentle symphony. Gradually the man's expression softened, the lines of worry smoothing into a look of peace. "I can hear it," he whispered, his voice filled with wonder. "The music is still there." Mabel beamed at him, her heart warm with joy. "It's always there," she said softly. "Sometimes you just need to be still and listen." The man's eyes shone with gratitude as he looked at Mabel. "Thank you," he said, his voice choked with emotion. "You've given me back my music." As the first snowflakes began to fall, Elderglow was transformed into a winter wonderland, its rooftops blanketed in white and the air filled with the crisp scent of pine. Mabel continued to share her gift with the village, her heart full of the magic that had been entrusted to her. One evening, as she sat by the fireplace, her family gathered around her. Mabel's mother smiled at her daughter with pride and love. "You've brought so much light to our village, Mabel," she said softly. "The forest chose well." Mabel looked around at her family, her heart swelling with happiness. "The forest taught me to listen," she replied, her voice gentle and warm, "and in listening, I found a world full of wonder and friends." As the fire crackled and the wind whispered outside, Mabel knew that her journey had only just begun. With each new day, she would continue to listen, to learn, and to share the magic of the Whispering Wood with those around her. And as she drifted into a peaceful sleep, she dreamed of the endless possibilities that lay ahead, her heart open to the whispers of the world and the promise of tomorrow. And so, in the village of Elderglow, where the air was always sweet and the forest alive with magic, Mabel's story became a cherished tale of friendship and wisdom, a reminder that sometimes all it takes to change the world is a little listening and a lot of heart. Once upon a time, in a village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious young girl named Leela. Her eyes were the color of the morning sky, and her heart was as vast as the ocean. Lila spent her days exploring the meadows and woods around her home, but her dreams were filled with places she had yet to discover. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Lila stumbled upon an ancient map tucked inside an old book in her grandmother's attic. The map was unlike any she had seen, with swirling lines and shimmering ink that seemed to change color in the light. At its center was a place called the Enchanted Hollow, a realm rumored to be filled with wonder and magic. With a spark of excitement in her heart, Lila decided she would find this mysterious place. She packed a small satchel with her favorite blanket, a loaf of bread, and a flask of warm tea. As she stepped outside, the morning sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, and she could feel the promise of adventure in the crisp air. Lila followed the map's winding path through towering trees and across babbling brooks. The forest was alive with the rustling of leaves and the songs of birds, creating a symphony that carried her forward. As she ventured deeper, she encountered a peculiar creature, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed like emeralds. The fox greeted her with a nod and, sensing her quest, offered to guide her through the forest. Together, they traversed paths cloaked in mist and fields carpeted with wildflowers, their colors vivid against the earth. The fox led Lila to a clearing where the air was sweet with the scent of honey, and a gentle stream sparkled under the sun's golden rays. Here, the fox pointed to a small, hidden trail that seemed to disappear into the earth itself. With a grateful heart, Lila thanked her new friend and ventured down the trail. The path led into a tunnel of vines and twinkling lights, and as she walked, the air shimmered with a gentle hum, like the whisper of a lullaby. The tunnel opened into the Enchanted Hollow, a place that seemed to exist just between a dream and reality. The hollow was a world of wonders. Trees with trunks of silver leaves stretched up to the sky, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. Flowers with petals of iridescent colors glowed softly, and the ground was covered in moss that felt like the plushest carpet beneath Lila's feet. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their gentle babble a soothing melody. As she explored, Lila met creatures she had only ever dreamed of. There were butterflies with wings like stained glass windows, glowing softly in the dim light. She watched as a family of gentle deer with antlers adorned in soft ferns grazed nearby, their presence serene and calming. But the most wondrous creature she encountered was a small, luminescent being called a starling. It hovered in the air, its wings twinkling like the night sky, and spoke in a voice as soft as a summer breeze. The starling told Lila of the heart of the hollow, a place where wishes were whispered and dreams were born. With the starling as her guide, Lila traveled to the heart of the Enchanted Hollow. There she found a pool of water so clear and still that it reflected the world above like a perfect mirror. The starling encouraged her to look into the pool and whisper her heart's deepest wish. Lila closed her eyes, and with a heart full of gratitude and wonder, whispered her wish for courage and the strength to explore the unknown. As her words floated into the air, the pool shimmered, and a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of peace and confidence. With her journey nearly complete, Lila realized it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her new friends, each one leaving her with a token of their world, a silver leaf, a tiny fern, and a single glowing petal. As she retraced her steps through the forest, the fox rejoined her, leading her back to the edge of her village. Under the light of the setting sun, Lila returned home, her heart brimming with stories and newfound courage. She tucked the tokens from the hollow into her satchel, reminders of her journey and the friends she had made. As she drifted off to sleep that night, the wind carried the scent of the forest through her window, and the stars outside twinkled with a familiar glow. Lila knew that whenever she needed courage, she only had to close her eyes and remember her journey to the Enchanted Hollow, where magic and dreams lived in harmony. And so, with a heart full of wonder and the whisper of the hollow in her dreams, Lila slept peacefully, ready for whatever adventures awaited her in the days to come. Once upon a time, deep within the heart of an ancient forest, there lived a young rabbit named Thistle. Though small in stature, Thistle possessed a remarkable gift, the ability to communicate with the trees and plants that surrounded her. On a crisp autumn evening, as Thistle nestled beneath the twisted roots of an ancient oak, she heard a faint whisper carried by the wind. It was the voice of the forest, calling out to her in a language only she could understand. "Thistle, brave one," the trees rustled. A great darkness has fallen upon our realm, and only you can restore the balance. Thistle's eyes widened as a glimmering acorn tumbled from the oak's branches and landed at her feet. This was no ordinary acorn, for it radiated with a warm golden glow. Within this sacred acorn lies the power to dispel the shadows that threaten our home, the trees explained. You must embark on a journey beyond the forest's edge and seek out the forgotten realm of the dryads, ancient guardians of nature's harmony. Though fear stirred within her, Thistle knew she could not ignore the forest's plea. With the enchanted acorn tucked safely beneath her chin, she bid farewell to her woodland friends and set off into the unknown. The path ahead was long and treacherous, winding through sun-dappled glades and misty ravines. Thistle encountered many wonders and perils along the way, towering mountains that scraped the sky, rushing rivers that roared with ancient voices, and creatures both friendly and fearsome. Yet through it all, the acorn's warm glow guided her steps, reminding her of the sacred duties she had sworn to uphold. After many moons of travel, Thistle found herself standing before a massive willow tree, its branches heavy with trailing vines and crystalline dewdrops. This, she knew, was the gateway to the Dryad's realm. With a deep breath, Thistle stepped through the curtain of vines and emerged in a world unlike any she had ever imagined. Towering trees adorned with shimmering leaves stretched as far as the eye could see, their branches intertwined in a canopy of verdant splendor. And there, among the ancient trunks, stood the Dryads themselves, lithe, graceful beings whose very existences seemed woven from the fabric of nature itself. "Welcome, Thistle," their melodic voices chimed in unison. "We have been awaiting your arrival." Thistle trembled as she recounted the darkness that had befallen her forest home, and the Dryads listened with solemn reverence. "The shadows you speak of are born of an ancient evil, a force that seeks to sever the sacred bond between the natural world and those who dwell within it," they explained. "But you have carried the light of hope and perseverance through your journey, and for that, we shall aid you in your quest." With a wave of their slender hands, the Dryads conjured a shimmering pool of crystal-clear water. Within its depths, Thistle saw visions of a hidden glade, where a twisted, gnarled tree stood sentinel over a dark, foreboding chasm. "There lies the source of the shadows," the Dryads whispered. "Deep within that chasm dwells Noctis, the embodiment of eternal night. Only by confronting Noctis and restoring the balance can your forest be saved." Thistle's heart quailed at the thought of facing such a foe, but the determination within her burned brighter than ever before. Armed with the enchanted acorn and the wisdom of the Dryads, she set off once more, her paws treading the paths of destiny. After many trials and tribulations, Thistle finally reached the glade where the twisted tree stood guard. A sense of dread hung heavy in the air, and the very ground seemed to tremble beneath her feet. Taking a deep breath, Thistle stepped towards the chasm, the acorn's golden glow burning brighter than ever before. "Noctis!" she called out, her voice echoing through the endless darkness. "I come bearing the light of hope and the strength of the natural world. Your reign of shadow ends here." A deep, rumbling laugh echoed from the depths of the chasm, sending shivers down Thistle's spine. "Foolish creature," a voice like crackling thunder boomed. "You think your paltry light can pierce the eternal night I have wrought? Your hopes are but embers, soon to be snuffed out." From the inky blackness, a writhing mass of shadows emerged, coalescing into the towering form of Noctis. His very presence seemed to leach warmth and light from the world around him. Thistle trembled, but she refused to back down. Clutching the acorn tightly, she summoned every ounce of courage and defiance within her. "You may cloak the world in darkness, Noctis," she cried, "but the light of hope burns eternal within the hearts of those who refuse to surrender." With those words, Thistle hurled the acorn into the swirling vortex of shadows. For a moment, all seemed lost as the darkness threatened to consume the tiny seed of light. But then, a brilliant burst of golden radiance erupted from within the chasm, banishing the shadows and bathing the world in a warm, comforting glow. Noctis howled in anguish as his shadowy form disintegrated, reduced to mere wisps of smoke scattered by the wind. The battle was won, and the balance restored. As Thistle emerged from the glade, she was greeted by a wondrous sight. The forest had been reborn, its trees and plants bursting with vibrant life and color. The dryads appeared once more, their faces aglow with joy and reverence. "Well done, brave thistle," they sang. "Through your courage and unwavering spirit, you have proven yourself a true guardian of nature's harmony." From that day forth, Thistle became a living symbol of hope and resilience. Her tale passed down through generations, as a reminder that even the smallest creatures can achieve greatness when guided by the light of their own convictions. And though the shadows may rise again, the world would forever know that as long as there are those willing to stand against the darkness, the light of hope can never be extinguished. Once upon a time, in a realm where magic danced through the air like glittering motes of stardust, there was a cozy little village nestled in a verdant valley. The cottages were adorned with thatched roofs and cheerful window boxes overflowing with vibrant blooms. A winding stream, its waters sparkling like liquid diamonds, flowed through the heart of the village, serenading the residents with its gentle melody. In one of these cottages lived a young girl named Willow. Her eyes shone with curiosity, and her heart was filled with a deep love for the natural world around her. Each morning, she would skip through the village streets, waving cheerfully to the friendly villagers and greeting the enchanted creatures that called the valley home. One crisp autumn day, as Willow was wandering through the woods, she noticed something peculiar. The usually vibrant leaves seemed to be losing their color, their once brilliant hues fading to a dull, lifeless gray. Confusion knitted her brow as she hurried deeper into the forest, only to find that the strange phenomenon was spreading, leaving a trail of grayness in its wake. Willow's heart raced with concern for the well-being of the woodlands and its inhabitants. She knew she had to unravel this mystery before it was too late. With determination sparkling in her eyes, she set out to seek the guidance of her dear friend, Oakroot, the ancient tree spirit who had watched over the forest for centuries. As Willow approached Oakroot's gnarled and towering form, the wise tree spirit sensed her distress. "What troubles you, young one?" Oakroot's voice was like the gentle creaking of ancient branches in the wind. Willow explained the strange phenomenon she had witnessed, her words tumbling out in a rush of worry. Oakroot listened patiently, his bark-covered brow furrowing in thought. "Ah, I sense the work of the grayling, a mischievous sprite with a penchant for draining the vibrancy from the natural world," Oakroot said solemnly. "Fear not, little Willow, for there is a way to restore the balance." With a rustle of leaves, Oakroot summoned a trio of friendly pixies, their gossamer wings shimmering with iridescent hues. "These pixies will guide you on your quest," he said. "Together, you must seek out the grayling's lair and find a way to persuade him to undo his mischief." Willow's heart swelled with determination, and she nodded resolutely. Hand in hand with the pixies, she embarked on a whimsical journey through the enchanted forest, following the trail of grayness that led deeper and deeper into the heart of the woodlands. Along the way, they encountered wondrous sights and helpful creatures. A family of curious gnomes offered them a basket of fresh-baked treats to sustain them on their quest. A wise old owl, perched atop a twisted branch, shared invaluable insights into the grayling's habits and whereabouts. At last, they reached a secluded glade, where a peculiar mist hung in the air, casting a dull pall over the surroundings. In the center of the glade stood a twisted, gnarled tree, its bark as gray as ash. Willow and the pixies exchanged a knowing glance. This was the grayling's lair. As they approached the tree, a small, impish figure emerged from a knothole, his mischievous eyes twinkling with delight. "Well, well, what have we here?" The grayling chuckled, his voice like the rustling of dry leaves. Willow stepped forward, her heart beating with a mixture of apprehension and determination. "Grayling, we've come to ask you to restore the color and vibrancy to the forest," she said, her voice steady but kind. The grayling tilted his head, considering her words. "And why would I do that?" he asked, a hint of mischief dancing in his eyes. It was then that one of the pixies fluttered forward, her gossamer wings sparkling like 1,000 tiny rainbows. With a gentle smile, she began to weave a tale of the beauty and joy that vibrant colors brought to the forest. The brilliant hues of the autumn leaves, the cheerful blossoms that dotted the meadows, the rich greens of the ancient trees. As the pixie spoke, the grayling's expression softened, and a wistful look crossed his impish features. Willow seized the opportunity, adding her own words of wisdom and appeal to the Greyling's sense of whimsy and delight. Slowly but surely, the Greyling's mischievous demeanor melted away, replaced by a newfound appreciation for the beauty and vibrancy he had inadvertently drained from the forest. With a wave of his gnarled hand, he released a shimmering burst of energy that rippled outward, restoring the brilliant hues to the woodlands. Willow and the pixies watched in wonder as the color and life flooded back into the forest, the leaves regaining their fiery autumnal shades, the flowers blooming with renewed vibrancy, and the very air seeming to sparkle with renewed energy. The Greyling, his eyes shining with childlike delight, turned to Willow and the pixies. "Thank you, my friends," he said, his voice tinged with genuine gratitude. "You have shown me the true beauty of color and the joy it brings to this realm." From that day forth, the Greyling became a cherished protector of the forest's vibrant hues, using his magic to enhance and celebrate the natural wonders that surrounded him. And Willow, her heart brimming with joy and gratitude, continued to wander the enchanted woodlands, her spirit ever entwined with the magic and wonder that thrived within its ancient boughs. In the sleepy village of Eldergrove, nestled between verdant hills and cloaked in the gentle embrace of ancient oaks, there existed a whisper of magic that danced on the crisp, cool air. Eldergrove was a place where time seemed to linger, where the seasons drifted slowly through the landscape, painting it with hues of emerald and gold. The villagers lived simple lives, touched by the subtle magic that flowed like an unseen river beneath their world. In this quaint village, a young girl named Leora found solace in the natural world that surrounded her. With eyes as curious as the morning sun peeking over the horizon, Leora spent her days wandering the meadows, her heart in tune with the rhythms of the earth. Her auburn hair cascaded down her back, catching glimmers of sunlight that danced like fireflies at dusk. She possessed a gentle spirit, one that seemed to draw the whispers of the wind and the secrets of the forest into her being. One fateful afternoon, as the golden light of the setting sun bathed the landscape in a warm embrace, Leora discovered a peculiar object nestled beneath the roots of an ancient oak tree. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer in the fading light. Drawn by an inexplicable pull, Leora knelt beside the tree, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings that spoke of forgotten tales and hidden wonders. As she opened the lid, a soft, ethereal glow emanated from within, casting a gentle light upon her face. Inside, nestled upon a bed of moss, lay a tiny silver key. It was unlike anything Leora had ever seen, its surface glinting with a luminescence that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. With a sense of awe and wonder, she gently lifted the key, feeling a warmth spread through her fingertips and into her heart. From that moment on, Leora felt a change within her, as if the key had unlocked a door to a hidden world just beyond the reach of ordinary sight. The air seemed thicker with mystery, the colors of the forest more vibrant, the songs of the birds more melodious. It was as if the very essence of nature had revealed itself to her, inviting her to explore the depths of its magic. Emboldened by this newfound connection, Leora ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, her footsteps light upon the leaf-strewn path. As she walked, she noticed the world around her transforming, the trees whispering secrets in a language she could almost understand, the brook singing a melody that resonated with the rhythm of her heart. Her journey led her to a secluded glen, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled patterns upon the forest floor. There she encountered a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a small, luminescent fox with fur that shimmered like moonlight on water. Its eyes, deep pools of understanding, gazed into hers, and Leora knew that this creature was a guardian of the forest, a keeper of its ancient magic. The fox approached with a cautious grace, its movements as fluid as the breeze that stirred the leaves. Leora knelt, extending her hand in a gesture of friendship and trust. To her delight, the fox nuzzled against her palm, a soft warmth spreading from its touch, filling her with a sense of belonging and peace. As they sat together in the glen, the fox shared its story through images and feelings that flowed into Leora's mind. She learned of the hidden world within the natural environment, a realm where magic thrived in harmony with the earth, where creatures of wonder and wisdom lived unseen by those who hurried through life without noticing the miracles around them. The fox revealed that the silver key Leora had found was a gift, a token of trust from the spirits of the forest. It granted her the ability to see beyond the veil of the mundane, to experience the world in its truest form. But with this gift came a responsibility, a duty to protect the magic of the forest and ensure its secrets remained safe. Days turned into weeks as Leora and the fox explored the hidden wonders of the forest together. They discovered groves of whispering trees that shared stories of the past, pools of crystal-clear water that reflected the dreams of those who gazed into their depths, and fields of wildflowers that bloomed with colors unseen by ordinary eyes. Each new discovery deepened their bond and strengthened their resolve to protect the magic that thrived within their world. As the seasons changed, so too did Leora. She grew wiser, her heart attuned to the delicate balance of nature, her spirit intertwined with the ancient magic that flowed through the forest. She learned to understand the language of the wind, to listen to the wisdom of the stars, and to dance with the rhythms of the earth. One moonlit night, as they rested beneath the protective canopy of the trees, Leora confided in the fox her dreams of understanding more about the origins of the forest's magic. The fox, in response, led her to an ancient, hidden library, where the walls were made of entwined branches and the shelves were lined with books and scrolls filled with knowledge of the land's history and magic. In the library, Leora immersed herself in the rich tapestry of stories and lore. She read about the ancient guardians of the forest, legendary creatures who had once roamed the earth, and the delicate balance that sustained the magic around them. She discovered tales of courageous souls who had defended the forest in times of peril, and she felt a kinship with these protectors of old. But with knowledge came challenges. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves of amber and gold carpeted the forest floor, Leora sensed a disturbance, a shadow that crept upon the edges of her awareness, a chill that whispered of danger. The forest spoke in hushed tones, warning of an impending threat that could unravel the delicate threads of magic that bound their world together. Determined to protect the hidden realm she had come to love, Leora set out with the fox by her side, their path illuminated by the soft glow of the silver key. They ventured to the heart of the forest, where an ancient stone circle stood as a sentinel against the encroaching darkness. The air crackled with energy, the stones humming with a power that resonated deep within Leora's soul. As they approached, a figure emerged from the shadows, a tall, cloaked stranger whose presence seemed to draw the light from the very air. His eyes glinted with a cold, calculating gleam, and his voice was a low, menacing whisper that curled around Leora's heart like a tendril of smoke. "You possess something that does not belong to you," the stranger intoned, his gaze fixed upon the silver key that hung around Leora's neck. "It is a power too great for one so young, so inexperienced." Leora felt the weight of his words, the doubt they sowed in her heart. But she drew strength from the warmth of the fox by her side, from the ancient magic that thrummed through the stones beneath her feet. She met the stranger's gaze with unwavering resolve, her voice steady and clear. "This key was entrusted to me by the spirits of the forest," she declared, her heart burning with the courage that comes from knowing one's purpose. "I will protect the magic of this world, and I will not allow you to harm it." The stranger's eyes narrowed, a flicker of frustration crossing his face. "You are but a child," he sneered, "and you cannot hope to stand against me." But Leora knew she was not alone. She felt the presence of the forest around her, the strength of the trees, the wisdom of the creatures, the power of the earth itself rising to support her. She reached for the silver key, feeling its warmth spread through her fingertips, its magic flowing into her being. In that moment, Leora understood the true nature of the gift she had been given. The key was not a weapon, but a bridge, a connection between her and the magic of the forest, a conduit through which she could draw upon its strength. She closed her eyes, feeling the energy of the forest pulse through her, filling her with light and certainty. When she opened her eyes, the stranger recoiled, his expression shifting from arrogance to fear. The air around Leora shimmered with a radiant glow, the light of the forest shining from within her, banishing the shadows that had crept into their world. "You are not alone," Leora whispered, her voice carrying the strength of the forest, the wisdom of the trees, the courage of the fox by her side. "I stand with the magic of this world, and together we will prevail." The stranger's form wavered, his image dissolving like mist before the rising sun. With a final, defiant snarl, he vanished into the ether, leaving behind only the whisper of his defeat. As the light faded, Leora felt the forest's gratitude surrounding her, a warm embrace that filled her heart with joy and contentment. She turned to the fox, her faithful companion and guide, and they shared a moment of understanding, a bond forged in the fires of adversity, tempered by the shared love of the world they had vowed to protect. With the threat vanquished, Leora and the fox returned to their exploration of the forest, their hearts light and their spirits unburdened. Together, they continued to discover the hidden wonders of the natural world, delighting in the magic that flowed through every leaf, every stone, every whisper of the wind. As the years passed, Leora grew into a wise and gentle guardian of the forest, her bond with the hidden realm deepening with each passing season. She learned that true strength came not from power, but from understanding, from friendship, from the willingness to stand for what was right. To deepen her understanding, Leora embarked on a journey beyond Eldergrove. She traveled to distant villages and met with other guardians of the natural world, each with their own unique connection to the magic that intertwined their lives. Through these interactions, Leora gained insight into the vastness of the magic that permeated the land, realizing that Eldergrove's enchantment was part of a larger tapestry that spanned the world. During her travels, Leora encountered a wise elder named Thalion, who had spent his life studying the ancient lore of the earth. Thalion spoke of the Great Convergence, a time when all the magical energies of the world would align, allowing those attuned to their power to glimpse the very fabric of creation. Intrigued, Leora listened intently as Thalion shared his knowledge, his words weaving a vision of a world brimming with potential and wonder. Eager to witness this event, Leora made her way to the sacred gathering place, a vast plateau overlooking the convergence of 5 great rivers. As the day of the Great Convergence dawned, guardians from across the land assembled, their presence a testament to the enduring bond between the natural world and those who cherished it. As the sun reached its zenith, the air shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, a radiant tapestry woven from the threads of magic that bound their world. Leora felt the energy coursing through her, a symphony of light and sound that resonated with the deepest part of her being. In that moment, she understood her place in the grand design, the interconnectedness of all things, the unity of purpose that linked every guardian, every creature, every leaf and stone. She realized that the true magic of the world lay not in the objects or the powers they wielded, but in the connections they forged, the harmony they nurtured, the love they shared. And so the magic of the forest endured, its secrets safe in the hands of those who cherished them, its wonders preserved for generations yet to come. Leora's journey had transformed her, not only in her understanding of the world, but in her understanding of herself, a journey of discovery, of friendship, of courage and compassion. In the end, Leora knew that the true magic of the forest lay not in the mysterious objects or the hidden powers, but in the connections forged between those who dared to see beyond the ordinary, to embrace the extraordinary, and to protect the beauty and wonder that surrounded them. And so, under the gentle light of the moon, with the forest as her eternal companion, Leora's heart swelled with gratitude, her spirit forever intertwined with the magic that had changed her life. She sat beside her fox friend, the crackling leaves beneath them a comforting symphony, and whispered a promise into the night, a vow to cherish the magic of their world, to guard it with all her heart, and to share its wonders with those who would listen, those who would see, those who would believe. With the stars as her guide and the forest as her home, Leora found peace in the knowledge that she was part of something greater, something timeless and beautiful. And as the gentle night wrapped its arms around the world, she closed her eyes, the warmth of the fox by her side, and drifted into a dreamless sleep, content in the certainty that she was exactly where she was meant to be. For in Elder Grove, where magic whispered through the trees and danced upon the breeze, there was always a place for those who believed, those who listened, those who loved. And in that enchanted world, Leora had found her home. On a particularly golden autumn afternoon, while the sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Leora felt a stirring within her heart, a call to return to the ancient oak where her journey had begun. With the fox at her side, she retraced her steps through the woods, the path familiar yet ever-changing in the dance of light and shadow. As they approached the oak, Leora noticed a gathering of creatures, deer, birds, and even a curious squirrel assembled around the tree, as if drawn by the same mysterious force. The air was thick with anticipation, a gentle hum of energy that vibrated through the ground beneath her feet. Leora knelt before the oak, the silver key in her hand, and placed it gently upon the mossy earth. The creatures watched in silence, their eyes reflecting the glow of the setting sun. As the key touched the ground, a ripple of light spread outward, weaving through the roots and branches, illuminating the tree from within. In that moment, Leora understood the true purpose of the key. It was not merely a token of power, but a symbol of unity, a reminder of the bond between all living things. The magic of the forest thrived on this connection, nourished by the love and respect of those who called it home. With a soft sigh, the oak released a single leaf, its surface etched with delicate patterns that shimmered like gold. The leaf drifted down to Leora, settling in her open palm, a gift from the heart of the forest. Touched by the gesture, Leora felt tears of joy welling in her eyes, a profound gratitude swelling in her chest. She understood now that her journey had come full circle, that her role as a guardian was not to wield power, but to nurture and protect the fragile web of life that bound them all together. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and lavender, Leora stood with the fox by her side. The creatures of the forest gathered around them in a silent vow of solidarity. Together they watched as the stars emerged, each one a beacon of hope, a reminder of the magic that flowed through their world. And in the quiet of the night, with the forest as her witness, Leora whispered a promise to the stars, a vow to cherish and protect the magic of Eldergrove, to honor the connections that gave it life, and to share its wonders with those who would listen, those who would see, those who would believe. For in Eldergrove, where magic whispered through the trees and danced upon the breeze, there would always be a place for those who believed, those who listened, those who loved. And in that enchanted world, Leora had found her home, her purpose, and her peace. In a quaint and quiet village nestled between rolling emerald hills and shimmering streams, there lived a gentle soul named Leora. Her days were filled with the simple joys of tending to her garden, where sunflowers nodded lazily in the breeze, and the scent of lavender hung sweetly in the air. Leora had often felt a whispering call from the past, a gentle nudge that tugged at the edges of her consciousness. Her grandmother, a wise woman who seemed to know the secrets of the earth and sky, had once shared stories of their ancestors, guardians of an ancient legacy that had long been forgotten. These tales, softly spoken beside the warmth of the kitchen hearth, painted pictures of wondrous artifacts imbued with magic and meaning. One golden morning, as the first rays of dawn kissed the dewdrops on her garden leaves, Leora discovered a curious object half buried in the soil. It was a small, intricately carved box of warm mahogany, its surface etched with symbols that seemed to dance in the light. Her heart skipped with a sense of familiarity, as if the box had been waiting for her all along. With gentle care, she brushed away the earth and opened the box. Inside lay a delicate necklace, its pendant a translucent stone that shimmered like captured starlight. As her fingers traced the cool surface, a warm glow enveloped her, and she felt a connection to something far greater than herself. It was as if the voices of her ancestors whispered through the ages, guiding her toward an understanding that had eluded her until now. Eager to uncover the story behind this enchanting find, Leora sought the wisdom of the village elder, a kind-hearted sage named Tavian, known for his deep knowledge of the old ways. His cottage was a haven of serenity, filled with the comforting aroma of herbs and the soft, flickering light of candles. Tavian listened intently as Leora recounted her discovery, nodding with a knowing smile. "Ah, my dear," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You have found the Heartstone, a symbol of unity and strength passed down through generations. It holds the essence of our heritage and the wisdom of those who came before us." The elders shared tales of their ancestors, a community bound by friendship and harmony, who revered the natural world and lived in balance with its rhythms. The Heartstone, he explained, was a reminder of their values: kindness, courage, and the enduring power of love. As Leora listened, she felt a deep sense of belonging, as if the threads of her life were weaving into a tapestry that spanned across time. The lessons of her ancestors resonated within her, teaching her that true strength lies in the bonds we forge and the love we share. With newfound clarity, Leora returned to her garden, the Heartstone resting warmly against her chest. She began to see her world through different eyes: the vibrant colors of the flowers, the gentle rustle of the leaves, the symphony of birdsong that filled the air. Each moment was a gift, a reflection of the legacy she now carried forward. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of rose and gold, Leora sat beneath the old willow tree, its branches swaying softly in the evening breeze. She felt at peace, embraced by the gentle glow of the Heartstone, a beacon of the love and wisdom that flowed through her veins. In that tranquil moment, she understood that the journey of discovery was not just about uncovering the past, but about embracing the present with gratitude and grace. The legacy of her ancestors was alive within her, a guiding light that would illuminate her path and inspire others to seek the beauty in their own stories. And so, with the stars twinkling like distant ancestors watching over her, Leora closed her eyes, her heart full and content. She had found her place in the world, a place of connection, understanding, and endless possibilities. As she drifted into a peaceful slumber, she knew that the legacy of the Heartstone would continue to glow brightly, a timeless testament to the enduring power of love and unity.